Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. I used to work the overnight shift at a certain 24/7 store that sold a bit of everything. You know that one? It's big, it's associated with the color blue, and a big asterisk for their logo. You know which store I'm talking about, but if you don't, then you probably shop at the competitor with a big red circle. I think you get the picture that I'm trying to paint here. Anyways, I worked for the store on the overnight shift for a few years, and I generally hated it. The worst part about working overnights in a department store is the customers. You get some real characters coming into the store at 3 in the morning. Well, okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Most of the people that came in overnight were decent people, just trying to get something last minute. That said, the people that were the aforementioned characters were weird. We had a lot of people come in that were very clearly on some sort of substance, or just completely trashed out of their minds. So, with this being the norm, you gotta think that if I have a horror story, that it has to be something truly terrifying, right? Well, that thought would be correct. There was one night that definitely stands out. One customer that definitely made an impact on my memory. This actually happened during my first year working there, probably around month 9. One night, me and my new buddy Jack were working. We were stocking the shelves and making our comments about the customers when we knew that they were out of earshot. One of the customers was some guy that was on something again, because it was easy to tell. His eyes were wide, he was twitchy, and he looked paranoid about everything around him. Anyways, we watched this guy walk through the aisles like he was trying to find something. I actually paused and asked if he needed any help with anything, and he told me that he was fine in a tone that was incredibly dismissive. I just shrugged it off, and I went back to shoving items on the shelf. After a few minutes, Jack nudges me and tells me to come with him, so I do. We walk away from our stock point and into another aisle, where Jack then tells me that the guy from earlier, the paranoid guy, looked like he was following a woman that had passed by, and he wanted to make sure that we were ready just in case something happened. I mentioned that we should get a CSM involved, and he agrees, grabbing his walkie and asking for a CSM to come to the section that we were staying in. We were standing off to the side and pretending to put more stuff on the shelf when we hear the woman shriek. We both turned to see what was going on, and we seriously see this guy walking away from the woman with a baby in his arms. This guy had apparently waited for the woman to not be looking at the cart and then snatched this woman's infant son out of the seat, and he was walking away nonchalant like it was his kid. He wasn't running or making a full-on getaway. He was just walking away from the woman that was screaming at him to give back her child. Obviously, the commotion caught the attention of everyone nearby, which was pretty much just employees. And since Jack and I saw what happened, we went over to block the guy from getting too far. I started telling the guy to stop and to give back the baby, and Jack kept trying to actually physically stop the guy. It was pretty clear to me that he was getting agitated. The look on his face went from calm to angered, and he started muttering something about how we were trying to take his son from him. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he reaches his hand into his pocket, pulls out a small switchblade-looking knife, and then shoves it into Jack's arms as hard as he could. And then he continues to walk off while Jack is screaming bloody murder and the entire crowd of employees are freaking out. At this point, adrenaline kind of kicked in, and I knew that I had to do something. I pretty much threw myself onto this guy's back and started trying to choke him out as best as I could. I'm not really a strong guy or anything, but I used to watch a lot of wrestling, and while that may have been fake as hell, I learned a thing or two. So at this point, this guy has successfully stolen a child and was attempting to leave the store. He stabbed my coworker and was now being choked out by me, all in a matter of around 2 minutes. If I were to say that this was the longest 2 or so minutes of my life, it would be an understatement. Thankfully, this story does have a happier ending than some. Once my coworkers saw me trying to take the man down, they stepped in and got the child out of his arms. It took a couple of us to actually get the guy to the ground, yet another side effect of being on certain substances. We got the baby back to the lady, but obviously asked her to stick around for the police. The CSM got to the back and tended to Jack, who thankfully was alright, just in immense pain though. And once the cops got there, I had to give a statement on what happened. I explained the whole situation, and what I told them was backed up with the security camera footage. In the end, he was taken by the police, and she got her baby back, and Jack got some time off work. I was also commended for my bravery, which it wasn't really bravery. It was pure adrenaline, and me, honestly, having no idea what to do. Thankfully though, I think I chose the right option. In the early 2000s, I was killing time outside a small concert venue, and it was going to be a while for the band to start. So, I decided to walk around the neighborhood a while and text my friends to see when they were showing up. It wasn't a bad neighborhood, and I didn't feel unsafe walking around. But at night, most things were closed, so there wasn't really anybody else around. As I was walking and looking at my phone, this guy in an SUV, like an Isuzu Rodeo or something, pulled up halfway on the sidewalk right next to me and said something like, "Hey, do you want to ride?" I was slightly startled at first, but I thought that he was harmless. To be fair, I was in my skinny jeans, faux hawk, emo phase, and he might have thought that I looked like a male sex worker. When I looked closer at him, he had his shirt off and he was all sweaty and kind of a bigger, stocky guy. He tried again in a more seductive sounding voice, saying, "Really, I don't mind giving you a ride." I was pretty creeped out by this, but I tried to be friendly. I just kept my distance and said, "Oh, thanks, but I'm good. I'm just waiting for the concert to start." Immediately, his facial expression changed from friendly to extremely angry, and then he peeled out down the street so fast that his vehicle was sort of fishtailing. He could have been an undercover cop trying to bust someone for prostitution, or maybe just a guy trying to find a sexual encounter. It was in a city in Florida where there was a lot of this kind of thing going on, but he gave me serious Jeffrey Dahmer vibes after he got angry and then drove off. I got the feeling that if I got in his car, he would have been taking me somewhere and then put me in his fridge. This happened several years ago when a few high school buddies of mine and I decided that we wanted to get together and do our own kind of 10-year reunion celebration. We were never the cool kids, so we kind of just thought that it would be a waste of time to even bother with a real reunion, and decided that a camping trip would be better to fit our interest. We had all kind of dispersed around the Midwest, so it was difficult to get all of the logistics sorted out. But my buddy Ray had a family that lived out west in pretty much the middle of nowhere, but in a really nice nature-laden part of the state. What was even better is that they owned some remote land, and they were okay with us setting up our camp on their property so long as we didn't cause any damage to the natural formations. So it was an absolute win on our part. We set up the dates and times and decided that we would all go out the first weekend in May and then spend most of the week out in a really nice area, just enjoying the weather and the surrounding nature. I was honestly super excited to go on this trip as I hadn't seen a couple of the guys since we graduated, though we'd kept in touch over things like Facebook. The logistics went like this. I was going to head out that way by car with my pal Joe. Ray and Mark were going to drive out together, and Brent was going to drive out with Dave. Basically, it was going to be a road trip with two of us per car, heading from different locations, and we had a hotel that we'd be staying in for the first night. We were all going to meet up there and then head out to the campgrounds, as that would just make it easier for everyone to go at the same time. Like I said, I was pretty psyched, as this was probably the most exciting thing that I had done in a long time, and I love road trips. The drive there goes about as expected, fairly uneventful, with it pretty much just being a drive across parts of the Midwest, though the mountainous region was obviously gorgeous. I was the one driving for the first half, and Joe for the second, and we got there in pretty good time considering how far it was. We were the second group to make it to the hotel, and the other guys, Ray and Mark, pulled in a few hours later. We all spent the night at a local bar catching up. We were playing pool and generally just having a great night. After spending a few hours out and just enjoying ourselves, we opted to go ahead and call it a night and then head back to our hotel rooms. When the morning rolled around, we had our fancy hotel breakfast of just add water, eggs, and microwave bacon, then all headed back onto the road. We followed Ray's car, and after about 45 minutes or so, we ended up in the area that pretty much seemed like the middle of nowhere. He parked and then got out. Joe and I kind of gave him a look like, "Are you sure this is where we're supposed to be?" But he reassured us that he knew the area from when he spent the summer with his aunt as a kid. And in the end, all we could do was trust him. We parked the cars and got all of our camping gear out. We then walked a couple 100 yards away until we had all decided that the spot was perfect, and then we started setting up. After a bit of time, we all got our tents set up, and we decided to set them up with the 6 tents in a semicircle, all facing toward where we had parked the cars. Once night started rolling around, we set up our small pit and then lit a fire. Then we all just sat around it and started reminiscing about our years in high school. It was probably one of the best nights that I'd had in a long time, just sitting there with my old pals from high school, talking about the days when we were young, and then catching up on random things in our lives. What made it all the better was that the property owned by Ray's aunt was legitimately in the middle of nowhere. There were only dirt roads, there were no streetlights, and there was no cell reception. It was probably around 10 or so when Brent pointed out that there was a car driving down one of the dirt roads. We all kind of sat there and watched it pass. It was pretty far away from us, but it was the only car that we'd seen all night. Ray laughed and said that it was probably just one of the neighbors cutting through the back roads for whatever reason. He mentioned that the dirt roads over this way were used pretty much by the people that knew his aunt and people that were running illegal goods, mostly because the cops never came this way. Dave asked about what kind of illegal goods, and as nonchalantly as he could be, Ray just says, "Oh, drugs for the cartel." Obviously, we were all a bit shaken by that. He didn't tell us that we were going to be sleeping on a cartel trail. He tells us that it's fine and that we didn't have to worry. His reasoning was pretty much that if they were running drugs across the area, they weren't going to pay them any mind because it would look more suspicious. They would just pass on by and keep going, and never giving us a second glance. Again, all we could do was trust him. After a couple hours of chatting and drinking, after a couple more hours of chatting and drinking the beer that we had brought, we all decided that it would be a good idea to call it a night. We got into our tents, and I was struggling to fall asleep for some dumb reason. I was lying there for about half an hour, tossing and turning, and just generally feeling uncomfortable, when I noticed that there was a light shining in the direction of our tents. I sat up, and I watched it get brighter and closer for a few moments, and then it stopped moving. Within a few moments, the silence of the small forest was interrupted with the sound of a gunshot and a man yelling for all of us to get out of our tents. Inside, I was freaking out, obviously thinking something about the cartel coming to rob us or murder us for being on their turf. And in my defense, I was tired and a bit buzzed. He started shouting again that if we didn't get out of our tents, he was going to have to get us out, and that he had plenty of zip cuffs to make it happen. Which was more than enough for me to get my ass up and open the door to the tent. I think the other guys were just as freaked out because everyone else exited their tent around the same time. Everyone except Ray. We all got out, and in front of us was an old man holding a handgun in his right hand and a shotgun strapped to his back. It was pretty clear that he was in control of this situation and that he was going to be ready to take on any threats. I remember him saying something along the lines of, "I saw you boys out here a few hours ago. I gave you plenty time to leave. Now we're going to have to do this the hard way," before he unclipped his collection of zip cuffs. All of us were in a mild panic, but apparently I was the only one that thought that we should say something. I said, "Wait, sir, we know who owns this land. We're not here to cause any trouble or anything. If we need to leave, we can find a new place to set up camp or go back to a hotel or something." He paused for a moment and then looked over at me. He then asked me how we knew the owner, and I tried to tell him that she was a family member of one of us, but he was still in his tent. At first, he looked like he didn't believe me, but after I pointed to the only closed tent and said that he was in there, he motioned for me to open the tent and said, "Don't do anything stupid. You move wrong at all, and they'll be burying you out here." This statement made me all but piss my pants, but I moved over to the tent with my hands up, and I then slowly unzipped it. I tried to wake Ray up by saying, "Ray, get up! There's a crazy dude with a gun out here." Of course, he had more to drink than I did, and he was less than responsive. I whisper shouted it again, and after a few seconds, he finally opened his eyes. I told him that we needed him outside immediately because we were all about to die. He slowly and groggily sits up, then stands to get out of the tent. And after a few seconds of taking in the scenes, he half-drunkenly says, "Oh, Mr. Carls, what are you doing out here?" the look on the old man's face changed completely. He went from murderous intent to looking like he just saw his own grandson for the first time. He quickly holstered his gun and then stepped forward to give Ray a hug. After the tensions were a bit more settled and we were done having our panic attacks, we learned who this man was. Ray told us that Mr. Carls was his aunt's next door neighbor and had been for as long as they lived there, and apparently, the last time they'd seen each other, Ray was around 12. When we asked why he was creeping around on Ray's aunt's property, ready to put a new hole in anyone he saw, apparently, his aunt was out of town and asked Mr. Carls to watch the property for trespassers, a job that the old man took very seriously. Also, his aunt had apparently forgotten to mention to the old man that we would be coming up for our camping trip, so when he saw our camp, he thought that we were going to be there for a little bit and leave, which was a common thing for drifters. But when he saw that we were still there, he apparently strapped up and decided that he was going to take us all into the sheriff's department himself, hence the zip cuffs. In the end, we stayed the full week and enjoyed time together. Mr. Carls even came out to have a beer with us a couple times, and he also brought us some food that his wife has made for us. Not exactly the norm for camping cuisine, but it was quite nice. I will say that, as much as I really did enjoy this trip and hanging out with some old friends of mine, having a gunshot right outside of my tent and then pointed at my face because an old man thought that we were trespassers has made it to where I really don't think that I want to go camping again. This happened to me while I was still in high school. I lived in a fairly nice neighborhood. There were hardly any police around unless Mr. Jefferson on the corner called about a noise disturbance. There was a younger couple that lived across the street from him, and they always had parties for any event and almost every weekend, and he hated it. Otherwise, the neighborhood was peaceful and everyone got along. I was one of the younger boys in the neighborhood that would rake leaves, shovel the snow, walk dogs, and I got paid for it too. I was 16 and made my own money, and I was able to do whatever I wanted with it. I also had started house sitting for a few of our close neighbors too, and those were some of my favorite times. I would go over to their house, and if they had animals, I would feed them, let them out to play with them, and just chill around. And most of them had snacks and drinks that they said I was also welcome to. I had 2 older brothers, so I didn't normally get to watch what I wanted on TV, so I would just enjoy a soda and watch something for a few hours before I left for the day. One summer, our neighbors 2 houses down were going to be going out of state for 2 weeks to see their daughter in college, and they asked if I could watch their house. They said that they would pay me $100, so I was in. I could ditch my friends a few hours early each day and make some easy money. They had some pretty simple requests. They had a dog, so I would feed and give her water, then let her out the back and clean up after her. They also asked me to get their mail and to flush the toilet if I don't use it. Otherwise, it would drain or something, and then it would mess up with the pipes. Then, of course, just clean up after myself if I made any mess. But otherwise, I had free reign of their home. I had walked their dog, Penny, plenty of times in the past, so I knew her well. She was part lab and very kind and playful. She had a dog bed in their back office, so when I would come in, I would just holler for her and she would come running up to me. I would then let her out back and we'd play fetch for a while before going back in. The first few nights went as normal. I remember I had gone back over to the neighbor's place for the second time, around 7 or 8 at night, as it was just starting to get dark. My brothers had a few friends over and they were starting to annoy me, so I used the neighbor's place as an excuse to go over there and just get away for a while. I came in, and Penny was already at the door waiting for me. I thought she probably needed out, so I just went to open the door, but she didn't move. She sat in the kitchen and just stared at me. So I just shut the door. I gave her a treat and I went to the office to play a game on their computer just to kill some time. Usually Penny would come back to the room and sit on her bed, but I noticed that she never followed me. I went to see where she was when I noticed her on her back legs trying to look out the window to the back door. I tried opening the door again to let her out, and she just stood there with her tail down, looking out back and then at me. I was kind of annoyed, most likely due to my brothers, but this added to it, so I just shut the door and I tried to push her away from the door. She again would not move. She just fell over and just laid on the floor in front of the door. As I was becoming more irritated, I just gave up and I decided to take a shower to chill out some. While I was in there, I started hearing their home phone ring. Sometimes they would call if I was there to check in or leave a message on their machine for me in case they forgot to ask me to do something. Not thinking much of it, I just made a mental note to check the messages when I got out. While I was drying off, it dawned on me that it only rang like 3 or 4 times, so maybe it was a wrong number. But then I started hearing Penny barking. I got dressed and I went out to see what she was barking at, and I noticed that she was again staring out the window. I went to open the door again when the phone started ringing, so I went and picked it up, and it was Mary Ann, the wife that lived there. She started asking me all these questions like if I had a friend over there with me or how long I had been there. I was trying to answer her all the while trying to get Penny to stop barking when Mary Ann noticed this as well and asked her what she was barking at. I tried explaining that she had just been staring out and barking at the back window. I then heard her to tell Martin in the background to call 911. That's when she told me that she just called and someone else had answered the phone. She said it sounded like an older guy trying to sound younger like me. She asked who he was and where I was. Thinking that I had brought a friend over when the guy hung up on them. I certainly didn't bring anyone over with me, so she told me to take Penny out the front door and wait out front and stay on the phone with her. At this point, I was freaking out. I was alone, or so I thought. As someone else appeared to have come in while I was in the shower, I grabbed Penny's leash and I finally got her to go out the front door with me while staying on the phone. It felt like I was standing there, looking around to make sure that no one was hiding. My dad and my brothers all ran over thanks to Martin calling them shortly before the cops arrived. I explained what happened the best that I could, and then they walked around the house to see if they could find anyone. They saw footprints along the side of the house that went to the back door. They dusted for prints on the outside knob, but I don't know whatever came of that. They didn't normally lock their back door. They left it unlocked in case they were ever locked out or if their older kids came over when they weren't home. However, they also didn't have a very secured fence to keep people out. You could just lift the metal latch to get in, meaning anyone had access to their yard. They didn't end up catching anyone that night, and I had to have my mom or dad go with me for the remainder of time that they were away. I think they ended up coming back a few days earlier. They paid me the $100 and also gave me a gift card for something. I don't really remember since I had to go through that. Sometime that same year, there was another break-in, and the people that lived there actually came home while they were going through their stuff. They caught the guy though, and it turned out that it was the same one that tried robbing the house that I sat for. The scary part was that the guy had a knife on him. Who knows if he did when he broke into the house that I was in, but it was pretty terrifying to think about. What could have happened if I was still in the office or if I had walked out of the bathroom to answer the phone? On a better note though, they did put up a privacy fence after that and started locking the doors, so my parents and I were both more comfortable with me going over there for future trips. I also pay more attention to Penny when she's acting differently. I think she was trying to tell me that there was someone out there that shouldn't be. So, always lock your doors and trust the dog's instincts. This happened before Christmas of 2019, when I, a female, was 26, and it sticks with me to this day. I've thought about sharing this many times before, but I was never sure if it was scary enough, so I guess you have to decide that. My then boyfriend, now husband, and I decided to meet for dinner at a Christmas market here in Switzerland. He would pick up our dog from doggy daycare, and I would get there after work. Some things that are good to know, at that point, we'd had our dog for about a year now. He's called Bean. He's a medium-sized dog, and before he came to Switzerland, he was a street dog in Italy. He was about 2.5 years old at that time, and he loved and still loves to get all the attention that he can get. Also, Christmas markets are incredibly busy here, especially after work. People will meet there with their friends to eat dinner and drink mulled wine. When we got to this Christmas market, we realized that it was way busy to walk through with a dog, so I sent my boyfriend off to get my favorite street food. And I waited at the edge of the market with Bean. Bean likes to greet everyone who looks at him, and by that point, I had gotten used to talking with the strangers because my dog wanted to meet them. So I wasn't too concerned at first when a dude came up to me. Full transparency, I don't remember word for word what he said. I'm not even sure what language this happened in. But I do remember that Bean happily greeted this guy. He was trying to stand up against him and also licking his hands. The guy asked for his name and what breed he is, and I told him that Bean is a pincher mix. That's when the situation started to turn. This man insisted that he must be a Basenji, and that how could I say that he's a pincher? All of a sudden, he switched. There was no better word to explain it. He grabbed Bean's leash and said, "I'll go now," and just tried to walk off with my dog. Thankfully, I had a firm grip on his leash. I was incredibly confused and flustered and just stammered that he can't take my dog. He got increasingly more angry with every second that I didn't let go of the leash. I loudly told him to leave me alone, and Bean started to bark at the man. I have never seen Bean this angry and scared at the same time, and thankfully, the man let go of the leash and slipped into the crowd. I was left standing there, a dumbfounded mess with a mess of a dog. Bean was barking and shaking, so I knelt down to calm him. I was holding him and I was talking to him. My boyfriend was still somewhere in the crowd waiting for our food. And after a while, a woman walked up to me and told me not to put my heel to the floor, as she'd just seen someone put a firecracker there. I don't know the name for this type of firecracker. They were small, like 1/4 of an inch, and usually thrown at the floor to make a little boom sound on impact. Someone had put them under the heel of my shoe, so it would explode when I put my heel down to get up. Now, I don't know what's worse. Was it the same guy that tried to steal Bean, or was it someone else who saw a distressed dog and thought, "Wow, let's scare that dog a bit more"? I think the worst thing for me was that apart from that woman who warned me, no one helped me when I was harassed by a weird guy, even though I loudly told him to go away. There were other people standing very close just watching. Bean was the one who scared off the guy in the end. Thankfully, the events of that evening had no lasting impact on Bean. He still loves to greet strangers. I still remember it, and I don't think that I will ever forget. When my parents were still together, my younger brother and I went to a public school for elementary and middle school until they split up. My mom got custody of us and remarried. However, because of my stepdad's job, we had to move. My stepdad, Charles, was a bit too uppity in my opinion, which then began to warp my mother into the same type of person. Because of this, they felt our family was too good for public schools, so we had to go to private schools when we moved. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure there were plenty of kids there that enjoyed it. My brother was still in elementary school, and he seemed to like it, but I hated it. Most of the teachers were really strict. If you were late at all, even if it was because you just had locker troubles, you were sent away and your parents knew about it that night. Thankfully, there were some kids that were like me, forced into private schools thinking that it was a better education and that it would save the troubled kids. We would grin and bear it and then have our fun outside of school. Thankfully, most of our parents felt that we had to be good kids too and didn't question us hanging out with each other. That was our chance to ride on our bikes and skateboards around. We would take turns playing on our handhelds as long as we wanted and just explore places that we shouldn't have. Some of my friends were a little more intense than the others, like bringing alcohol to school. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't partake in any. I suppose it was my way of acting out. I only got to see my dad on weekends and some holidays, and I didn't want to move or go to a new school and then meet new friends. I had to leave that all behind, and like it was no big deal for me. I was never happy about that. So, after school games, we would hang out and enjoy some party time, free of adults. Just to explain a little bit as to where we would hang out, our school was pretty secluded. It had a long entrance and a pretty big parking lot in the front that wrapped around the side and into the back, which is where the buses parked to drop us off and then pick us up. Behind the school and parking lot was our track field, and behind that and on the one side, it was still fenced off by trees and a lot of them. I knew the woods went back pretty far because during one of the track meets, one of the girls on the team, Dana, had gone back there with me and we made out. It was an awesome place to go to hide from others and just chill. They just had a small gate that went over the entrance, so it was easy for us to sneak over it to come and go. At this time, Dana and I had started seeing each other quite regularly. Her parents seemed nice enough, but of course, being kids still, neither of our parents wanted us to be alone. So, the closest alone time that we got was at these parties and track meets. It was a Friday night and we were going to meet our friends at the school to just hang out for a while. The five of us got there, set up our little crappy radio, and Dylan shared the refreshments. We were all just talking, complaining about school, and then laughing at things that happened and enjoying our time there. I think it was about an hour in or so when Dana said that she had to use the restroom, so she was going in the trees and told us not to go in there. I waved her on and we kept talking. I was a bit buzzed at this point and didn't realize that Dana hadn't come back yet till one of the girls mentioned it. We agreed to have one of them go look for her in case there was something wrong. And after a few more minutes, she came back saying that she still couldn't find her. I was just thinking either she didn't look hard enough, or maybe Dana was either hiding or passed out. So I pulled out my little flashlight and I started looking for her. After several minutes and calling out for her to no avail, I went back to see if maybe she had made her way back in. She had not come back. At this point, I was starting to get a bit flustered, first getting mad at them, saying that the prank they were doing wasn't funny. But when their face was just as concerned, was when I started to really get scared. We gathered our stuff and started looking around for her. One of the girls, Tammy, tried to call and text her, but Dana just had a little prepaid phone, so we didn't know how much time she had on it. But both went unanswered. We called out for her, paired up, and still nothing. We ended up making our way to the other side of the trees, which seemed to be a gravel road, but there was no trace of her. At this point, with all of us out of ideas and terrified, we had to call an adult. Tammy called her sister since she was the one that dropped her and her friend off here. We explained to her what happened, and she also suggested that we call our parents. None of that was pleasant. We had to explain what we were doing out there, and we had to explain every detail as to where we stayed, where she went, in full statements. Which also meant our parents now knew. So yeah, I got grounded, but I didn't even care about that. The police were out looking for Dana that night, but they never found her. I know there were rumors floating around about her running away, or maybe being kidnapped, but I just knew that she wouldn't have ran away. She wasn't really troubled. She seemed just like us, but never hinted she wanted to leave. It was about 2 or 3 weeks later when they finally found her. She ended up stumbling into a gas station wearing something like a nightgown, and then they called the cops. Unfortunately, the rest of this is just from what I've heard from the news and rumors. I heard at school that the person working at the gas station that night saw her come in, and she looked disheveled and malnourished, but she didn't say much to the guy other than wanting to go home. She never returned to school, and I never saw her when she returned. I asked my parents if they would take me to see her, and they were hesitant at first, but surprisingly, my mom said that she would ask if she could have company. Unfortunately, as I was told when I got older, her parents wanted nothing to do with us, thinking that I may have had something to do with it. I guess the cops didn't though, because I was never brought back for another statement or anything. Or maybe that was Dana reaffirming our innocence. Apparently, she didn't talk about it for a while though. I wouldn't learn what had really happened until I saw it on the news. I started putting the pieces together based on the questioning that some of us students were getting with the police and other teachers at school. It was them basically looking for a person in the questioning of her abduction. The person in question was one of our substitute teachers. School definitely felt different, and even among the teachers, but I didn't realize that may have had something to do with it. He did end up getting caught, sickeningly, him and his wife both. It was stated that Dana was pretty close to them, as she had started dog sitting for them and got to know the couple. That night, he was driving by and apparently Dana had made her way through the trees and he stopped her, and then he put her in his car. He then took her home and they kept her there that whole time. She managed to sneak out at some point and just took off to find help. I felt awful, and at times, I still do, thinking that I could have prevented all of this, but I've gone through counseling since to try and help. I've also since graduated from a different school, of course, but I still have not had any contact with her. I just hope that she's been able to move on and live a happy life since. Easter isn't a religious holiday for my family. My family tend to give each other a chocolate egg and just hang around the house doing nothing to celebrate it, especially as the younger kids got older and became teenagers. And I was included in this number. There was one Easter event that we used to do that. We stopped it after this incident occurred though. The adults in the family would wake up really early or stay up really late drinking, depending on the night, to hide Easter eggs around the garden. We'd all get tiny baskets to carry and stash our eggs in. My family would go all out. We would invite cousins or friends over to take part in the event, and I absolutely loved it. There would be tiny eggs, big eggs, and it was the envy of all the local kids. I also need to add that I don't have a small backyard by any means. I live on a quarter of an acre block, and yes, the Easter egg hunt takes place on it, so we are out there for a long time. There are a lot of trees and shrubs to hide in, and this is important for later on. Like the rest of the kids, I grabbed my basket and then sped off in the hunt of sweet, sweet chocolate. I may have pushed past my younger brothers, and I'm not the first to deny that it's survival of the fittest when it comes to getting the chocolate goodness. At the end of the driveway, I saw a boring-looking man holding a bunch of Easter eggs. He was hiding behind one of the trees talking to himself and laughing. I'd love to say there was something really off about him, but he just looked so average, almost non-threatening. He didn't notice me at first. I was going to call out for the adults in the family that someone had stolen our eggs. But then he noticed me. He told me that he had even more chocolate like this in his car. And I know my reaction is weird, but I just laughed at him. This was one of the weird style of pranks members of my family would play on each other. I know, we all have a sick sense of humor. But he looked angry that I laughed at him, and that only made it more funny. Again, we have a strange sense of humor. He told me to hurry up and come with him. I told him no, and to give me back the chocolate that he stole. He argued with me, and he was getting really angry, like he had to be somewhere in a hurry and wanted me to come along with him. Not a chance. Some of the younger kiddos heard what was happening and came to see what the fuss was all about. It was only when he asked them and tried to grab one of their arms that I knew something was up. I screamed and made as much noise as possible. He tried to tell me to shut up. He offered me money, then he threatened me and tried to drag me away by the arm. I struggled to get away. He held me so hard that he left marks on my arm, and the rest of my family managed to chase him off. Fortunately, no one got seriously hurt. Now, the outcome of what happened? Well, the police never found the guy. They took statements and the community was warned about him. No idea who he was and haven't seen him since that day. But the rumor around town is that he tortured small animals as a child and was now moving on to human prey. That was seen stealing random items of clothing and trying to spy on women while they changed. It was typical small town gossip that may or may not be true. But either way, no one saw him again. The unfortunate outcome is that now we don't do the Easter egg hunt and we're just given our chocolate eggs. I miss how it used to be something fun that we all did and how one creep managed to change something special. I hate how it ruined a family tradition for us, but better that than one of the kids being grabbed. I worry about what could have happened if one of the more gullible kids came, and I dread to think what that absolute creep's intentions were. The last thing I remembered from it is seeing some chocolate eggs all stepped on and mashed up on the grass. I don't really eat chocolate anymore. Back in high school, there was this guy that tended to keep to himself. I'll call him Jeff. Jeff was a loner type. He talked to a few of the goths and a few people from the football team, but it was typically in passing or during lunch. I never saw them around each other long term, so I'm not sure how close any of them were. But I think that it was mutual to a lot of us though, that there was something off about him. I went to elementary school with Jeff. He was alright then. He seemed like a pretty smart kid though. He was also an only child, so I think being around other young children and having to share and play fair wore on him. I remembered him getting upset when he was told that he had to share the swing or slide at recess time, and when he would get in trouble or be asked to do something, he would occasionally throw a tantrum, throw things and even break things, as if I can't play with it, no one else can. I just steered clear from him as much as I could from then on. I didn't see much of him in middle school, but he reappeared in high school. I know his parents had split up and he was staying with his mom. But there were rumors that his dad killed himself when they split up, and that's why he only lives with his mom. High school was weird. As mentioned, I didn't really interact with him, but I seemed to be one of the people that he recognized from elementary, so he would say hi or good morning to me in passing. We had biology and art class together, and he still had his moments where he would be cool at first, and then something would set him off and he'd get irrationally angry. I remember in biology class, we had to dissect a frog and we were in groups of 3. Of course, I would get paired with him and another girl too. She was the quiet type, typically kept to herself, and she tended to be very direct to the point when it came to group assignments. We had to do some simple tagging for like the heart, the lungs, and etc. Jeff wrote out the tags, and then we all took turns placing them. However, Jeff seemed to really enjoy piercing the organs. He would make sound effects as he pushed them in, or make gross jokes about it. Angel, our partner, obviously was uncomfortable with it. But since I knew him some, I would always tell him things like, knock it off, and come on man, grow up. And towards the end of the class, when we had turned around to listen to the teacher about cleaning up, we were facing away from Jeff. But when we turned back around, we were disgusted to find out that Jeff had cut off the frog's legs and he was playing with them. Who the hell in their right mind would do that? Angel had had enough, I could tell by the way that she screamed at Jeff and then walked out of the room. This got the whole class's attention, and the teacher came over to see. Everyone had to clean up, and I was told to go check on Angel while Jeff had to clean his crime scene. She was okay, but the bell was just about to ring when we walked back in. Jeff was still sitting at the tall table where we were at and was told to stay behind afterwards. And by the look of Jeff's face and the teacher's face, they were both annoyed. Another occurrence was around April 1st. It was a standard day with normal pranks from students and teachers alike. All very light-hearted things and not damaging. But during that week, there was this bad smell growing. At first, we thought it was possibly the sewage. We saw some maintenance people in their restrooms, so we thought something broke. But when they left and the smell didn't go away for another day or so, we had a feeling that it wasn't that. The stench grew worse, and people started making rumors about it smelling like something died. They had to check all of the biology and anatomy classes to make sure that there wasn't something that wasn't stored properly. Class was actually called off one Friday so they could investigate it further. We found out about it when we came back because we were told about it in each class, so I heard the story for 8 times. Somehow, there were several dead rabbits found in the intake vents throughout the school, so they had to remove them. They used cameras to make sure that they got everything. They cleaned and aired it out to finally get the smell out. So in each class, we were asked if we knew anything about it and to tell any of the staff if we did. At first, we were all confused and disgusted, but of course, I had biology for my second hour, and Jeff thought that it was hilarious. He made little smirks and comments about it, and my guess is that he had to have done it or had a part in it. Not to mention, the vents they were put in were in the boys' restrooms, not even the girls. So I'm pretty sure that he ended up being punished for it. I don't know if he admitted it or if they had proof somehow, but he was out of school for a bit shortly after that. One of the last horrifying memories that I have with him was in art class. One thing he had going for him was that he was a fantastic artist. With just about every medium, he nailed it. He was good with acrylics, charcoal, and even with things like paper mache. However, a lot of his work was dark or displayed nudity. He was detailed with it though, like it was actually artistic and not just lewd, which is why I think he got away with it. He was told not to make it so obvious, but otherwise, unless there was a specific topic or theme, the teacher let him make whatever he wanted. There was one project where we had to take an old book and do what we wanted to make it our own art. Some people glued or bound the pages together and carved it into something else. Many made theirs into their own art book, almost like a personal portfolio. Well, Jeff made his into a very graphic flip book in a way. I remember looking at it when they were on display in the classroom. Some of them were displayed in the art window, but the ones that aren't as good, or in Jeff's case, a bit inappropriate, they were displayed in the room. At least the teacher was respectful to others' work. I could appreciate that. Anyways, doing this from memory here, his book started with painted black pages, and it seemed to zoom out of a child's eye to the front profile of the child holding a gun and crying. It then showed the gun firing, but it wasn't a bullet. It exploded into a bunch of psychedelic-looking stuff. The next pages were filled with a lot of color, optical illusions, little cartoon characters, and a smiling naked woman surrounded by flowers. That somehow changed over to a man with his stomach bloodied, and then zoomed into the man's eye and was blank for the rest of the book. It was crazy detailed, but also disturbing. I always wondered if it had something to do with his mom and dad, but I would never know. That was the horrifying part. I just wanted to share the book because it was so crazy. One of the other projects that we would have was for the final. We had to create something that combined at least 4 mediums or styles that we learned. We had about 2 to 3 weeks to do it. The first few days while everyone worked, Jeff just sat there with a blank paper and pencils. Usually he was quick to work in art, so to see him sitting there empty with nothing, even scribbles, was kind of odd. On the last week we had left, he was still sitting there, but this time he had a glue, scissors, and a canvas. The teacher had asked him if he needed any help or inspiration, and he didn't take his eyes off the table and just said no. I sat across from him, so I looked over occasionally and I saw that he had grabbed the scissors. I started getting a bad feeling about this. I got up to pretend to go get paint since it was close to the door, and I stopped to talk to someone else that was standing nearby. That's when someone screamed and we all looked over. Jeff had the scissors up to his head and he was cutting his ear off. There was blood everywhere and he just kept going. Several people left the classroom and I just stood there in fear, not knowing what to do. The teacher started shouting at him to stop and to drop the scissors, but he kept going. We had a security guard at the school that rushed in and basically had to fight to get the scissors away from him. And once it was all said and done, they had an ambulance come to get him, and the janitors had to go in and clean the room. However, as he was escorted out, he kept laughing and shouting. That was going to be his whole art project, his ear. He was obviously gone for the remainder of the year, and I haven't seen him since. I don't know what happened to him, but I hope that he got help. He seems smart and very artistic, but he definitely needed help. My wife and I have been married since the middle of 2005. I know this because this story took place during our honeymoon, which was in July of that same year. Unlike most couples that want to go to Hawaii or some other fancy place for their honeymoon, we decided that we would do a road trip to Yellowstone and wanted to see some of the vast empty parts of Wyoming. There may not be much there, but it's still a gorgeous area to visit. Plus, since we live in the panhandle of Oklahoma, it was a pretty good drive up through Colorado and to the northwestern corner of the state. The highway that we took had us driving straight through Denver and then to the border and then into the Rawlins area of Wyoming. Now, if any of you had driven through Colorado and into Wyoming, you know that Colorado has the most beautiful of scenery. And while Wyoming is also absolutely gorgeous, there is damn near nothing anywhere. You end up on the highway, and you drive and drive and drive, and you just keep going until you hit the next established area. There is the occasional rest stop, the gas station, and then a few areas where you'll see houses. But for the most part, there's just nothing there, making it the epitome of middle of nowhere. A lot of the trip from Rawlins and northwest of there's practically nothing to see until you start hitting the open areas of the forest. The situation that I'm wanting to tell about actually happened outside of the National Forest area, in a part of Wyoming where there was nothing but a highway. Highway 287 to be exact. We were driving, making good time on our way out to Yellowstone as mentioned, when something caught my wife's eye. I was paying attention to the road, and she nudged me and asked if I saw something burning up ahead. I did, but I assumed that it was just a controlled brush fire and that they were burning off dead grass by the side of the highway. My wife then basically told me that that wasn't likely the case, as there were no firefighters stationed nearby, and they typically don't do controlled burns on small sections like that. She then mentioned that I should stop and we should put it out. Her thought was that someone may have thrown a cigarette out the window and the brush had slowly caught fire. It made sense to me, honestly, and I have a small fire extinguisher in my car at all times, so I agreed with her. I slowed the car down and I pulled over to the side of the road and a little bit behind the fire. I then unloaded the fire extinguisher from its holster in the back. She then gets out and asks me if she should call the fire department to at least let them know it happened and that we put it out. I told her that that was a good idea. That way, they didn't drive by and think that we were the ones burning stuff. But as we approached, things got a little weird and pretty fast. The closer I got, the more I noticed about this seemingly innocuous fire. First thing I noticed about it was that it wasn't burning in a random spot. The fire was built. I could see the area where it was lit and had been cut out, and that there was no grass around the ring of rocks that the person had put together. Whoever put this small pit together knew what they were doing. And the second thing I noticed was that the fire wasn't just burning sticks. It looked like there was something else in the little fire pit. I pulled the ring and all that, and I swept the fire out. And once I was sure that things were no longer burning, I walked up to the pile of debris, and I was 100% right. Whoever started this little fire, they weren't just burning sticks, but what they were burning makes this a million times more confusing, and honestly, just as creepy. As I was sifting through the burned items, I noticed that a lot of what was in the fire was soft and fluffy, and I figured out that there were several stuffed animals that were in the burn pile. I remember there being a teddy bear, a small horse, and just several stuffed animals that would have made any child's collection. Under all the stuffed animals, there was a small pile of what appeared to be a little girl's clothing, and I mean all kinds of clothing. This fire was built by someone out there to burn a small collection of children's items, and honestly, that was probably the freakiest thing that I have ever encountered out on the road. We obviously called 911 and we let them know about what we found. My thought process on that was that it could be evidence in a case and that they likely needed to process what was in the pile just in case. On top of that, I didn't want them coming to find us if they found it later and investigated it. The highway patrol showed up and they took our statements and pictures and did all the basic runs of our information and then let us leave after when he was satisfied that we had nothing to do with it. Obviously, I had no idea what all of that was, and I don't want to know, like at all. I can say that I have never seen anything like that again in any fires along the road or anything. But yeah, so that happened, and it's something that kind of haunts my nightmares at this point. This happened to me a few years ago, and I've learned my lesson. Me and a group of friends from school decided to take a spring break trip since we were graduating and we wanted to do something wild for a change. We settled where else but Florida. Beaches, drinks, and whatever else it brings us. We set up our plans, wait a grueling week or so for it to come, and finally head out. We got there and the hotel was great, There was a bar in the hotel, but what would be the fun in that, right? So we headed out, grabbed some pizza, and scouted out the area for nearby bars and other interesting places. We found a bar which we decided to stop in, and the looks are deceiving. It was a lot smaller inside than it looked. There was a short bar on one side, a few old rickety booths, and a long table along the side with bar stools and those little touch-screen games. There were more older people in there, but we were tired and we just wanted to have a good time for our first night. There were a few women who looked about our age playing pool, so we thought that we would give it a shot. Me and two of my friends grabbed drinks and we headed over to the girls. They allowed us to stay and we played a few rounds with them. It was a lot of fun, but apparently we were too loud for them, so after giving us multiple warnings, we decided to leave. It was already late, so we split from there, and I unfortunately didn't get any of their phone numbers, but at least I had 3 more days to try. The next night was fun, but the third night was where things got weird. We found a VR game cafe and we hung out there for a while. We had lunch, then decided that we would get a couple packs of beer and a cooler and then head out to the beach. It was normal. We found a spot and one of my friends rented a surfboard and decided that he would try it out. This idiot has never surfed in his life, so it was more fun for us to watch him fall over every time. There was also a group of people playing beach volleyball, so after a few beers, I decided that I was okay with making a fool out of myself too. I joined for a while, and then we stopped to get something to eat and more drinks, since what we had wouldn't last. One of the girls offered to have us go back to her condo to continue the partying, and of course, we were not passing that up. When we got there were already a few people. That was a blast from what I remember. I know we had more shots, games, lots of stupid dares, but that's about all I remember from that night. The next morning, I woke up under a tree in a parking lot of a thrift store. The only thing I was wearing was my swim trunks, and I had a set of keys in my pockets that were not mine. My scalp also seemed really irritated, and that's when I realized that my hair had been colored blue. It was coming off on my hand, so I figured that it was the spray stuff, but I still don't remember any of that happening. I tried to look around and place myself, but I didn't recognize any of the buildings or street names. It doesn't help that I'm not from Florida either. So yes, I was a little concerned. The thrift store wasn't open, it seemed, so I walked across the street to a gas station to see if they could help me, or at least tell me where the hell I was. The lady at the register really looked annoyed, like she must be used to this kind of thing, honestly, but she was nicer than I expected. She actually told me the hotel I was at was about 6 or 7 miles from where we were, so thankfully, I was in the same state and not too far. I didn't have any money or my cell phone on me, so I couldn't call a friend, nor could I pay for anything, so I was about to be screwed. The cashier was hesitant about letting me use the store's phone, but she finally let me. I tried calling my friend, but they didn't answer, so I had no choice but to start walking. It gave me some time to try and remember what happened, but I legit don't remember anything after the shots and my friend trying to jump over the concrete wall in the back. My head was starting to hurt and I was getting tired and thirsty, so I tried my luck at hitchhiking. I can't say I blame anyone for not stopping for me, some guy in trunks and a sloppy blue dyed hair, but someone finally did. It was an older lady in some beat-up pickup. I told her the best that I could where I was heading. She kinda reminded me of my grandma, and it was hard to explain that I got blackout drunk and I didn't know where I was. She was nervous, of course, but ultimately told me to ride in the back of the bed and she would take me to the hotel. I got there, and thankfully the front desk lady remembered me. Somehow, she got me back into my room since I didn't have my key or ID. None of my friends were there. I was just hoping that they did not end up in the same position as myself. I took a shower, I got dressed, and I'm not gonna lie, I just crashed. I was exhausted, and my head was still killing me. I did, however, wake up to my friends throwing a bottle of water at me. Apparently, they made it as far as the lobby, passed out on the couches, and were told to either leave or go to their rooms if they were staying there. They then got up and went looking for me while I made my way back here. Unfortunately, the shower didn't get all the blue dye out, and they said that they don't remember me ever doing that, nor did they have any clue whose keys I had. None of us drove or rented a car, and our house keys were in our suitcases. We kinda kicked back the last night to recover and try to remember what the hell happened, but we still can't. To make it even weirder, as we were checking out, the guy at the front desk said that there was a note left for me, which, shockingly, was my ID wrapped in a Burger King receipt that was 2 months old with a lipstick print on it. He was able to match the name on the ID to me since the room was in my name. So, overall, I lost a night that I can't remember, lost my wallet, and gained a set of keys that I still have because it's now a reminder that I will never do something so dumb again.
About 2 years ago, I lived in an old house outside of city limits in western Alabama. Wild hogs are considered a nuisance in this part of the country, and thus a year-round game. The land wasn't mine, but it was legal hunting ground, so my landlord gave me and my friends explicit permission to take care of any hogs we came across. So a lot of the time, especially during the winter when this encounter took place, I was posted up on my back porch with a cigar and a gun, either by myself or with company. This land wasn't very clear. In fact, we only had about 20 feet from the porch to the tree line. Then it would go down a hill and the brush would get thicker. So our hunting was just being quiet and looking for the beady eyes of hogs in the foliage when we heard rustling. So, all that being said, one night during my porch sitting, I heard some rustling. I started scanning the woods for this hog, and eventually did come across a set of white, beady eyes. They weren't a hog's though, because these were eye level with me. As my eyes continued to adjust, the rest of the creature started coming into view. It was tall, thin, and had long, spindly arms and legs. Its entire body was completely black. I couldn't make out any other facial features besides the eyes. But what I could make out was that this thing was actually a good ways down the hill. So the fact that it was still eye level with me meant that it was likely around 10 feet tall. It started up the hill, moving towards me. I had this feeling in my gut that my .45 caliber bullets probably weren't going to do much here. So I slowly collected my things and headed back into the house. It didn't make any sound as it moved, other than the slight crunch of leaves. As it climbed the hill, it somewhat stopped at the tree line. It then turned and walked along the edge of it. It bobbed and lurched a bit as it walked, kind of how some large birds bob their heads as they move. That was the most terrified I had been in a long while. But this wasn't the only encounter. My hunting buddies and I all saw it several times, walking through the trees a good bit away from the house, sometimes turning to look at us. My roommate, that moved in later that same year, once walked outside and saw it right up against the porch, looking right down at her. It never tried to attack anyone, or even acted aggressively, so we eventually stopped being as scared, though still very cautious, and started calling him Big Boy. I've told a couple other friends about this. One of them said the description and behavior matched something called a California Dark Watcher. I did my research, and as much as this creature matches up, this was on the opposite end of the continent. I'm still not 100% sure what it was that I saw, but I'm 100% sure I saw it. Multiple people did. Update. Just spoke to my old roommate that saw it close up. She said that it was more eerie than downright scary. It looked at her like it was curious, tilting its head to the side like a dog when you're holding something at once. My hunting buddies and I all saw it from 30 to 50 feet away, but she ended up being closer than all of us. She confirmed no features other than eyes, but it had sunken in spaces on the face where there would be features. I understand her not taking a picture. I wouldn't take a picture of a bear if it was 10 feet from me, let alone this thing.
I grew up in a very busy family. Both of my parents worked a lot and were hardly home, meaning time together was few and far in between. We spent a lot of time with babysitters and relatives, and when we did on the rare occasion have a family vacation, it wasn't all that special. It was typically a hotel with a pool that me and my siblings would play in, and maybe one of my parents while the other one was working in the room. I bring this up because my now wife, girlfriend at that time, had a completely different family. They always had time together, including weekly dinners, get-togethers, and also vacations. They started inviting me on vacation with them, and it was always a blast. Resorts, staying at their condo in South Carolina, all kinds of memories. One thing that my wife loved to do was go camping with her father. She said they usually went to the same campground, but always went as far back as they could, and then deeper into the woods, so that way there were less people around to bother them. They also liked doing this so they could go fishing without anyone else disturbing the waters. I had never camped in my life, and the closest thing to fishing that I had done was those little toy fishing games you see at the state fair. So when they asked me to join them, I didn't hesitate. My wife and I went and got supplies for myself, some new stuff for her, and a fancy blue tent for ourselves. We made our way to the campground right outside a little city in Wisconsin, and then we met her dad in the parking lot. We then followed him towards the back of the grounds, parked, and then started grabbing our gear to walk through the trees and bushes. When we got through it though, I knew it had to be the perfect spot to camp. I could just barely make out our vehicles, but you could hardly even hear the other cars driving by. Because of the walk to get there, you also had plenty of time to hear someone approaching. So, we set up our tents, got our fire pit ready, and then started getting our fishing gear in order. I embarrassingly needed help with mine, but thankfully my wife, Jen, helped me. Well, Mike teased me, but all in all, it was fun though. Once we finished, we walked a little further down by the water and started fishing. It went pretty well. I had some troubles, but nothing that stopped me or held me back from doing it more. We started our fire, made a small dinner, and then just relaxed. It was a great first night camping in my opinion. It wasn't until we went to bed that the problems started occurring. I had a lot of trouble falling asleep. I couldn't get comfortable. I got too hot, and every little sound I heard made me sit up and look around. I know it made no sense and I was being unreasonable, but I suppose, with it being my first time, I wasn't used to not sleeping on a mattress behind a locked door. All the while, I was impressed as to how deep in sleep Jen and my snoring father-in-law was. Thankfully, I finally fell asleep, but I was awoken by another sound sometime later. I rolled over to hold my wife when I noticed that she wasn't in the tent. Thinking maybe she was going to relieve herself, I just waited for her to return. I remember checking my watch, and the time was around 2 in the morning. I lay there, and I managed to fall asleep and again woke up to noises. However, my wife still hadn't returned. I looked at my watch and it was now a little past 4. As I started to put my watch back down and unzip my sleeping bag, the tent started to be opened and in came my wife. She was tired and not all coherent. I asked her if she was okay, and her only response was, tired. And she slipped back into her sleeping bag and was right back out. I didn't give it much attention after that, and I just worked on falling back asleep. The next morning, I was groggy, but I was ready to get the day started and enjoy this time we had. We would be out here for 2 more nights, so I wanted to do all that I could while we were there. We made a quick breakfast, went to a nearby hiking trail for several hours, and then we went swimming. From there, we took showers in the rooms that they had set up nearby and then headed back to our spot to fish some more. I did better this time around, and with all we did, I was hopeful that I would crash that night. And I did. I was out pretty quickly, but I woke up when I had to use the restroom. As I rolled over, I noticed Jen wasn't in the tent again. I checked my watch, and it was around 2 a.m. again. I thought it was just a coincidence, but I sat up, waiting for her to get back so I could go out there. When she didn't return for several minutes, and with it getting harder for me to hold it, I finally just got up and went out. I grabbed a flashlight, walked straight from the entrance to our tent and then through the trees, a little ways over, and took care of my business. As I was walking back, I was trying to look to see if I could find Jen. I saw our tent, our fire to the right, and then Mike's tent on the other side, facing the opposite way of ours. But there was no Jen. I started walking around the pit to see if she was over by her dad's tent, when I noticed a light coming from the ground facing away from the tent. I started approaching the light, which already had me panicking as it was towards the dense trees, so it made it look like there were a lot of people standing there. After reasoning with myself that they were just trees, and that's when I noticed that they weren't all trees. Jen was standing there, tall, not moving, looking slightly up towards a tree. I picked up her flashlight and I asked if she was okay. No response. I walked in front of her and I noticed that her eyes were wide open, staring into this tree. I looked up into the tree to see if I could see anything, but there was nothing there. I then looked back at her, put my hand on her shoulder and said her name. She didn't respond. It was weird, and I didn't know what to do, so I just told her that I was heading back to the tent, and then I walked away, looking back at her every few steps. She never moved, never said anything, and her stare didn't break. I went back to the tent and I fell asleep. I didn't know how long it had been at first, but I woke up to her coming back in. I checked the time and again, it was 4 a.m. I asked her again if she was okay, since she had been out there for a few hours. And again, the only response that I got was tired, and then she fell asleep. I just sat there staring at her for a few seconds before I finally fell asleep. The next morning, I asked her how she slept. She said she actually felt exhausted, like she didn't hardly sleep, and then joked how mine and her dad's snoring kept her up. So, I mentioned her being up for about 2 hours, staring at a tree. She thought I was joking at first, but then I explained more how she did this that night before, and again, this last night, and how I found her. She did not recall any of this. She said she never left to go to the bathroom. She wasn't looking at a tree or anything, but I was adamant that she did. She just shrugged it off, saying maybe she sleptwalked. I agreed, since she didn't remember this, but she doesn't sleepwalk too. I've never seen her do so in our apartment. But not wanting to dwell on it, we enjoyed our last day there, doing stuff around the campsite, and then visiting a few places that Mike wanted to go to. Night came, and I readied myself for bed. This time though, I would try to stay up to catch Jen leaving the tent. We went to bed. I laid in bed for a bit, and after she fell asleep, I pulled out my book that I had brought to read. It did help for a bit, but I couldn't hold my eyes open much longer, and I just started drifting off. However, I woke up to hear the tent being zipped up. I looked at the clock and it was 1:58 a.m. I got out. I watched her as she walked through those trees again, no shoes on, and holding just the flashlight. When she got to that same tree, she dropped the flashlight and just stared up at it. So I again approached her, saw the blank look at her face staring up at this tree, and I walked all around this tree to see if I could see anything at all. There was nothing there. I shined the flashlight in her face, and she didn't even flinch or blink. And finally, I grabbed her by both shoulders, gently shook her, calling her name, and like some creepy-ass movie, she slowly looked down at me and said, "It's waiting," and slowly looked back up at this tree. I let go of her shoulders. I looked back up at the tree one more time and I just saw the branches move. I could not see a damn thing, but that was enough to make me run back to the tent. I know, call me whatever you want for leaving my wife there, but I felt that something obviously preferred her presence over mine. I definitely couldn't sleep after that, so I just stayed awake. I was waiting to see her return, and like clockwork, she came back at 4:17 a.m. and went right to sleep. It apparently showed the next morning that I didn't sleep well, and as we were packing up, I walked around that tree one more time to see if there was anything there, and there was nothing. The only thing slightly off seemed to be the gap between some of the branches, kind of like when something big goes through a bush and leaves a gap. Something had definitely been in that tree, but I saw nothing. I just told them that I had trouble sleeping and didn't bring it up till after we got home. We didn't have smartphones at that time, so I couldn't really take pictures or a video, but she believed me for some reason. She still didn't remember any of this, but I sure hell did. What's even weirder is that we have gone camping since at other places with no incident. I was reminded of this because Mike is retiring, and he was planning a trip out to the same campsite. With a kid of our own now, we're thinking about going with him. But if she does this again, or my kid does, I'm sleeping in my car. "5 years ago, I was transferred from Saitama to Atami due to a change in the company that I worked at. Well, due to the change in management, the workload was massive and we were severely understaffed. So, after the first week of work in my new city, one of my coworkers decided that we should all go out and get drinks to celebrate surviving our first week. We had a good time drinking and complaining about the new changes to the company. and at around 1 a.m., we had all decided to go our separate ways. Most ended up going to the train station, but the pub we were at was near to my apartment complex, so I decided to walk home on my own instead. I bid everyone farewell before walking in the opposite direction towards my home. However, given that I was new to the area, I think I made a wrong turn because I ended up under the F tunnel instead of above it where I should have been going. Seeing no stairs on this side, I decided to check the other side to see if there were any so that I could get back on track. But as I walked through the tunnel, I noticed one of the lights flickering. I paid it no mind, just assuming that the bulb had gone bad, and I continued walking. But just as I walked under it, each and every light in the tunnel began to flicker violently before going out. Well, almost all the lights. I did have a faint light coming from behind me. Turning around, I saw that only a single light was on, illuminating the tunnel. And what was underneath it was some clothing in a pile. After a second, my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, seeing that it wasn't just clothing, but it was a woman, or at least half of her. The bottom half of this woman was completely missing, and only a pool of blood where her bottom half should be. I screamed, and as I did, it seemed as though I alerted the corpse to my presence. The woman, she looked up at me, eyes hollow. "Help me," she cried, but I was in shock. Fearing for my life, I began to back away. Seeing this, the woman began clawing forward. Her fingertips were unnaturally long, and she dragged her torso towards me while yelling angrily, "Help me! Help me!" I turned around and I ran, hearing her fingernails clamoring against the pavement as the corpse gave chase. I could hear the tapping of her nails growing closer and closer, but I could see the end of the tunnel in sight, and just as I was about to reach it, something grabbed my foot. Looking back, the woman had grabbed my foot and was trying to drag me back into the darkness of the tunnel while continuing to sob, "Help me." Without a second thought, I kicked off my shoe, freeing me from her grasp, and scrambled into the light before getting up and running. As I finally looked back, I saw the F tunnel fully lit and my shoe just at the end of the tunnel. I did not try to get my shoe back. I backed away from the tunnel, keeping my eye on it, taking a very long way back home, as I didn't have the courage to walk over top it as I originally intended. And once I got home, I didn't sleep until late the next day. I never tried to get my shoe back, mainly because I never went that way ever again. I don't know what would have happened to me if I stayed there, and I don't intend to tempt fate and find out.
My house has been in my family for decades. A side house from the main farm home that's on the main part of the popcorn farm I live on in southern Michigan. I've always felt watched in my house, even when no one else is at home. And I guess, with this experience, I got a first-hand look at why I felt that way. Back in the winter of my sophomore year of high school in 2018, I had just gotten home from a basketball practice that ran late. I did my normal routine of jumping in the shower and going straight to bed, just because I had school in the morning, even though I was as wide awake as could be. My older brother was at work, and my parents were shopping for Christmas shopping, about 15 to 20 minutes away. I got an overwhelming feeling of dread after I got out of the shower, like something was on the other side of the bathroom door, waiting for me. And when I slung the door open with all my courage, nothing was there. But I only got more anxious. So I ran to my bedroom, just an immediate turn left. I jumped in bed and chalked it up to being my normal anxiety of being home alone, even though I know it felt like more than just that. I got into some boxes and laid back in bed and watched some YouTube on my phone. Something from my favorite storytime animator to lighten my mood and relax me until my parents or brother got home, whichever came first. Relieved, I heard someone walking into the bathroom quickly, like my dad seems to always do when they're gone for a minute. Just happy someone was home, I leaned back in relief. Just to my right was a small bedside table, about a third of the height of my laying down flat on my bed to the top of my door, so I could still see anything above it easily, and about 3 feet wide, so that's about all that was between me and the door. As soon as a knock came, I felt the feeling of dread, stronger than I've ever felt before, immediately knowing something bad was going to happen. The door creaked open, enough for what I thought was my mum to fit half of her small 5'5" figure through. I asked, "Mum?" in a confident tone. This figure just stared down at me, laying in my bed. Realizing this just wasn't a silhouette of my mum, it was dark, like I could visibly see it with only the moonlight illuminating my room. I proceeded to ask, "Lane?" My older brother, who by no means has a figure of a small woman, he's 6'2". It's just what came out of my mouth, hoping it was him, because who else could it be? The figure, being as dark as it was, shook its head no, slowly, and slowly slipped out of the door and shut the door behind it. After maybe 10 seconds of silence, I sat up, confused and scared. I opened my door, thinking it was my parents messing with me, but their bedroom is straight across from mine, and their room light was off, as was the hallway and the rest of the house, like no one was ever there. I walked out into the kitchen, and there they were, walking in, with arms full of grocery bags, and I asked them if they had come into my room. They said they had just walked in from shopping, and to help them with all they had left. I don't talk about this experience much, only with one other friend about 3 years after this experience. I felt as if my regular anxiety somehow willed this thing to me, like it wanted to mess with me.
So I, a 22-year-old male, decided to stay in a Motel 6 for one night in the southern New Hampshire area. I had back-to-back hospital shifts, so it wasn't worth it to drive 45 minutes back home just to do it again 6 hours later. I checked in around 11:15 p.m. and I went to my room. Of course, the door refused to open and the key ended up snapping in half, probably because it was 10 degrees outside. So I had to go back to the office to change rooms and get a new card. My new room actually did open. It was pretty clean overall, and I didn't see any major issues with it. I try to get some sleep, but I wake up at about 4 a.m. to people arguing somewhere in the hotel. I genuinely didn't think that it was possible to be so unbelievably loud between two people. And this argument went on for what seemed like forever until they finally shut the fuck up. However, about 15 minutes later, I hear someone trying to force their way into my room. I had both locked and latched the door. Yet, the door somehow was cracked open and the latch was definitely about to give out. It would have opened fully if I didn't say, "Get the fuck out!" And between the cracks, I just saw a dark figure in maybe a hoodie or jacket. Now, the instant that I said that, the door closed and the person seemingly left. Now, I would have opened the door and confronted them, but I did not have my gun on with me at that time. I genuinely have no idea what could have happened if I was fully asleep and I didn't hear them open the door. It was my first and last time ever staying at a Motel 6. And for the love of God, no matter how much money you're saving by staying at a Motel 6, please, 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 just stay at a regular hotel. I promise you, it's worth it. I'm not sure if my story belongs here, but I've always been creeped out by it. I, a female, was 25 at that time. This was 2018, and I lived with my boyfriend in our hometown. It's a small city that's relatively poor, and it also has some drug problems, as there's not much to do. My boyfriend, now husband, was at his friend's house. It was a Saturday night, and he said that he would be home around 9. He was about 2 towns over, a 20-minute drive. At that time, we lived in a duplex, split upstairs and downstairs. It used to be a big house, converted into a duplex. My cousin actually rented the downstairs apartment, and she was kind of loud, so I knew when she was and wasn't home. And she wasn't home this night. The way our street was situated, the backs of the houses on my street and the parallel street all faced a narrow alley, and the driveways were mostly only accessible this way. The downstairs unit had a front porch with a door and a side door, and our upstairs unit had a back door, and it was at the top of an outside set of wooden stairs. So anyway, I'm home watching TV alone, and I hear someone coming up the stairs and then knock on the door. It's 8:30 at this point. It wouldn't be that unusual for my boyfriend to be home early. Maybe they got bored playing video games, or maybe he just felt like leaving. I usually would unlock the door for him when he came home instead of him using his keys, because it was dark and it could be a hassle. So I got up and I opened the door to someone who was not my boyfriend. It was a pretty thin man wearing 2 big jeans and a hoodie. He had about 4 teeth, and he was teetering back and forth. I was so shocked considering that I was positive that it was my boyfriend coming home. The guy at the door then asked me, "Can I use your phone?" Behind him, down the stairs and in the alley, I see a big SUV, Ford Explorer type of vehicle, just idling there, with someone in the driver's seat. I panic, and I just say, hold on." And I then shut and lock the door. I think I was more shocked that it was a stranger at my door and not my boyfriend than anything else. I hide, so he can't see me through the front doors and windows, and I'm just frozen. Something was telling me that this was not okay. And after a few minutes, I hear him start walking down the stairs. I go over to the door and see the car drive away down the alley. I call my boyfriend and I tell him, and he says that he'll leave. But like I said, it was a 20-minute drive, and he was about to leave anyway. After he got home, I calmed down and honestly felt silly. Why not just lend him my phone, right? Was it really that weird? But then, I thought about it more over the next few days. It was 2018. This guy and whoever was driving, between the two of them, neither one had a phone? And it wasn't like they were having car trouble. What would they want a stranger's phone for? They also went down an alley and to the back side of a house, up some stairs, to ask for a phone. They didn't go to my cousin's front door downstairs, or I would have heard someone on the porch. They did not go to any other house, because I saw them leave the street entirely. Also, why go to a house to ask for a phone when there was no car in the driveway? And of course, our battery-powered security camera was dead at that time. I genuinely am not sure what they wanted. If anyone has any idea or thinks I'm just overthinking it, please let me know. But creepy guy at my door, let's not meet again. Hello everyone. I need some advice on what to do in this rather strange situation. Last night, after a party, a guy who is a friend of a friend offered to drop me home. I was hesitant and I wanted to book an Uber, but he insisted on driving me. The problem was, I was feeling quite drunk and out of sorts. When we got to the parking lot, he sat in the car with me, turned off the lights, and he said that he would wait for a few minutes since he was feeling a little high too. I got scared and I said that I would go out and wait, but he convinced me not to and even discouraged me from booking an Uber. Things took a weird turn when he started driving in the wrong direction, assuming that I was too intoxicated to notice. But I wasn't, and I asked him to take the correct turns. He kept taking detours and turning off the GPS, but I managed to use my phone to navigate and then get us back on track. During the ride, he started praising me excessively, talking about how other girls in his life weren't good, but that I was different. He seemed to be pushing me into something more, even though I have a long-distance boyfriend. It really made me feel uncomfortable, and I insisted that he take me straight home. After reaching home, I realized that he left his ID card in my bag. Now, I want to return it to him, but given the weird behavior during the ride, I'm not sure how to do it safely. I don't want to meet him alone again, and the common friend has moved to another state. Has anyone been in a similar situation, or has any advice on how I can safely return his ID card without putting myself in an uncomfortable or risky position? Update. About the ID, I did drop it off at a friend's place and asked him to take it from there. He seemed to have realized, but he wants not to talk about it. He asked me to hang out again, and I mentioned that he got a little too drunk that night. I told him the location of his ID, and I then blocked his number. However, I don't want to be a part of any drama, so I was not super rude, as I initially thought that I will be. I politely told him that this made me feel uncomfortable, and that I don't want to be friends anymore, and then I blocked him. Hi. I thought that I would share my experience in case anyone's been through something similar or maybe has an idea of what kind of scenario I was dealing with. I was driving home from the gym at night and I pulled up to a red light near a local courthouse. I noticed the driver of a white Jeep one lane over staring at me. He was an older guy, I guess late 40s to 50s with long sideburns. I'm a 31-year-old male though, so without additional context, I have no idea if this matters. I turned and looked at him, and he started pointing towards me or towards my left. At first, I thought he wanted to cut in front of me when the light turned green again, which is strange because there was no one coming behind us, so he could have just waited for me to go, but I guess someone else might pull up. I pointed to my left to confirm that that's what he wanted, and I even opened my window a tiny bit because he just kept pointing, so I wanted to ask him what was up. Well, he didn't open his window. The light turned green and he changed lanes to drive behind me. It feels likely that he was trying to tell me to pull over earlier. I kept driving and changed lanes because he was tailgating me and he followed me immediately. Eventually, he switched lanes, but he was driving so erratically, and he kept putting his left turn signal on but not turning left at several lights, for example. He also slowed down to maintain the same pace as me a few times. Eventually, I turned before my actual home route just to throw him off. He kept going, but when I looped around to actually head home, I saw him at the light waiting to turn left on the road towards my house. I didn't stop. I had to keep driving. I'm not sure what his intentions were, but that was strange and unnerving, to say the least. Recently, there was an Amber Alert, and my daughter was asking me what that beeping sound was all about. For those who don't know, an Amber Alert goes out when a child is reported missing. If you receive notifications, you know what I'm talking about. The alert will sometimes give information like the victim's appearance, as well as the perpetrator, the location of the abduction, the make and the model of the vehicle. My phone started beeping one evening while I was helping my daughter clean her room. It was an Amber Alert. She asked about it, and I gave her a small rundown, and that was that. However, it triggered a childhood memory that I have, where I believe with all of my heart that I was almost kidnapped when I was a kid. To be clear, this isn't a memory that was laying dormant in my subconscious, and this random Amber Alert and talk with my kid caused it to resurface in my mind. This incident is something that I've pondered and thought about off and on for years now. I'm 41 years old and male, by the way. It's just been a while since I've considered the factors and the details of that experience, and this recent Amber Alert and talk with my daughter really caused me to pause and reflect on that incident. And here I am. As a parent, you worry about these things, and you do all you can to protect your children, especially when you personally experience something truly scary like this. This occurrence happened when I was just a young kid. My guess is around 7 or 8. I can't be sure, but I think that's a safe estimate based on the fact that much of those early childhood memories aren't there anymore. I do remember my kindergarten experience, which I would have been 5 to 6, and also later grades. So this incident must have happened sometime after or around the ages of 7 to 8. My parents took me to a neighboring city to do some shopping. We lived in a small rural town with not much to offer, so from time to time, we would go to this neighboring city about 45 minutes from where we were located. It just had one more to offer. They would take me up there for school clothes shopping, out to eat because the restaurants were better there, and because my mom was a crafter. She loved to make crafts. It was her thing. There were different craft stores and also a fabric store that she liked going to up there. In this specific trip, we went to a fabric store up there, Joanne Fabrics to be exact. This was a pretty big store, and as a little kid, I guess most every place seems big, but no kidding, this was a sizable store. My dad sat out in the car while I went in with my mom. He did that a lot, sit in the car, when there was a store that he just didn't want to go in, so I really can't blame him there. I can't recall exactly what all my mom was looking for or trying to get in that store that day, but I do remember what section we were in. It was an area with a bunch of racks with various fabrics hanging. Imagine a clothing store with circular racks with clothes hanging around them, and that's pretty much what it's like at this fabric store. Racks of hanging fabrics. I remember this area being slightly toward the beginning or entrance of the store. As my mom was looking through these racks, I began to wander, though not that far, just enough to kind of look around myself. I was probably bored and started wandering around is my guess. But I could still see my mom just up and over a few racks away, so it wasn't like I was on the other side of the store or anything like that. But then, a random man approached me, and honestly, I can't even remember at what direction he came from. It's just like I was there by myself 1 minute, and the next, I looked up and I saw this guy. It was like he came in fast and out of nowhere. I quickly looked over to where my mom was. She had moved a few racks up and away, but I could still see her. There was a fair bit of distance between my mom and me at this point. So here I am, standing behind some rack of fabric, with this older guy opposite me in the other side of this rack. But then he speaks to me. He said, "Hey little boy, how you doing there?" I remained silent because this took me completely off guard. He asked again, "Where's your folks at? Are you alone here?" I stood still and quiet. Come here, I got something to show you." At this point, he started advancing towards me, coming around the rack to where I was. I quickly started the other way, but he stopped and started coming around the other way as if to meet me in the middle. I was scared at this moment and became instantly aware that this man seemed dangerous, like he was trying to get a hold of me. "Come here," he barked. I jerked as fast to the left, but he did the same. He had this wild look in his eyes now. Whichever direction I went, he followed. But remember, there's a rack between us. And God, am I so thankful for that rack. After some back and forth movements from me and this man, I finally lock in on my mom and yell, "Mom, help!" You would have thought I screamed bloody murder. It was so loud, but it got my mom's attention. "What's wrong?" she asked. This startled the man, and he looked over his shoulder in the direction of my gaze and confirmed that, yep, that must be his mother. His demeanor completely changes, and it's as if everything is just fun and games, and that he was just messing around, and he said as much to my mom. "Oh, I was just messing around with him. No harm, ma'am." My mom came to me where I was, and as we reconnected, the guy just tips his hat at my mom and makes his way out of the store. I explained to my mother what just happened and that this guy was trying to get me. I was so upset and shook up. She told me that I did the right thing by yelling and getting her attention. It was terrifying for sure, and I'm thankful that something crazy didn't happen. Could I have been imagining things like maybe this guy was just really messing around? I very much think there were nefarious intentions there. Why would a random older guy be perusing a fabric store? If he was there for something like crafts or fabrics, why promptly leave when confronted? I truly believe that he was up to no good. Anyway, that's my story, and I appreciate anyone taking the time to read this. This story comes from Belgium and took place in 2020 during COVID confinements. I was 20 back then, and at that time, because of the severity of the pandemic in Belgium, the law stated that you could only go out to practice sports or to work, so I took the habit of meeting with a friend to go out for runs and to practice all kinds of sports in general. Both of us were quite fond of urban exploration and knew a spot on the outskirts of Brussels consisting of an old sports and wellness center where we took the habit to hang out after our runs. To go into that spot, you must go through a hole in a fence on a street and then cross a small portion of the woods, and you'll come up on a football pitch and a tennis court, and up on a hill is the center, which is an old 4-story building, and the whole center takes a whole street block. On that day, we had just finished the 5-kilometer run, and then we went to our spot as usual. We were walking to the building since it was about to rain, when we saw 2 teenagers sitting on the roof edge, and I remember thinking that it bothered me since we were planning to go to the roof as well. So we went to the hall area to wait for a bit in hopes that the people leave. In the hall area, you have a clear view into the kitchen, which you must go through if you want to go to the roof. You can also see into another smaller hall and then into the dining room. My friend was rolling himself a cigarette while I was gathering 2 chairs and an office table for us to sit. Well, this next part gives me chills to this day. As I finished setting everything up, I remember starting to feel unwell, as I was being watched and not in a good way. That's when I looked at the kitchen and I saw, for a brief moment, a head sticking out of the doorframe and then staring right at us. It was a man. I couldn't say what age he was since he was all dirty, but the one thing that I remember is that he had an exaggerated happy expression on his face, like he had just found exactly what he was looking for. At that time, I just froze and I wasn't able to react bravely to the situation. I leaned slowly towards my friend, all while keeping an eye with the man, and told him very calmly that we had to go immediately. I tend to make lots of jokes to all of my friends, especially Sully, but when he saw the look that I had on my face when I told him that we had to leave, he didn't say a word. He just took his backpack and then stood up. We ran to the football pitch and saw the 2 teenagers were still on the roof, so we started to tell at them asking if the man was with them or if they saw him, but they just answered no to that, and that they hadn't seen anyone and that they had come by themselves. So, if someone was there, he wasn't with them. We told them that it was probably better for them to leave as well, since we didn't know what the man in the lobby was up to. They told us that they would be fine and that they would leave a bit after. We decided to leave since we had already told them what we saw, and we also had already been out for very long, so it wasn't very legal with confinement rules. And as we were walking towards the woods, I turned back and I could swear that I saw the silhouette standing in front of the staircase leading to the roof, but my mind didn't quite react and I just left alongside with my friend. I was so shocked that I just decided not to talk about it to anyone in fear of them not believing me or possibly making fun of me. My friend, Sully, is the only one who was there, and he didn't take a look at the man, but he is as scared as me just by seeing my own reaction at that time. I don't know what happened to these strangers. I found local articles and papers dating from that time about teenagers being chased by a crazy man in an abandoned building, but that information given wasn't enough for me to be sure if it was the same people and the same story. So once upon a time ago, when I just turned 18, I decided that I wanted to try out exotic dancing, All I had to do to get started was to get a pair of heels, and the only place to get heels was 2 hours away by car. Me and my friend, who was 17 at that time, drove the 2 hours to get some heels. We went to 5 different stores and really couldn't find the ones that I wanted, so we decided to stop at Wingstop to get dinner and then go back to the first store that we stopped at and get the heels that they had there. We walked into the Wingstop, and this dude at the front counter started telling us his life story, not leaving anything out, which was a little off-putting. He then asked where we were from, and we told him the county instead of telling him the exact town. He then proceeded to ask why we were so far from where we live, and my friend answered with, "Well, she's a stripper and she's looking for heels." To which I elbowed her in the boob for exposing me. The dude then proceeded to give us our food for free and then called his mom to see if she had any heels. He asked if we wanted to ride with him. We both said no, but he insisted. And I had just smoked some Zaza with my friend before going into Wingstop, so I wasn't really thinking. I thought my friend was coming with us, but we pulled out of the parking lot without her, which petrified me, especially when I realized that I left my phone in my friend's car. I sat in that car, as far away from him as possible. He pulled into an apartment complex and then went inside. He came back out 30 minutes later with a box of shoes. And on our way back, he proceeded to ask me if he could hire me for private dances. He asked what club I was going to work at, and I lied and I told him the wrong club. When we got back to my friend's car, he asked for my number. I was going to give him the wrong number, but he said that he was going to call it to make sure that it was the right number, so I gave him the right one. Then, he got in the back seat of my friend's car and tried to smoke Zaza with us. He brought his own, by the way, but I wasn't about to smoke someone else's Zaza when he was being that sketchy. So, I texted my cousin and I told him to call me and to tell me that my grandma was dying in the hospital. I know, I'm not proud of that. The dude then got out of the car and then went back to work, and my friend pulled out of the parking lot and then parked somewhere else so we could eat our food. Also, on our way home that night, we almost got into a head-on collision. Luckily, we survived. This happened to me a few years ago, probably back in 2017 when I was 14. I still think about this encounter almost every day. My dad lives near a small lake in Wisconsin, and there are only about 100 people who live in the neighborhood. My brother and I spent every other weekend up there, so we knew pretty much everyone. My dad's house was the second house to the top of this large hill. At the very top is a gas station and the diner where I would work over the summer, and at the bottom of the hill was the lake and a small beach. That morning I was waitressing at the diner, and at the end of my shift I bought a slushie from the gas station, and I was planning on going down to the beach for the afternoon. Parked outside the diner was a gorgeous teal vintage car. I'm not sure what brand, I'm not good with that stuff, but it seemed to be from the 60s and it caught my eye. There was an older man in the driver's seat and his wife in the passenger seat. They had their windows up and I wasn't too close, so I didn't get a great look at them, but I did notice that they were looking at me. I didn't think anything of it, and I started walking home. On my walk home, I remember wondering where they could be from. We don't get many tourists, and I would have remembered if someone drove a car like that. The diner was off of a pretty quiet highway, and it was rarely used by out-of-towners, but I assumed they were just driving through. My younger brother and I went to the beach that afternoon and hung out for a few hours. When we decided to head back home, I packed up my stuff, probably a minute before he did, and started walking home before him. On the walk up the hill, there was probably half a city block's distance between us. He could clearly see me, but we were too far to talk. I heard a car coming towards me and I looked back and I moved to the side of the street. It's the car that I saw earlier at the diner. They then slow down as they approach me, and I start to get nervous. The woman in the passenger seat rolls down her window and I nearly shit my pants. They both seem to be wearing hyper-realistic latex face masks. There seemed to be no beginning and no end to the mask, and they weren't noticeable holes for eyes, yet their eyes definitely seemed real, and there was no seam at the edge of the neck. If they were wearing masks, they were some of the best masks that I have ever seen and must have cost a fortune. But it definitely wasn't their skin. There's no way. Something about them was just so off. The woman asked me for directions to a highway that I have never heard of. I didn't drive yet, so this in itself wasn't weird, but I pointed them to the highway by the diner that leads out of town. They then thanked me, rolled up the window, and then drove away. I ran to my brother and I told him what happened, and he said that they looked pretty normal when they drove past him, but they looked normal to me that morning as well. The masks were too good. You had to be close enough to notice how strange they look. There was just something so unsettling about them. They didn't really do anything odd except asking a girl who was clearly too young to drive for directions, but it was a very small community. I might have been the first person they had seen in hours, but it was just the way that they looked. I have never seen anything like it, and I haven't seen anything like it since then. I mentioned it to my dad when I got home, but he didn't have much to say about it. I still feel deeply unnerved when I think about it, more than 6 years later. I don't believe in much of the paranormal stuff, and I do think they were human. But why the mask? What were they doing there? And why ask a child who is obviously too young to drive for directions to a highway? Has anyone ever experienced something like this before?
This happened when I was a bartender about 4 years ago, but I think about it often as it has changed the way I operate throughout life. I now refuse to go to any store alone after midnight. For the story's sake, I will tell you that I was 25, attractive and slender at the time. On a busy Friday night, I was bartending with the bar manager and he had noticed that we were very low on some bar necessities after the dinner rush. So I was sent out to go to a 24-hour grocery store down the road to pick up the odds and ends that we were required to get us through the weekend. I picked up everything that was asked of me without trouble at the store, until I got to the liquor aisle. There were two country-looking guys there that were probably around my age in the aisle, and they were staring at me and whispering to each other in a way that made me uncomfortable, as I assumed they were making comments about me. All pretty innocent so far. Before they could approach me, I grabbed what I needed very quickly and power walked to the self-checkout. I really booked it out of there, because when you're a bartender, it's kind of like you are on stage and are required to be charming and interact with people that you otherwise absolutely wouldn't be able to tolerate unless you're getting paid to. I get to the self-checkout, and hot on my tail are the two guys. I'm scanning my stuff, and they use the scanning station next to me. I get a better look at them now that they are right next to me. One is taller, muscular, and average looking. The other is shorter and more plump. They both looked dirty, and their eyes were completely bloodshot. not sure if they were high on something or had already been drinking for a while. They continued to stare at me and our eyes awkwardly met, so I did the pleasant Midwesterny thing to do and flashed them a quick half-assed closed-lipped smile to be polite. The taller one starts trying to talk to me. "Hey, looks like you're ready to party, huh?" I replied with something like, "Yeah, something like that. It's not for me though." They walk closer to me and ignore their responsibility to scan their items. "Oh, must be for your boyfriend, huh?" I flash the awkward, tight-lipped smile again and roll my eyes slightly, like, "This is your hint that I'm not interested, fellas." The taller one continues to try to talk to me. "You could come hang out with us tonight. We could show you a real good time if you know what I mean." I reply with, "No thanks, I'm good. I have plans already." Well, the tall one starts to get upset that his moves aren't working like he'd hoped and starts using a more threatening tone and moves very close to me, like 2 inches away, but I ignore him, staying focused on the scanner. I don't think he had showered in a few days by the smell of him. He gets a little louder and says, "I see how it is. You probably only fuck doctors and rich men like that. You think you're too good for us. We can show you that you aren't. We can teach you a lesson." Now, I'm not sure in what context he meant, but it definitely wasn't good. Still not looking at him, I turn away so my body is blocking his view of my purse, which I set on the scanner, to grab my 4-inch pocket knife out and slid it up my jacket sleeve in case I need to protect myself, acting like I'm searching for my wallet. I do this, however, in view of the self-scan worker standing at her podium, and I look at her with wide eyes, trying to communicate that I do not feel safe, and I might need help. I turn back to the machine and slid my card to pay while the creepy and hostile guys are practically standing on top of me. The machine malfunctions and starts beeping. The lady worker comes over immediately, and the guys standing next to me change their expressions from "I am planning to torture you for a couple of days and toss your body into a creek" to "just your friendly, good old country boys making polite conversation over here." They actually tried to act like I knew them and we were friends, so the worker wouldn't be alerted to their ill intentions. They tried joking with the worker, saying I was stealing something and that's why the machine went off. The worker was definitely not buying it. She was a 6-foot+ tall woman, with some muscle on her by the way. I wouldn't mess with her on my best day. Anyways, she presses a few buttons on the screen, shooting the guys a very unimpressed look when they were trying to act charming, and cancels the order completely. She turns to me and says, "I am sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am. This machine seems to not be working correctly. Why don't you gather your things and I will ring you up at an actual register?" She puts her hand on my back and gives me a wide-eyed look like I gave her a minute earlier, letting me know that she sees I am in danger. I pick up my things to follow her to the register that is near the security office. The guys linger around the self-scan, still glaring at me, and eventually complete their purchase but stand at the exit, assuming they are waiting for me. I felt like I would be walking to my death if I made my exit in that moment. The worker keeps a close eye on the guys and scans my items. As she's scanning, she tells me there really wasn't anything wrong with the machine I was using. It just misread my credit card. She said, "I had a bad feeling about those guys from the moment they walked in, and then I saw them getting aggressive towards you. I already rang security to be ready to walk out to the parking lot and make sure you left safely when you were ready to leave. Then I saw you take that knife out and put it up your sleeve, getting ready to protect yourself. Good girl. As much as I'd like to see you show them that they picked the wrong girl to mess with, I'm glad I was able to pull you aside and make sure you are safe. I see them waiting by the door for you. I'll just keep pressing buttons on the screen and act like I am having trouble with your order until they give up and go outside. Our security officer and I both are still going to escort you to your vehicle when you leave." I thought to myself, this woman seriously deserves a raise. I thanked her over and over again and told her what they said to me. I was getting afraid because I don't know what these guys are capable of. As I'm talking to her, my bar manager calls me to see what's taking so long. I explained what was happening, and he was obviously very concerned and ready to come up there himself and kick some ass. By the time I hang up, The guys had given up and walked outside to the parking lot. The worker said to give it another few minutes because she had a feeling that they may still be in the parking lot waiting for me to walk out and see which vehicle was mine so they could follow me. My instant thought was, no way, they have to be gone by now. I was wrong. The worker and security guard escorted me out, and as it was after midnight, you can imagine how empty the parking lot was. Towards the back of the lot, there sat an old big pickup truck running with the lights on pointed towards the store. It was a huge parking lot, and it wouldn't have made sense for them to initially park like that. So I'm assuming they moved the truck to sit that way so they had a full view of when I exited the store to go to my vehicle. It was like being stalked by very hungry lions. When I unlocked my car, they saw that me, the worker, and the guard were looking directly at them, and that I wasn't getting in my car until we watched them leave. They then peeled out of the parking lot. I mean, they seriously did a burnout to establish that they were pissed and trying to intimidate us or something. Aw, poor creeps didn't get their way. Boo-hoo. I thanked the worker and the guard over and over again, as I am certain they had just saved my life, or at least saved me from having to live with whatever those guys were planning on doing to me. I did write a long letter to the store manager and to their corporate location describing how their employees protected me and how grateful I was. I really hope that earned her a promotion, bonus, or raise. She didn't know me at all and was ready to protect me, which really isn't her job, but she did it anyways. Needless to say, I do not go late night shopping by myself anymore. Never will again.
This seems like the right place to tell the story. It happened back in 2013. It was about 8 to 9 o'clock, and I was on my way home from a pal's. I was sat upstairs at the back of the bus. There was only me and one other person on the top floor of the bus, and he was sat near the front on the opposite side. When I got up to get off of the bus, I walked from the back towards the stairs, and he called me. I don't remember exactly how he asked, but he was asking for a lighter. I walked up to him going through my pockets, and I told him that I had matches, and I handed them to him. He took them off of me and just stared at them for a good few seconds. He then handed them back to me and said something along the lines of, "Don't worry." The time it took him to decide not to use them felt very strange to me, and the eye contact before and after just felt intense. I walked down the stairs thinking, what the hell was up with that? And then I got off the bus. I told a couple people how weird it felt and described what he was wearing. He was wearing a zip-up black hoodie with a knockoff Hardy-style tiger on the chest. Well, fast forward about a week, and there's a fatal stabbing on the bus in my city. A young girl on her way to school was stabbed to death on the top deck of a bus. Stabbings are pretty common in my city, but a young girl being killed on her way to school, well, that's big news anywhere. They show a photo of the suspect being arrested, but you can only see the back of his hoodie. And straight away, I think that's the exact same Ed Hardy knockoff, and then I start wondering if it's the guy that I had seen. When they released more photos of him from the front, I knew it was him. The scary thing is, it transpired that he had recently been let out of a mental health facility, and he hadn't been given any support and had been sleeping rough on buses. I have had many interactions with mentally ill people and dangerous individuals, but this is one that stays with me. Even though the interaction wasn't much, it felt so strange. I always wonder if he was seeing how I reacted when he asked me, hence why he didn't use the matches. Who knows? It's just a sad story, really. Rest in peace to the poor girl who was murdered. Her name was Christina Edkins, and she was only 16 years old. Last year, I moved to another city after finishing high school. I assessed several college options and then decided on one that would have me move roughly 3 hours. I found an apartment where I would be able to live without any roommates, and that was in a safe part of town with a reasonable rent. It was also close to some attractions in the city, which was an added bonus to me, as it would still allow me to have a reasonable social life. For the first 4 months or so, it was great. There were absolutely no problems or safety concerns of any sort, and I managed to become good friends with a guy who studied at the same college as me, who, coincidentally, lived around 5 minutes away from me, so we would often hang out at each other's place. One night, just as winter started, he called me over to play video games and hang out, and we had a pretty chill night. We drank a few beers, had a good few laughs, and then enjoyed ourselves. At around 1 a.m., we decided to call it a wrap, and I headed home to my apartment. When I got back home, I decided to head out to the balcony that overlooked the entrance of my building to smoke a cigarette. I vividly remember looking around and seeing absolutely nobody. It was a cold winter night, and it wasn't the weekend, so understandably, everybody was at home. Besides the usual car or two passing by, it was dead quiet. Once I finished my cigarette, I decided to call it a night and I got ready for bed. I was understandably confused when I heard a short ring on my doorbell. I stood in the center of my room for a solid few seconds as confusion and a little bit of fear set in. I snapped out of it and I decided to tiptoe to my door to just try and hear if anyone was outside. My immediate thought was that my friend came over to drop off something that I might have forgotten at his place, but I thought to myself that he would have texted or called me. I probably listened for half a minute or so when the person once again rang the doorbell and then softly knocked on a few times. I was stood still and I didn't want to make a sound so that I wouldn't give away the fact that I was at the door. I heard the stranger pacing around the apartment for a few seconds before he stopped. I waited for any sort of noise, but it was just quiet. That was when I decided to look at the peephole to see that he hopefully had left. I picked up the cover of the peephole and I took a look. My legs pretty much went numb as I saw a hooded figure looking straight into the peephole. He was holding the zipper of his hoodie so as to cover his face, and all I could really make out was his forehead and eyes. He must have either heard me lift the cover or my heavy breathing, because right away he moved from the peephole and I said, "I know you're at the door." By this point, I was pretty much shivering in fear, but I mustered up the courage to say, "I'm calling the cops, man." He then laughed and said, "Sure thing, big guy." He then proceeded to wipe away the door handle with his sleeve before walking off. I understandably called the police, and when they came over, they informed me that I wasn't the only one. He had been doing this for at least a month, and they suspected him of at least one home invasion where a father chased him out of the house. I crashed at my friend's house for around a week or so after this before going back into my apartment. It's been a year, and I have never heard of any news about him. He could have been arrested by now, but as far as I know, he hasn't been. I find it more likely that he simply moved to a different area. I'm not sure if he had any violent intent or not, but either way, let's seriously not meet again. I was a 20-year-old college student, and my friend and I were living and working near her college for the summer. A guy she worked with invited us to a party at his place. The two of us went, along with 3 other friends, and we turned out to be the only females at the party. There were at least twice as many guys there. After drinking and playing a few drinking games, people started to leave. A large group of guys was invited to another party and then left to go there. And then our 3 other friends decided to go too. It was down to the host, my roommate, and then 2 other guys. For some reason, maybe we ran out of alcohol, I can't remember, we decided to go to this other party. I had a few drinks, but not enough that I was seriously impaired. My roommate though, she was pretty tipsy. She was walking with her friend from work, and the other 2 guys who had been talking to me at the party were walking close to me and talking to me. At one point, my friend and her coworker were walking far enough from us to be out of earshot. The 2 guys told me that they knew of a shortcut and tried to get me to follow them down a dark alley. I told them that I wanted to stick with the group. They tried to persist for a few minutes, but I was adamant that I not be separated from my roommate. Somehow, mysteriously, we never found the party. The details are a bit fuzzy, but I think that they couldn't find the exact location. This was in the mid-1990s, so no one had a cell phone to call or text to confirm a location. My roommate told her coworker that she wanted to walk around to find another party because she wasn't ready to go home yet. There were lots of people out, and often you would run into someone who would invite you somewhere. I told her that I just wanted to go home. I was desperate to get away from those guys. My roommate was feeling good and just not having it. The 2 guys started to whisper to one another, but I was able to hear some of what they were saying. One said, "No, didn't you hear what she said? They live with 4 guys." This was true. We had 4 male roommates, which at some point had come up in the conversation earlier. This immediately set off more alarm bells. I continued to argue with my friend, and eventually she realized that we weren't going to find another party after all. The 2 creepy guys left, and her coworker walked us home. On the way home, I told them that I wanted to leave because those guys were scaring me, and why. If this were to happen now, I would call those guys out in front of everyone and make a scene. This encounter happened a few months ago. For context, I'm an 18-year-old male, and I live about 1.5 kilometers away from a shopping center. The route I take usually requires me to turn 2 corners and then walk straight for the rest of the journey. Although pretty early on in the walk, there is a tall apartment block to the left of the pathway alongside the main road. I would say it has about 4 or 5 levels. I live in a shady area, and previously, the apartment block had a case of a stabbing that killed a woman a year before my story takes place. I witnessed the cleanup crews hosing the area down when that happened. This caused me to be pretty wary of the area in general. On this day in particular, I needed to go to the shopping center to pick up a couple of supplies. I noticed that as I started walking the pathway of the straight road, that the sky was pretty dark. It was early in the afternoon, so this meant that a storm was on its way. Not a drop of rain fell as I made my way to the shop. And once I had arrived, I picked up what I needed and I went window shopping for a while. When I was satisfied, I exited through the door that I had originally entered, and then I began walking back home. I made it to the final set of traffic lights. That was probably a 7-minute walk away from my house. Then the rain started to trickle at first, and then after that, it poured pretty heavily. 3 minutes later, I could see the apartment block about 20 meters ahead to the right. The rain was still pouring down, and so the visibility wasn't that great. But what I could make out was a man in a dark green poncho. He had the hood of the poncho over his head and also a big grin on his face for some reason. As I got closer and closer to him, I didn't like the feeling that I was getting. He reached his arms out almost as if he was attempting to bring me into his embrace, keeping that same smile that he had before. The man was a 5-meter distance from me when I took the opportunity to cross onto the median strip of the main road. I noticed his glance followed me as I crossed into the middle grassy patch. Even though there was no traffic, he decided to not chase me down and continued walking along the pathway as he kept eye contact with me. The thought of what might have happened if I walked into his arms still frightens me to this day. Even if he didn't mean any harm and was not trying to grab me, I still didn't like the vibe that I got from him. And when I reached the middle of the road, I felt safer and relieved, especially considering that he didn't attempt to follow behind me. Hello, my name is Alex, and here's my story. At that time, I was in my old bedroom, which was basically one of the smallest rooms in the house. I am now in a new bedroom, and this one is way more spacious. Maybe my room was about 5 meters by 5 meters, and it could only fit a bed, 2 nightstands, and a dresser with a mirror screwed on top. It was in the basement. Now, most of you guys probably think a basement is dark, creepy, and eerie, but mine was not. My parents made sure to make it as full of life as possible. They painted the walls, installed a gaming room, which I used often, and basically making it really cool if someone in our family wanted to have a party there. And now, the room I had, I think it was actually fair that I had that one room, because before we moved houses, both of my brothers had to sleep in a tiny bedroom, about 5 square feet large. Basically the worst, and I had the biggest room in the whole house. So, at that time, we had 3 cats. One died later on after what I had lived, but that's not really relevant to the story. One of the 3 was my favorite. I loved her, and I took care of her, and she made sure that I wasn't depressed. Sometimes, we would just let her go outside during the night, and I would let her go in sometime when she scratched on my window. I was an insomniac, and I never slept well. My parents knew about it, so they decided to get some melatonin pills to help me sleep. My window was on the top of my bedroom's wall, which meant that my cat didn't need to hop on any type of ledge or border to scratch with her paws on it from the outside, letting me know that she wanted to get in. It was a night that I decided to take some melatonin pills, which worked fantastically when I couldn't sleep, and so I was literally about to sleep, like I was on the edge of dreaming, when I heard my cat scratch. Or so I thought. I sighed, I got up to move my curtains out of the way so that I could let her in. But when I opened my window, I heard something move or step on the rocks that were around my window. At that time, I was too sleepy to realize that it wasn't a cat's footsteps that I heard, but a human. So, as a normal person, I yelled my cat's name and I put my hand out of the window to tap on the ground as to let my cat know that she could come and get in. That was my mistake. In no time, I heard footsteps coming straight to the window, and I felt the man's hand grab my arm and start to pull me out of my window. I started screaming for someone to come and help me, but nobody came. I felt the adrenaline instantly rush to my body, and I quickly grabbed the sharp object. I believe it was a dirty knife covered in old food, and I stabbed the guy's hand. Blood dripped out of it as I heard a blood-curdling scream, the scream that I would remember my whole life. The man quickly ran away as fast as he could, and I fell back on my bed, opening my door and running as fast as I could upstairs to my parents' bedroom to tell them about the horror story that I just lived. They woke up fast and called the cops, reassuring me that I was safe and everything, caring for my horrible wound and the man's grip on my arm. They arrived at the house and I told them what happened. I was still under adrenaline, so my words were not sounding very clear. With the man's blood that was on my knife, they managed to get his name and where he lived. They followed up on us and told us that he got arrested for attempted kidnapping and that he already got a charge with many other crimes before. I am still traumatized to this day. I have been a long-time reader of this subreddit, so it is honestly kind of surreal that I now find myself writing about an experience that I had very recently. It was a Friday night, and I had gone to bed early, as I had work on Saturday morning. After reading in bed for a bit, I drifted off at around 10:30 p.m., only to wake up about an hour later to loud screams and people yelling profanities. I thought my girlfriend was watching a movie with the volume way up, so I went out into the lounge room to ask her to turn it down a little. But instead, the TV was off, and my girlfriend was staring at the front door with her eyes wide. Our apartment is on the ground floor of the building, and so our front doors open directly out into the lobby of the building. The voices in question were coming directly from the lobby, and I could not make out specifics, but there was a lot of swearing. In my defense, I was half asleep, and the language of the country that I live in is not my first language. My first thought was that it was some kind of domestic dispute, but after listening, I realized that it was a group of men that sounded extremely aggressive. I looked at the WhatsApp group chat for my apartment building, and to my horror, I saw a message from one of the people in it that there were armed men in the building and that we should not leave our flats. The country I live in is experiencing a marked uptick in crime, and I had heard stories of armed groups of men robbing entire apartment blocks. But these had seemed fairly apocryphal to me. However, that was my first thought, that these men would kick down our door and then rob us. One of my dogs started to growl at the commotion outside, and I shushed him, and thankfully he obeyed. I heard a commotion in the apartment above me, and I went out to my patio to see what was happening. I heard what sounded like a large piece of furniture being knocked over, and women and children screaming in terror. At this point, I had no idea what was going on, but I knew that by now they would have robbed us already if that is what they had planned to do. My girlfriend and I decided to hide in a small shed at the end of our patio, monitoring the group chat on our phones. Our bigger dog silently stood watch outside of the door of the shed, and his eyes locked on the sliding door at the end of the patio. I would find my smaller dog later, cowering between the washing machine and the dryer. After 10 extremely tense minutes, I heard the screeching of tires, signaling what I hope was the perpetrators fleeing the scene. Eventually, someone in the group chat said that the police had arrived, and we breathed a huge sigh of relief, and I came out of hiding and opened the front door. Alarmingly, on the floor of the lobby, there were zip ties that had been cut, and the security guard was talking to one of the tenants. The man was bleeding from a large gash on his face and looked extremely shaken. Over the next few hours, the story would unfold. The man I saw with a gash on his face was the tenant in the upstairs apartment, the one that I had heard the commotion coming from. He was the owner of an import/export business, and for whatever reason, had a sizable sum of money in cash hidden in his apartment. Someone had obviously found out about it and planned out the robbery that woke me from my sleep on Friday night. A group of 8 men had followed him into the apartment building's garage and then ambushed him as he got out of his car. And judging from the gash on his face, they roughed him up a bit. Some of the group of 8 had gone to the lobby, surprised the security guard, and then zip-tied him. And the remainder of the group had gone up to the apartment, robbed it, and then fled the scene. It is fairly chilling to think that armed men were mere meters from my front door. So, to the armed men that stormed my apartment building to steal my neighbor's cash, let's not meet. This happened to me when I was a teenager, some years ago, but I still think about it sometimes. So, me and my 4 friends were on this 1-hour bus ride to go to my parents' house to hang out. We were sitting and chatting in the back of the bus. The bus is empty except for us and this middle-aged man sitting a couple of seats away from us. He looked like a normal businessman on his way to work or something, wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase. But after a while, we noticed that he was behaving kind in a weird way. He was chugging down beers rapidly, which is not that common on the bus, and also, it was in the middle of the day. He was also pretty openly flipping through a porno magazine and kind of muttering to himself. Okay, weird, but we didn't really get too bothered. But after a while, he starts approaching us, sitting closer and small talking with us a bit. He was asking how old we are, where we're headed, and so on. We kind of just reply politely but try to end the conversation pretty quickly since he's creeping us out. Apart from the beer drinking and the porn magazine, you can really sense something is wrong with this guy. He's grinding his teeth a lot, and he has this blank stare like he is looking right through you, and he's not really there, you know? When we stop talking to him after a while, he just sits there silently and then stares at us for a while, breathing heavily like he's getting more and more agitated. And after a minute or so, he suddenly leans forward and then pulls down the sleeve of his shirt. On his arm, he has 3 big pairs of sharp-looking scissors duct taped to his arm with the sharp end pointing up towards his hand. He's stretching out his arm and making sure that we all see the scissors, and then he says, Does this make you respect me? Am I getting your respect now? We just sit there with our mouths open. I'm scared as shit, not really sure what to say or do, and just panicking because I'm not sure what this guy is capable of. And after a moment, he leans back again and continues staring at us, not saying anything more. And we don't say anything either, afraid of setting him off, I guess. Well, we get off the next station, all jittery and full of adrenaline after that weird encounter. If I wasn't a clueless teenager, I would have called the police at that point. But we didn't, and I still think about it sometimes and wonder what a guy like that, who is obviously unhinged, is capable of. And if he ever did something worse than just scare some teenagers by acting crazy. My auntie owns a local diner in the middle of a small town where everyone knows everyone. And recently, she had almost half of her waiters quit within a month, which she knew about but didn't tell me why when telling my mom this, and I overheard it while doing homework at the dining table. Then, she asked my mom if my two older sisters could help out, but my mom said that the oldest is moving out of town to live with her fiancé, but agreed to let my second older sister work. Then my auntie asked about me. Mind you, I'm a 15-year-old girl, and the last thing on my mind to do after school is going to work, even just for a few hours. Even if I find time to get home in the evening and then finish my homework, I still wouldn't like the idea at all. My mom was quiet for a little before agreeing, since even I know that money is a touchy subject. Ever since my dad divorced my mom, I was chosen to stay with my mom 100% because my dad is an alcoholic and often liked to hurt my mom and have done some nasty things to my sisters and I. I don't know where he is now, probably in jail or married to another poor woman who will be his next victim, but that's partially the reason why we were struggling when it comes to money. Fast forward a week, I went to school on a Wednesday morning like normal, except I had to pack a set of extra clothes in my already stuffed backpack. My aunt talked to me and told me that I have to wear a uniform, and she doesn't want my mom to know what I wear. She wants me to put it into my backpack instead of going to school in it. She even said that she can wash it every week since it'll probably smell like eggs and other diner foods. I usually take the bus to school, so days that I work, I would take another bus that dropped me off about a 2-minute walk away from the diner. The bus driver really didn't care about if we got off on unusual stops, or maybe they had no idea and were just working for a paycheck, much like I'm about to do. And at each end of my shift, my auntie will drop me off back home after I change back, of course. Once at the diner, I would go to the back through the kitchen, which had 2 chefs who work harder than any cook that I have ever seen, and right to my auntie's office. There, I could see her computer on a desk and a whole lot of paperwork, some clothes all around, and it's just a total mess. My outfit is basically a button-down white t-shirt and a white miniskirt and one of those tiny aprons that only cover from waist to crotch area. I kind of like the way this fits on me, but the fact that I'm wearing all white means that I'm going to get dirty maybe every single night. My sister has a similar outfit, but her skirt is longer since she sometimes does shave her legs or something. I just know that I don't have the same issue she has. The first night went well, actually. I got a lot of people looking at me funny and asked if I'm a kid, to which I told them my age, and some of them were upset that a kid is working. Some were happy that they think that I'm trying to help the family business, and some were just weird and happy to just see me. Whatever the reason it was, I just like talking to people, so this was super easy. Plus, most of them didn't mind if I would bring out 1 plate at a time instead of like 5 or 6 like pro waitresses. But Friday night comes around, And this is the night that I finally meet the guy who's one of the main reasons why those other waitresses quit. My auntie really wanted me to meet him since he's in about 3 or 4 times a week and orders a good portion. His name was Larry, and he seems really nice and friendly. He even treated me more like a friend than a waitress. I would have me sit down with him while he told me stories about how he fixed cars, his travels for work, eats at every restaurant ever, and stayed at every hotel in the world. I never told him my age, but I'm pretty sure that he can tell that I'm a minor. Often enough, he sits at a booth in the corner of the restaurant, and he would ask me to sit beside him so he could kick his feet up on the other side of the bench, which I don't really mind. But it only started to get weird when he would poke one of the buttons hidden from my apron and think it's my belly button, and then ask if I had an outie belly button and if I'm ticklish. I do in fact have an outie belly button, but I didn't tell him that. I would just fake a giggle, and sometimes I would feel his hand brush up on my chest, which I don't care much of either. But there was a few times that I felt like he was feeling my chest for my nipple, which I still don't know why he would want to see them, since my chest is still pretty flat. Again, I'm 15, and I know that it will grow. Sometimes, he grabs my arm or my thigh, and then he gives me massages, which really don't feel good, and if I tell him that I don't like it, he just tells me that I will start to like it. Usually, after every visit from Larry, I would make up a dozen excuses that I needed to go before he would accept and then let me go. I didn't mind anything weird about Larry. He seems innocent enough, like a grandpa who just wants to spend time with his grandkids. But I really wish I wasn't chosen to babysit him every time he comes here. And since he spends like $100 a week here, my auntie tells me to just ignore and let him ramble on, since he's the reason that this business is still afloat, which are my auntie's words. I'm pretty sure $100 a week cannot cover the rent alone. After about a week of seeing Larry almost most of my shift, he came in with his laptop and showed me his Facebook and told me to look myself up so we can be friends. I seriously don't want Larry in my life 24/7, so I just lied and I told him that I never made a Facebook. He simply laughed, thought for a second, and wrote my whole name out in the search bar. For a second, I was so shocked that I turned pale, even for my light skin. I had a name tag, but only my first name. But my stupid sister probably told him our last name when he asked. She may be older, but she doesn't act like it. He found a picture of me and sent a friend request, to which my phone goes off, making Larry laugh, and my heart dropped into my stomach. He sent me a few messages just to hear my phone go off a few times as I pulled it out and fake laughed before swallowing the throw up in my mouth. He then proceeds to go through my gallery, which my Facebook is public, since I was pretty stupid enough to want to make as many friends as possible, much like Instagram, and try to gain as many followers. He found pics of me that I wish he wouldn't find and could comment on how my clothes are too revealing and that I should take these pictures down. He commented on my friends and how he could find me a good set of friends to be with, to which I had no idea who he's referring to since he told me before that he has no kids and he lives alone. Then, even seeing pics of me with my belly button revealed and comment on my outie belly button and poke my belly again. I could really feel his finger trying to find my belly button again, which just felt so disgusting that I just got up without a reason this time and I just stormed to my auntie's office. I confessed everything to her and told her how disgusted I am. And at first, she seemed to be on my side, but when I explained the things he did to me, She quickly changed sides and told me that I'm just over exaggerating and he's just treating me like a kid in a friendly way. I wanted to burst out crying and ask my sister for help, even wanting to talk to my mom about this and confess it all. But my sister calmed me down and told me how Auntie would have to let us go. Then, we wouldn't have enough money to keep our apartment, and then we'll have to live with Dad. I have no idea if this were true, but the things my dad did to me are in fact worse than what Larry had done so far. So fast forward a few months to present day, I still work at the diner and still see Larry on an almost daily basis. He still acts the same and once in a while touches me, but it's gotten to a point that it's nothing too concerning, like my chest or thigh, which I still don't care about too much. I only care when he tries to touch my belly button or nipple. I know that for summer, Mom will make me work, and because of my age, I legally can't find a job anywhere else. I'm pretty much okay if I have to keep working for summer. The only good thing about Larry is that he would often order twice in one sitting, which made Auntie very happy, and I would get a good tip because of it. I guess if you have advice, then I'll take it, but I don't think that getting rid of Larry will be of my best interest, since I've read too many creepy stories of stalker situations, and trying to escape the creep only makes things worse. But also, Auntie probably would fire me, and Mom would be upset. If I reveal all of this to Mom, this would only make our family situation much worse, since my mom relies on Auntie way too much. But either way, it feels good to share this. I feel like just talking about it makes me feel better, and reading other stories make me feel like I'm not alone, and maybe I'll find help in the best way. I might be in this situation for a while, but sharing it relieves some of my stress. Thanks again for listening. If I have any updates, I will post them here. This happened around 2021 in India, around COVID period where lockdowns were still very much effective. My dad used to live in another city, my brother was in college, and my mom had a government job, so she had to go to her office every day. So, I was basically left alone from 10 a.m. to around 6 p.m. We used to live in an apartment unit, but it had two doors. One was the main door, and the other one was located in the biggest bedroom, basically my parents' room. The door was clearly locked with an actual lock from the outside, but it also had a metal sliding door, the one with the chain structure, and it was also locked from the outside. We had a ring bell on the outside, but it was just connected to a small bulb in the bedroom. So, one day at around 12 p.m., I was in my room, which was basically adjacent to my parents' room, and I felt, I don't know, weird. So I just went to check their room. I went to the room to see the bulb blinking, which meant that someone was ringing the doorbell. My mom used to say to just ignore it because if it was someone we knew ringing it, they would know the real door. I stood there for a moment when the person started knocking really hard on the door like it was straight up rattling. But the thing was, due to the metal gate in front of it, it would be very hard to put your hand inside to knock at the actual door. Even I couldn't put then half of my palm on it. And this man was straight up banging on it. I got scared and I called my mom, who told me to not panic. But I was really weirded out, so I locked my parents' door with the lock that they had, and I went downstairs to chill in my brother's room. It was one of those days where my mom straight up wouldn't return like till 8 p.m., so I was alone for a long time, and I was scared to even go upstairs. Around 6 p.m., our helper auntie came, and I was a little better that someone else was in the house. And during that time, I used to take private classes, and my teacher used to come around at 7:30 p.m., so I really felt better that I'd be having people. Our main door had a big window just beside it, so whenever someone was at the door, we used to open the window to check who it was before opening it. But Auntie had the habit to open it without checking. Like, you memorize the timings of people, so you just open it because you know that it will be them kind of thing. Fortunately that day, when the doorbell rang, she opened the window, and then she came to my brother's room to tell me that I had a cake delivery. The thing is, I didn't, obviously, so I went out to check through the window. There was a man with a cap hiding his face, holding a very small box. Now, a cake box is very square and big, right? Even a pound cake has a big-ass box. And in India, we have a very small sweet box, so imagine a 100-gram sweet box being called a cake box. And I asked him who was the delivery for. He didn't give me any name, not even of the company. He just told me that it was for our flat. I called my mom and asked if she had made the delivery, and she didn't know what I was talking about. So the dude was like, just accept the box and open the door. And by a miracle, my teacher walked up the stairs and asked what was happening. The dude saw my teacher and he ran up the stairs, and we let our teacher enter. Later, when my mom inquired about a delivery guy coming to our flat with a security guard, he said that he wasn't there at his post for around half an hour when it happened. And we didn't have any CCTVs in our building, so no one saw him. It wasn't that scary, maybe, but it did shake me up, and I asked my mom to at least come quickly from her office on the next day. And I didn't stay upstairs when I was home alone. For a little bit of a background, I'm a 24-year-old female who loves scary stories, horror movies, true crime, and etc. It takes a lot to scare me, though I haven't actually experienced many terrifying, life-threatening events, fortunately. Now, on to the story. This was during the middle of August in North Texas summer 2023, so the nighttime temperatures were around 100 degrees. My dad and one of my brothers, who's 11, drove an hour north into the countryside to go stargazing for my brother's Scout merit badge. There are some twisty gravel roads in the forest as you approach Black Creek Lake. We got to see a coyote, a deer, and 2 raccoons. We live in the city, so we don't often see such animals. We thought that it would be our excitement for the night. We then finally made it to the recreational park grounds beside the lake. The layout is simple. If you're standing in the round parking lot, then the campgrounds are to the north and west, and the lake is south, and the path in and out is east of us. There are no official campgrounds east of this recreational area, which is important for later. We got there at around 10 p.m. and then we set up. We were able to successfully see some stars through my telescope as well as Saturn, which was really exciting for us. And throughout this whole time though, there were 2 parties, or what might have been one group, in the parking lot and a surrounding nearby area. One party was kayaking and then later fishing from the boat ramp area west of us. And to the north in the lot were 2 cars. From that direction, we were constantly hearing a loud, irritating voice of a woman who was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to be there. She continuously cursed at someone or no one in particular, and at one point was mad at someone for taking her keys and obstructing her from driving, which obviously made it sound like she was drunk or under some other influence. At one point in the night, At around 11 p.m., we hear someone loudly, sporadically honk one of the car horns over and over in random patterns. Then, we hear the obnoxious woman rudely tell someone to wake up over and over again, then proceeding to hold down the horn for a few seconds at a time, and then continuing her assault on the horn in our ears. By this point, my family and I are just about ready to leave due to this loud commotion. I personally was fixing to go over there myself and tell her off, but I knew that probably wasn't the best idea. I definitely didn't want to put myself and my unborn baby in any danger. But then, for about 20 to 30 minutes, we were able to watch the stars in relative peace with little noise coming from the other two parties. Fortunately, none of these people were directly involved with what happened next, but it may have been the cause of it. Just before midnight, we packed up our stargazing stuff and got in the car. Now, the gravel path to exit is up a slight hill or slope, meaning from the parking lot, you can't see past where the path goes up and around a couple trees. We drive up the hill, and just as the headlights came back down to illuminate the path in front of us and the trees to our right side, it was right then and there that we see a man, wearing only black shorts and no shirt on. The timing was straight out of a horror movie to just suddenly see someone out of nowhere. He was in his late 20s or 30s and had short, dark hair. And just as the light hit him, he was standing and walking right there, just to the right of our car, in front of us at a very close distance, only a couple of feet away. The guy had been walking towards our direction, and upon seeing us, quickly raised both his arms to flip us off with both hands. He keeps his hands and arms raised, and is quickly and loudly saying something to us with anger or something in his voice. We couldn't understand what he was saying though, since we had the radio on, and all of this happened quickly. The second the man saw us, he started walking toward our car faster. My dad was driving slowly initially to avoid the agitated man, thinking that he might need help. My dad in a confused voice says, What is he doing?" But I just reply with, "Nope, go, go, go!" And then we sped off. I knew that this was not a situation where we needed to stick around and ask questions. It freaked me out a little imagining what would have happened if the guy had reached the car a few seconds later if we hadn't sped off. I'm not very familiar with my dad's car, and it scares me that I might have ended up pressing the wrong button to unlock my door, and the guy could have opened it and done who knows what. We left and never had anything else happen, but we did wonder who that guy was and where he came from. The direction he was walking from had no official campgrounds, only the forest. Maybe he lived in one of the scattered houses in the woods that we'd passed by on our long journey. I wondered why he had been walking in our direction toward the recreational area. My best theory is that he wanted to confront the group that had been honking the horn and waking up the entire forest, but upon seeing our car leave, maybe he thought that it had been us making the racket. Even if that's not it, or the man needed help, which is not likely considering his reaction to us, I couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. I hope that no harm came to those other two parties that night. First of all, this is the story of my worst hitchhiking experience. This incident was sketchy as fuck, but I still wouldn't give up my love for hitchhiking. I'm a 21-year-old man from Finland, and I was 20 at the time of the incident. Anyway, to the story. This happened on the 2nd of December last year, in Kalamata, Greece. I had been hitchhiking for quite a while at that point. I had started from Budapest, and I had hitchhiked through 7 different countries with only positive outcomes. The story begins at around 11 a.m. on Saturday. Some hours before I had woken in my hammock hung up behind the castle ruins, in the only place that had trees that weren't someone's olive trees. I was tired from the lack of sleep caused by the cold night and early wake up by noises of the busy market across the street. After a quick tour of the town and some breakfast, it was time for hitchhiking. I made a sign with the words Athens and Sparta in Greek, and I was standing by a road leading to a roundabout where the first exit goes towards Areopoli, the second towards Sparta, and the third towards Athens. A lot of cars drove by, but nearly all of them took the first exit. It took at least an hour for the first car to stop. It was this small, quite old, worn-out white car, and driving it was an older guy around 60 who looked like a little dirty. He had greasy hair, some teeth missing, and a big nose filled with visible blackheads. He didn't really speak English, but I could understand that he was going to Sparta. I was a bit frustrated by the fact that pretty much all the cars were going towards Areopoli, so I thought that this may be my only chance, and I jumped in. We are trying to have a conversation, but without a shared language, it isn't really possible. We introduced ourselves, and I try to explain where I'm from. He smokes and offers me a cigarette too, but I refuse. We drive just shy of 6 kilometers before the guy suddenly makes a left turn and we end up in his yard. He stops the car, gets up, and signals me to follow. So I do. I take my bags and I feel a bit confused. It's a small house on the mountain surrounded by sheep and olive trees. There's a dog sleeping in the sun, but it doesn't seem to be bothered by us at all. We walk to his balcony/terrace that surrounds his house, and I put my bags inside of his house and I join him sitting on the balcony. He lights up another cigarette and asks if I want to eat something or maybe take a shower. I refuse, and with the help of Google Translate, I ask why we aren't going to Sparta. He answers that I can sleep at his house and he'll drive me there tomorrow. I try to explain that I would like to get to Sparta or even to Athens today, so staying at this place isn't really an option. I'm pointing out that there's not that many cars going past his house, like maybe one every 15 minutes, and only some 4 to 5 hours of daylight left, so every minute is valuable to me. He doesn't really seem to understand me, so I just get up. I walk through the door to grab my bags. I put my backpack on and pick up my other bag, and I turn over and see him inside. I try to walk out, but he stops me and then guides me to the side. He locks the door and then turns to me. At this moment, I'm not panicking or anything because I assume that this is a form of hospitality and he's just doing this jokingly to maybe offer me some food. I keep saying no to him, but he doesn't care. And now, he is standing right in front of me and I'm starting to feel very disturbed by his presence. For some reason, I keep staring at his black head-filled nose. The image still haunts me. He opens his mouth and raises his right hand in a loose fist in order to show me some blowjob motion. I'm still saying no to him, but he suddenly grabs me by the crotch and I can feel this cold tingling sensation shivering through my body as my hair stood on end. I kept saying no and I start to raise my fist in order to hit him. He stands like this for a couple of seconds and thank God he lets go. I'm still feeling the urge to hit him, but I don't. He asks, "No sex?" And I almost shout, No! At him, in a tone that makes it sound that I'm questioning the question itself. So he opens the door, and I'm free. I walk out feeling so fucking creeped out by this experience. I walk past the dog to the road, and I see two pickup trucks on the other side of the road. The trucks are surrounded by a group of hunters carrying shotguns on their shoulders. This makes me instantly feel a lot safer. I keep walking by the road for a while before a car passes me by. It's quite warm and I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I empty one of my water bottles and turn it upside down, showing it to the cars passing by so they would think that I'm out of water. This works and the second car stops. I get to Sparta and later that day to Athens safely. But I felt disgusting until I got to take a shower. All the kindness that I had experienced while hitchhiking before this event had made me too comfortable, and I had let my guard down. I think humans are good by nature, but probably trusting every stranger is a stretch. Stranger danger is still overrated though. Additional notes. 1. I'm quite a lean guy, not that strong, so I was lucky that the situation didn't end up worse. Though, I think I could have beaten that also very lean shepherd grandpa. 2. As a safety measure, I carried a knife with me, but it wasn't on me at that moment of the incident. Also, the knife could have made the situation worse. Obviously, I wouldn't have stabbed him unless it wasn't necessary. Number 3. My mind was running like a million miles an hour during and after this experience, and I thought about how everything could have turned out in the worst case. I also thought about beating the guy, telling about the incident to the hunters, and calling the police. But I ended up doing nothing and just walking away. I hope karma gets to him eventually. And lastly, after this experience, I still think hitchhiking is the best way of traveling. So, to that sick fuck of a person, let's never meet again. This story didn't happen to me and isn't mine directly. It happened to my aunt back in the mid to late 90s when she was still a teenager. I asked her if I could share the story, and she said that she would prefer if I did, just in case it could help someone else avoid a similar situation. Though, I don't know if anyone would ever be in a similar situation in the current day and age that we're in. That said, I'm going to tell the story from my memory, so if some parts seem inconsistent or maybe a bit confusing, I do apologize in advance. Like I said, this was back when my aunt was a teenager. She was a pretty well-liked young woman. She was a good kid, straight A student, and she was well known and held in a high regard in the neighborhood as being a dependable babysitter. She loved spending time with kids, and the kids loved her, and she had done a good amount of volunteer work over the summer with a daycare at our local church group. Basically, people in the area knew that if they needed someone to take care of their kid for a couple of hours, they could call her and not worry about anything. She ended up going into childcare and actually owns a local daycare today, if that helps to explain how much she loved and loves working with children. This specific situation happened when she got a call from a couple a few blocks away. It was the expected story. They wanted to have a date night and just needed someone to watch their young daughter for a few hours. They said that they would pay her $10 an hour to watch her from 5 to 11, and my aunt agreed and everything seemed like it was pretty standard. Now, this was back in the 90s, Almost no one had a cell phone. The internet wasn't really a thing yet, and a lot of people just trusted people in their neighborhood based solely on the fact that they were in their neighborhood. It was a totally different time from today, where we are way more protective in our daily lives. My aunt and grandparents didn't know anything about the couple, which wasn't out of the ordinary. And while this situation really didn't seem out there, things got strange pretty much right off the bat. My grandfather dropped my aunt off and she knocked on the door of the couple. But at first, no one answered her. She stood there for a few moments and then knocked again. And after a few minutes, the man of the house finally did answer the door. She said that he apologized for not hearing her knock sooner and that he was in the bathroom getting things ready. After that, my aunt says that she entered the house and noticed that it was incredibly clean and also minimalist. The living room was pretty much just an old couch, a chair, and a television. There was a lamp in the corner for light, but that was it. There were no pictures, no toys, nothing to indicate that this family had a young child or was even a family at all. She ignored this and thought that maybe they just didn't have much in ways of money. She then turned to ask the man about the daughter, the basics really, her name, the emergency contact information, the schedule, and any rules that she needed to abide by. She said that at first, the man had a look about his face that made it seem like he was nervous, like he was thinking of an answer to the questions on the spot. And after a few moments, he cleared his throat and then responded. Her name is Abigail. If there is an emergency, call my mother. Her phone number is on the fridge, and her name is Beth. Scheduling and rules won't really be an issue. Abigail is too young to do anything, and she'll most likely be asleep the whole night in her crib. At this point, my aunt had a few things click for her. There weren't any toys because Abigail was still a newborn, and this could have also explained the lack of pictures on the wall of the family. She nodded and told him that she understood and asked if Abigail had a feeding schedule and asked if they were trying to keep things on a strict timeline. She said that at this point, the man just shook his head and told her to not bother Abigail while she slept, and if she didn't wake up crying, to just let her sleep. Obviously, my aunt was a bit confused. When you have a baby that young, you typically don't just let them sleep. You keep them on a schedule and then keep things consistent. But she was also doing this based on the parents' terms, so she didn't fight or argue about it. After a few moments of talking, the man said something that caught my aunt off guard. He said something along the lines of, I know you probably had a long day at school and you'll probably want to take a shower at some point. If you do, the shower is upstairs, second door on the left. Feel free to use it if you need to. How many weird or red flags is this at this point? 1, 2, 3? Well, there was another that happened immediately after this comment. After insisting that she could take a shower, the man said that they needed to go and then thanked her for taking her time to watch their daughter. He then opened the front door, got in the car, and started to drive off, leaving my aunt there alone with Abigail. It may not be obvious what the red flag was in that situation, but my aunt immediately realized that something was off. At no point did the mother of the child come out of any room in the house. She hadn't met her, and the man just left without her. At this point, it seemed like there wasn't a mother in the situation. Again, my aunt thought that maybe she didn't understand the situation. Maybe the man had to pick her up from work. Maybe they were meeting up somewhere. So she let it go and just sat on the couch to watch TV. She sat there for a little while and watched whatever was on. But after a while, she says that something didn't feel right, which, yeah, obviously. She said that something in her told her that she should check on Abigail, even though the father had said she didn't need to. She got up and then started up the stairs and realized that she didn't know which room was hers. There were 2 doors on the left and 1 on the right, and she knew that the second one on the left was the bathroom. So, she checked the first one on the left. It was a small room that looked like it should have been a bedroom, but there was no bed in it. She said that the room was an absolute mess, with trash everywhere, and off to the side was a small desk with a computer just sitting on it. Since that wasn't the room, she assumed that maybe Abigail's crib was in the master's bedroom. She went over to the other room and opened the door, only to find nothing but a mattress and box spring on the floor and a single dresser. She looked in the room and there was no crib. There was no indication of a small child, just the bed and the dresser. Much like the living room, an incomplete contrast to the other room, it was completely clean. It was at this point that a few things became a little more clear. 1. This guy was a bit off, putting it lightly. 2. There was no daughter. Abigail didn't exist, and she was babysitting a non-existent child. And 3. This guy's insistence that she take a shower was all the more creepy by the fact that the first 2 things were true. She closed the doors and went back downstairs. She then grabbed the phone and quickly called her house. She explained to her dad that there was no baby there and told him about how weird the guy was. My grandpa told her that he would drive over and park on the street and wait for the guy to get back to make sure nothing happened. After about 4 or 5 hours, the guy came back and his creepy vibes escalated. She said that when he got back, the first thing he asked her was if she had taken the shower. She told him that she didn't, and said that he seemed legitimately upset about this fact, to the point that he actually asked her why she hadn't. She said that she didn't, and then moved on, telling him that Abigail was quiet all night and that she needed to get going now that he was home. When she went to leave, she said that he stepped to the door and told her that she didn't need to rush out and that the night was still young. She said that he pretty much turned to sleeve up to 11 at this point and was looking her up and down and telling her that she could make herself comfortable if she wanted to. She looked at him and told him directly that she had already called her dad and that he was sitting just outside waiting for her to come out, and that he would be likely coming up to the door if she didn't go. For a moment, he seemed to be sizing her up and trying to determine if she was lying about this. But eventually he relented, saying something like, "Well, we wouldn't want to keep him waiting." He opened the door, and my aunt walked out, and he quickly shut it behind her. She took over to my grandpa's car and got in quickly before she realized that in everything that had just happened, he didn't even pay her for her time. And honestly, the money didn't even matter to her anymore. She just wanted to go home. My aunt said that she explained everything to my grandfather, and while he believed that this guy was a creep, he said that he hadn't technically done anything illegal or wrong, so there wasn't much that could be done. And even so, my aunt didn't babysit for anyone that wasn't an immediate neighbor or family after that. And she holds on to the thought that had my grandfather not been parked outside and waiting, things would have gone much, much worse. This all happened back when I was 15 years old, and I was a bit of a socially awkward teen. I didn't have many friends, and I didn't really socialize a whole lot beyond the basic social media stuff. So, I would sometimes watch my cousins for a few bucks every now and then. That said, because I had some experience watching kids, my dad's friend, Alex, asked him if I would be available to help him out during summer break. Alex was in his mid-30s and was now a single father to a 6-year-old son named Max. His wife, Sherry, had passed away due to some sort of heart complication, something that wasn't diagnosed at all, and then it just took her suddenly. Because of this, Alex was basically killing himself, working 2 jobs to keep food on the table and keep the lights on. When all of this happened, summer break had just started, so Alex was in a situation where he needed someone to watch Max all day, but obviously, he didn't have the money to pay for any sort of childcare for 12 plus hours a day for 5 to 6 days a week. So, this is where I came into the picture. My dad had mentioned to me that if I took up watching Max over the summer, he would pay me $50 a week. He knew that Alex couldn't afford it, but we were well off enough that he could cover it for him. I was 15, like I said, so $50 a week and $200 a month for the summer? You could bet that I was going to take that. Plus, I always thought that Max was adorable, and I knew that he was a good kid, so it was a win-win really. The first day I was watching Max, I got there early, and Alex hadn't yet left for work. He was telling me all the basic rules, and that there were chicken nuggets for his lunch in the freezer, and basically all the things that you would expect from a parent. And then he went into how much he appreciated me doing this for free, and that he was sorry that he was taking my summer from me. I explained to him that I really didn't have any plans, and I loved Max, so it was really not a big deal to me. He then went into how his sister was watching him after school, but she basically told him that she wasn't willing to watch him for the entire day if he wasn't going to pay her. To me, that was a bit shocking. It was surprising to me that a family member wasn't willing to help out, especially with the situation that Alex is currently in. But I reassured him that I was happy to help and that I was sorry that he was going through all that he was. He then left for work, and I just sat on the couch and turned on the TV while Max was still asleep and wasn't likely to wake up for a few more hours. Honestly, watching Max for the first few days was pretty normal. My dad would drop me off in the morning, and then I would fall asleep on the couch watching TV until Max woke me up, and then we would make him breakfast. We would watch some movies, play some games, and just have a good time until his dad got home. Honestly, I was really happy with it overall, and I thought that it was going to be a great summer. But then, at some point in the second week, it was early in the morning and I was still asleep on the couch. I heard a crash coming from the kitchen. I quickly sat up and I saw Max in the kitchen, looking like he was absolutely petrified when he saw that I was awake. He just stared at me with his face bright red. I saw him in his pajamas, cereal and milk on the floor, and a bowl sitting upside down next to him. It was pretty clear what had happened, but for some reason, Max screamed as loud as he could and then ran through the hallway into his room and then slammed his door while screaming in tears. He kept yelling that he was really sorry over and over again while shrieking in tears. I was legitimately confused. I had no idea what was going on. He had spilled his cereal, and while he wasn't supposed to be getting his own breakfast like that, for this very reason, I wasn't upset or anything. But he was screaming like crazy. I got up and I went back to his room and I knocked on his door asking him what was wrong. He was refusing to answer me and just kept screaming that he was sorry. I went in and I knelt down to talk to him. I told him that it was okay and that we just needed to clean up the mess. I told him that it wasn't a big deal at all and that he didn't need to freak out. At first, he didn't seem like he trusted me, but he eventually took a deep breath and said okay, and we went out and cleaned up the mess. He went through the rest of the day like normal, and I didn't push it with him and thought that maybe he was just in a weird mood. Then about a week later, we were having fun and he wanted to paint something. I thought that sounded like fun. So I got this kid paints and paper set up in the kitchen. We were just having fun making random paintings when he accidentally spilled the water that he was cleaning the brush with on the floor. Once again, his face turned red and he went absolutely crazy with his crying and screaming and then tried to run to his room. It was literally the same situation a few days prior, but this time I was able to get a hold of him and stop him. The look in his eyes were legitimate horror as he was belting out his apologies at the top of his lungs with tears pouring out of his eyes. I told him to calm down and that it wasn't a big deal and that we would just go ahead and get it cleaned up and then finish our paintings. Once again, he looked like he didn't trust me, like I was going to do something more than just clean up and move on. I told him to breathe and that he needed to calm down because everything was okay. After a few moments, he nodded and took a deep breath and then told me that it was okay. At this point, I felt like I needed to get to the bottom of this. Part of me was worried that it was Alex that was doing something to make him act like this. Honestly, he seemed like such a good guy that I couldn't see him doing it. I sat him down on the couch and I knelt in front of him. Then I asked why he got so scared when he spilled the water. He told me that it was because he had made a mess. I told him that it wasn't really a big deal when he made a mess. We just had to clean it up and be more careful. Then I asked why he thought that it was such a big deal. At first, he didn't seem to want to tell me, but eventually he started talking to me about it. He said that when he made a mess at Aunt Marie's house, he got punished. In my eyes, punishing a kid would be sending them to their room or taking something away from them for a period of time. But obviously, something worse was going on over at that aunt's house. I was a bit nervous, but I eventually asked him what his aunt would do when he got in trouble. And what he told me made me sick. Apparently, when he got in trouble over at his aunt's house, she was verbally abusive. She yelled at him, and he didn't like the yelling. But then it got worse. He told me that when he did something bad, after the yelling, she would seriously shut him in the dryer. She would put him in the dryer and then shut the door, holding it shut until he stopped crying. He said that when he made a mess while I was watching him, he thought that I was going to put him in the dryer and then shut him in, which is why he ran into his room and was telling me how sorry he was. I was shocked. I told him that I would never do that and that he didn't have to worry about that ever happening with me. To which he said that he liked me more than his aunt and then gave me a hug. I honestly wanted to cry when this happened, but I just told him that it was okay, and then we went back to painting. When Alex got home, I asked him if I could talk to him, and I explained what Max had told me about his aunt. And Alex was as appalled as I was. He told me that he had no idea. He just thought that Max didn't like it over there because of his cousins. Well, there's not much to the story, honestly. I watched Max the whole summer, and then he came over to our house after school when we went back. Alex was able to get his life together and got remarried, and they're a happy family now. Max is 11 now and he's a smart kid, and I don't think he really remembers what happened back then. From what I know, Alex confronted his sister about the situation and she claimed that it never happened. But I'm pretty certain that Alex believed his son. I certainly did. To the best of my knowledge, Alex hasn't spoken to Marie since he talked to her about it, and I don't blame him. I just hope that whatever Marie did doesn't scar Max, and that he grows up to be a normal, happy person. This may not be a standard babysitting horror story, but it's still worth sharing, and there's actually a few things to share. I may send more over to you later if you want, but these are some of the worst. I have been working as a lead at a daycare for around 13 years now, and it's almost entertaining how unfiltered kids are when you get them talking, and how much they imitate those that they're around frequently. What kind of sucks about this is that when a kid does something that's iffy or questionable, we have to contact CPS by law and then report what happened. One instance of this happened actually pretty recently with a little boy, and we'll call him Jim. One day during the morning, while the kids were playing, I was making coffee and Jim walked up to me. I was putting my creamer and sugar in the mug, and Jim asked me if I liked to smell the sugar. I was a bit confused at first. Why would I smell sugar? I told him that I wasn't sure what he was talking about, and he then tells me that sometimes while he's at his uncle's house, his uncle likes to smell the sugar. I asked what he meant, and then he tells me that his uncle likes to smell the sugar off the table with a straw. Come to find out, while his uncle was watching him, he decided that it would be okay to do cocaine in front of him and just tell him that it's sugar. Another one that's worth talking is about what happened with a little girl in my group named Sasha. Sasha was a sweetheart. She was incredibly quiet and soft-spoken, but she was also one of the nicest little girls that I have ever met. One day, her dad brought her in and she had a bruise on her face. Obviously, my mind went to a dark place and I told her dad that I had to legally ask what had happened. He tells me that he didn't know, that she had the bruise when he had gotten home from work the night before, and she wouldn't tell him no matter how much he asked. He seemed sincere about this and said that he thinks that she fell or something when she was doing something that she wasn't supposed to, and she didn't want to get into trouble, so she's not saying anything. I accepted his response and we went on. At around lunch, she said that she wanted to tell me something and asked if I could keep a secret. I told her I could, of course, and I asked what was wrong. She told me that she was sorry that she had lied to her dad about her bruise, but he didn't want him mad because his girlfriend had given it to her. Apparently, her dad's girlfriend was verbally and now physically abusive to this little girl, and the dad was none the wiser. I, of course, told him and filled out my report to Protective Services. I really felt bad for the dad, but I had no choice in the matter. And the last one is probably the saddest one for me and happened when I was still fairly new to working at a daycare. There was a little boy that attended our daycare named Adam. Adam was incredibly shy, but absolutely loved being in the daycare because of how much he got to socialize. I know that sounds like opposites, but it was more like he was shy until he got to know you. Adam's father was a police officer for the city and was a fairly well-respected guy. Adam was very clearly proud of how much of a hero his dad was, and he would talk about it a lot. Then, one day, while I was sitting at one of the tables, Adam says something about people are coming to get him. I asked him what he meant, and he said that Daddy says that some of the bad people he arrested are going to come and get us. I was kind of just like, okay. And I said that I wanted to hear more. And he goes on to say that his daddy had put a duct tape over his windows and put a camera in his room to watch him, just to make sure that the bad guys didn't break in. I really didn't know what to do with this, and I probably shouldn't have, but I actually contacted his father about the situation, asking if everything was alright at home, because Adam was saying things that didn't make sense. His dad laughed and just said that Adam just had a wild imagination. I agreed with him, said it was okay, and then I hung up. Unfortunately, I have no idea what happened after that, because Adam never came back to the daycare. His father had resigned, and apparently they moved away within the next week. I don't know if this was for protection or if his dad was legitimately paranoid. So yeah, kids can say some crazy things, and I have more that I may send your way, but I just want to use this as an opportunity to say that kids do not have filters. If you tell your kids something, or if you do something in front of your kids, they will 100% repeat it, or will happily go on telling someone else all about it. When I was in high school, I used to watch my two baby nephews, Ben and Sammy, a few times a week over at my brother Terrence's house during the week. My brother was a pretty chill guy, and I loved spending time with my little cousins, so really, it wasn't that big of a deal to me to lose a few nights during the week. They were pretty young still, and they were still in that age range where they could easily be entertained by SpongeBob and chicken nuggets, while I messed around with my phone or on my DS. It was really just like I had a couple of younger brothers that needed my attention every now and then, and I loved it. My brother had always been a good kid, but as he got a bit older, he ended up getting with the wrong crowd and fell in love with a woman that was a terrible influence on him. Kaylee. Kaylee was a user, and I mean of both people and substance. And fortunately, Terrence wanted to see the best in her and decided that she was worth his time. They ended up getting together, but not married, and they had 2 kids together, Ben and Sammy. At some point after Sammy's first birthday, Kaylee got picked up for attempting to shoplift from a big box store and then got her basic misdemeanor charge changed to a pretty hefty felony when the police found a significant amount of meth in her purse, like enough for her to be charged with intent to distribute. All of this is important because it's what left my brother in charge of 2 young boys as a single father, and is why I had to watch them several times a week while he worked his second job. And now, this ritual of him working nights and me watching them for him had been going on for around 6 months at this point, and without issue. And with Kaylee in prison for years, I thought that it would just keep being a smooth situation. Well, I thought wrong. It was a pretty normal Tuesday night at Terrence's house, and I was there watching the boys, and they were watching some cartoons while I was making dinner, when I heard a knock on the front door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I thought maybe it was an Amazon package or something, just knocking to let us know that it was delivered. So I just kept making dinner and I ignored it for a moment. But then I heard the doorbell ring. At this point, Ben walks in the room to tell me that Aunt Becca was at the door. Rebecca, or Aunt Becca as he said, was Kaylee's sister and was just as bad as her, if not worse than Kaylee. On top of that, Terrence had a no contact order against her. She wasn't supposed to be there, and she wasn't supposed to be near the kids. I told Ben to take Sammy into his room and stay there, and that I would be up in a moment, and then I sent a quick message to Terrence that basically said, "Rebecca is at the door, telling her to leave." I then unlock the door, but keep the chain connected and open the door slightly, asking if I can help her. She stares at me for a second and then huffs and lets out a snide chuckle. "I'm here to see my nephews. Where's Terrence?" I tell her that Terrence isn't here and that she would need to come back another time to talk to him about the situation. She then tells me that I need to let her in to see her nephews right then and there. At this point, Terrence is calling me, so I put the phone on speaker and I tell him that I was just informing Rebecca that she needed to leave. She starts yelling at me and at the phone, saying that she has a right to see her family and that he can't keep them from her. He calmly but directly says, "Rebecca, you need to leave. If you're not gone in 3 minutes, my brother will be calling the police and telling them that you're currently violating a restraining order. You aren't supposed to be anywhere near my sons, and you aren't supposed to be on my property. Phil, if she's not gone in 3 minutes, call the cops." I agreed, and he said to call him back and let him know what's going on and that he would be home soon, and then he hung up. At this point, Rebecca is screaming at me about how I'm ruining her life and calling me every derogatory and racist name that she can pull out of her mouth. I once again firmly tell her to leave, and I go to shut the door. She tries to push her hand in the gap to stop it from closing, but I wasn't having any of it. I kept pushing the door against her fingers, and if she was going to try to force her way in, then I was going to use force to keep her out. And after a few seconds of what I'm assuming was tremendous pain, she pulls her fingers back and I slam the door, locking the deadbolt and the knob. She starts yelling about how she's going to kill me and how I'm going to regret everything. I give her the 3 minutes, and by the end of it, she's in her car and driving off. So I text Terrence and let him know that she's gone, but that she was being incredibly violent with her words. He then tells me that if he sees her or a car that looks like hers drive by again, that I need to call the cops immediately and then tell them what happened. I did agree, and then we move on with the rest of the night. I give the boys their food. They're happy and full, and Ben asks if they can go play in their room. I told them it was fine, and honestly, my mind was on the possibility of Rebecca coming back, so it was best that they were in their room just in case. After about an hour of me sitting and watching SpongeBob myself, and listening to the boys play upstairs, I get up to go and check on them, and no sooner than I stood up, I heard what sounds like a loud smack on the front door and the sound of the glass breaking. I duck and I freak out. I grab my phone and I run upstairs into my nephew's room. I shut the door and I call 911 immediately. Honestly, a good portion of this is a blur. I don't recall the phone call really. I think a lot of what I said to them was pure instinct, and a lot of my action was pure adrenaline. I thought that this crazy woman was seriously trying to break into the house to get to us, and I honestly thought that there was a high possibility that I was going to be killed and my nephews kidnapped. After standing in the room with my back against the door for several moments and telling the 911 operator about the situation, she said that the police would be there within a few minutes and to stay in the room. What I hated the most about this was that my nephews were just looking at me. Sammy was too young to process what was going on, beyond me being in the room to play with them, and Ben just old enough to know that I was scared of something. I just sat on the floor and just wait, telling the boys to go back to playing. And they do. I am holding back tears, just waiting for what felt like an eternity for the police to arrive. And in reality, it was just 9 minutes. But it really felt like an hour. When I heard the police announce themselves, I told the boys to stay in the room and that I would be right back. I went out, and there were 2 officers standing at the door with their guns drawn, and several more cars in front of the house with their spotlights shining around the area. I let the officers in, and they asked if I'm okay or if anyone else was in the house. I tell them that I was watching my nephews and that the person that did this was likely their aunt. I explained the night to them, and they asked that I contact Terrence and see if he could come home. A long story short, and to skip over the conversation with the police, Rebecca had come back and thrown a brick through the garage windows and through the bay window in the living room. Even creepier, she had thrown a dead squirrel at the door, and that's what the initial thump was before the bricks came through the window. This woman had lost her mind and was legitimately trying to show how crazy she was. And while I was scared enough to pretty much piss my pants, I was horrified at the thought that she would have been willing to throw a brick through the living room window where one of her nephews could have seriously been sitting. She could have killed one of them easily if they would have been in the room. Thankfully, it was just me, and they were upstairs playing. The police took the statement, and they put out a call for her. They asked the neighbors if they had seen anything and all that. My brother bought security cameras for the window after that night, just in case. But from what I recall, she was picked up by the cops and won't be getting out anytime soon. So, Rebecca, the absolutely insane woman that happens to be my nephew's aunt, I hope you and I never meet again. I have been a long-time reader of this subreddit, so it is honestly kind of surreal that I now find myself writing about an experience that I had very recently. It was a Friday night, and I had gone to bed early, as I had work on Saturday morning. After reading in bed for a bit, I drifted off at around 10:30 p.m., only to wake up about an hour later to loud screams and people yelling profanities. I thought my girlfriend was watching a movie with the volume way up, so I went out into the lounge room to ask her to turn it down a little. But instead, the TV was off, and my girlfriend was staring at the front door with her eyes wide. Our apartment is on the ground floor of the building, and so our front doors open directly out into the lobby of the building. The voices in question were coming directly from the lobby, and I could not make out specifics, but there was a lot of swearing. In my defense, I was half asleep, and the language of the country that I live in is not my first language. My first thought was that it was some kind of domestic dispute, but after listening, I realized that it was a group of men that sounded extremely aggressive. I looked at the WhatsApp group chat for my apartment building, and to my horror, I saw a message from one of the people in it that there were armed men in the building and that we should not leave our flats. The country I live in is experiencing a marked uptick in crime, and I had heard stories of armed groups of men robbing entire apartment blocks. But these had seemed fairly apocryphal to me. However, that was my first thought, that these men would kick down our door and then rob us. One of my dogs started to growl at the commotion outside, and I shushed him, and thankfully he obeyed. I heard a commotion in the apartment above me, and I went out to my patio to see what was happening. I heard what sounded like a large piece of furniture being knocked over, and women and children screaming in terror. At this point, I had no idea what was going on, but I knew that by now they would have robbed us already if that is what they had planned to do. My girlfriend and I decided to hide in a small shed at the end of our patio, monitoring the group chat on our phones. Our bigger dog silently stood watch outside of the door of the shed, and his eyes locked on the sliding door at the end of the patio. I would find my smaller dog later, cowering between the washing machine and the dryer. After 10 extremely tense minutes, I heard the screeching of tires, signaling what I hoped was the perpetrators fleeing the scene. Eventually, someone in the group chat said that the police had arrived, and we breathed a huge sigh of relief, and I came out of hiding and opened the front door. Alarmingly, on the floor of the lobby, there were zip ties that had been cut, and the security guard was talking to one of the tenants. The man was bleeding from a large gash on his face and looked extremely shaken. Over the next few hours, the story would unfold. The man I saw with a gash on his face was the tenant in the upstairs apartment, the one that I had heard the commotion coming from. He was the owner of an import/export business, and for whatever reason, had a sizable sum of money in cash hidden in his apartment. Someone had obviously found out about it and planned out the robbery that woke me from my sleep on Friday night. A group of 8 men had followed him into the apartment building's garage and then ambushed him as he got out of his car. And judging from the gash on his face, they roughed him up a bit. Some of the group of 8 had gone to the lobby, surprised the security guard, and then zip-tied him. And the remainder of the group had gone up to the apartment, robbed it, and then fled the scene. It is fairly chilling to think that armed men were mere meters from my front door. So, to the armed men that stormed my apartment building to steal my neighbor's cash, let's not meet. This happened to me when I was a teenager, some years ago, but I still think about it sometimes. So, me and my 4 friends were on this 1-hour bus ride to go to my parents' house to hang out. We were sitting and chatting in the back of the bus. The bus is empty except for us and this middle-aged man sitting a couple of seats away from us. He looked like a normal businessman on his way to work or something, wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase. But after a while, we noticed that he was behaving in a weird way. He was chugging down beers rapidly, which is not that common on the bus, and also, it was in the middle of the day. He was also pretty openly flipping through a porno magazine and kind of muttering to himself. Okay, weird, but we didn't really get too bothered. But after a while, he starts approaching us, sitting closer and small talking with us a bit. He was asking how old we are, where we're headed, and so on. We kind of just reply politely but try to end the conversation pretty quickly since he's creeping us out. Apart from the beer drinking and the porn magazine, you can really sense something is wrong with this guy. He's grinding his teeth a lot, and he has this blank stare like he is looking right through you, and he's not really there, you know? When we stop talking to him after a while, he just sits there silently and then stares at us for a while, breathing heavily like he's getting more and more agitated. And after a minute or so, he suddenly leans forward and then pulls down the sleeve of his shirt. On his arm, he has 3 big pairs of sharp-looking scissors duct taped to his arm with a sharp end pointing up towards his hand. He's stretching out his arm and making sure that we all see the scissors, and then he says, Does this make you respect me? Am I getting your respect now? We just sit there with our mouths open. I'm scared as shit, not really sure what to say or do, and just panicking because I'm not sure what this guy is capable of. And after a moment, he leans back again and continues staring at us, not saying anything more. And we don't say anything either, afraid of setting him off, I guess. Well, we get off the next station, all jittery and full of adrenaline after that weird encounter. If I wasn't a clueless teenager, I would have called the police at that point. But we didn't, and I still think about it sometimes and wonder what a guy like that, who is obviously unhinged, is capable of. And if he ever did something worse than just scare some teenagers by acting crazy. My auntie owns a local diner in the middle of a small town where everyone knows everyone. And recently, she had almost half of her waiters quit within a month, which she knew about but didn't tell me why when telling my mom this, and I overheard it while doing homework at the dining table. Then, she asked my mom if my 2 older sisters could help out, but my mom said that the oldest is moving out of town to live with her fiancé, but agreed to let my second older sister work. Then my auntie asked about me. Mind you, I'm a 15-year-old girl, and the last thing on my mind to do after school is going to work, even just for a few hours. Even if I find time to get home in the evening and then finish my homework, I still wouldn't like the idea at all. My mom was quiet for a little before agreeing, since even I know that money is a touchy subject. Ever since my dad divorced my mom, I was chosen to stay with my mom 100% because my dad is an alcoholic and often liked to hurt my mom and have done some nasty things to my sisters and I. I don't know where he is now, probably in jail or married to another poor woman who will be his next victim, but that's partially the reason why we were struggling when it comes to money. Fast forward a week, I went to school on a Wednesday morning like normal, except I had to pack a set of extra clothes in my already stuffed backpack. My aunt talked to me and told me that I have to wear a uniform, and she doesn't want my mom to know what I wear. She wants me to put it into my backpack instead of going to school in it. She even said that she can wash it every week since it'll probably smell like eggs and other diner foods. I usually take the bus to school, so days that I work, I would take another bus that dropped me off about a 2-minute walk away from the diner. The bus driver really didn't care about if we got off on unusual stops, or maybe they had no idea and were just working for a paycheck, much like I'm about to do. And at each end of my shift, my auntie will drop me off back home, after I change back, of course. Once at the diner, I would go to the back through the kitchen, which had 2 chefs who work harder than any cook that I have ever seen, and right to my auntie's office. There, I could see her computer on a desk and a whole lot of paperwork, some clothes all around, and it's just a total mess. My outfit is basically a button-down white t-shirt and a white miniskirt and one of those tiny aprons that only cover from waist to crotch area. I kind of like the way this fits on me, but the fact that I'm wearing all white means that I'm going to get dirty maybe every single night. My sister has a similar outfit, but her skirt is longer since she sometimes does shave her legs or something. I just know that I don't have the same issue she has. The first night went well, actually. I got a lot of people looking at me funny and ask if I'm a kid, To which I told them my age, and some of them were upset that a kid is working. Some were happy that they think that I'm trying to help the family business, and some were just weird and happy to just see me. Whatever the reason it was, I just like talking to people, so this was super easy. Plus, most of them didn't mind if I would bring out one plate at a time instead of like 5 or 6 like pro waitresses. But Friday night comes around, and this is the night that I finally meet the guy who's one of the main reasons why those other waitresses quit. My auntie really wanted me to meet him since he's in about 3 or 4 times a week and orders a good portion. His name was Larry, and he seems really nice and friendly. He even treated me more like a friend than a waitress. I would have me sit down with him while he told me stories about how he fixed cars, his travels for work, eats at every restaurant ever, and stayed at every hotel in the world. I never told him my age, but I'm pretty sure that he can tell that I'm a minor. Often enough, he sits at a booth in the corner of the restaurant, and he would ask me to sit beside him so he could kick his feet up on the other side of the bench, which I don't really mind. But it only started to get weird when he would poke one of the buttons hidden from my apron and think it's my belly button, and then ask if I had an outie belly button and if I'm ticklish. I do in fact have an outie belly button, but I didn't tell him that. I would just fake a giggle, and sometimes I would feel his hand brush up on my chest, which I don't care much of either. But there was a few times that I felt like he was feeling my chest for my nipple, which I still don't know why he would want to see them since my chest is still pretty flat. Again, I'm 15 and I know that it will grow. Sometimes he grabs my arm or my thigh and then he gives me massages, which really don't feel good. And if I tell him that I don't like it, he just tells me that I will start to like it. Usually, after every visit from Larry, I would make up a dozen excuses that I needed to go before he would accept and then let me go. I didn't mind anything weird about Larry. He seems innocent enough, like a grandpa who just wants to spend time with his grandkids. But I really wish I wasn't chosen to babysit him every time he comes here. And since he spends like $100 a week here, my auntie tells me to just ignore and let him ramble on, since he's the reason that this business is still afloat, which are my auntie's words. I'm pretty sure $100 a week cannot cover the rent alone. After about a week of seeing Larry almost most of my shift, he came in with his laptop and showed me his Facebook and told me to look myself up so we can be friends. I seriously don't want Larry in my life 24/7, so I just lied and I told him that I never made a Facebook. He simply laughed, thought for a second, and wrote my whole name out in the search bar. For a second, I was so shocked that I turned pale, even for my light skin. I had a name tag, but only my first name. But my stupid sister probably told him our last name when he asked. She may be older, but she doesn't act like it. He found a picture of me and sent a friend request, to which my phone goes off, making Larry laugh, and my heart dropped into my stomach. He sent me a few messages just to hear my phone go off a few times as I pulled it out and fake laughed before swallowing the throw up in my mouth. He then proceeds to go through my gallery, which my Facebook is public, since I was pretty stupid enough to want to make as many friends as possible, much like Instagram, and try to gain as many followers. He found pics of me that I wish he wouldn't find and could comment on how my clothes are too revealing and that I should take these pictures down. He commented on my friends and how he could find me a good set of friends to be with, to which I had no idea who he's referring to since he told me before that he has no kids and he lives alone. Then, even seeing pics of me with my belly button revealed and comment on my outie belly button and poke my belly again. I could really feel his finger trying to find my belly button again, which just felt so disgusting that I just got up without a reason this time and I just stormed to my auntie's office. I confessed everything to her and told her how disgusted I am. And at first, she seemed to be on my side, but when I explained the things he did to me, she quickly changed sides and told me that I'm just over-exaggerating and he's just treating me like a kid in a friendly way. I wanted to burst out crying and ask my sister for help, even wanting to talk to my mom about this and confess it all. But my sister calmed me down and told me how Auntie would have to let us go. Then, we wouldn't have enough money to keep our apartment, and then we'll have to live with Dad. I have no idea if this were true, but the things my dad did to me are in fact worse than what Larry had done so far. So fast forward a few months to present day, I still work at the diner and still see Larry on an almost daily basis. He still acts the same and once in a while touches me, but it's gotten to a point that it's nothing too concerning, like my chest or thigh, which I still don't care about too much. I only care when he tries to touch my belly button or nipple. I know that for summer, Mom will make me work, and because of my age, I legally can't find a job anywhere else. I'm pretty much okay if I have to keep working for summer. The only good thing about Larry is that he would often order twice in one sitting, which made Auntie very happy, and I would get a good tip because of it. I guess if you have advice, then I'll take it, but I don't think that getting rid of Larry will be of my best interest since I've read too many creepy stories of stalker situations, and trying to escape the creep only makes things worse. But also, Auntie probably would fire me, and Mom would be upset. If I reveal all of this to Mom, this would only make our family situation much worse since my mom relies on Auntie way too much. But either way, it feels good to share this. I feel like just talking about it makes me feel better, and reading other stories make me feel like I'm not alone and maybe I'll find help in the best way. I might be in this situation for a while, but sharing it relieves some of my stress. Thanks again for listening. If I have any updates, I will post them here. This happened around 2021 in India, around COVID period where lockdowns were still very much effective. My dad used to live in another city, my brother was in college, and my mom had a government job, so she had to go to her office every day. So, I was basically left alone from 10 a.m. to around 6 p.m. We used to live in an apartment unit, but it had two doors. One was the main door, and the other one was located in the biggest bedroom, basically my parents' room. The door was clearly locked with an actual lock from the outside, but it also had a metal sliding door, the one with the chain structure, and it was also locked from the outside. We had a ring bell on the outside, but it was just connected to a small bulb in the bedroom. So, one day at around 12 p.m., I was in my room, which was basically adjacent to my parents' room, and I felt, I don't know, weird. So I just went to check their room. I went to the room to see the bulb blinking, which meant that someone was ringing the doorbell. My mom used to say to just ignore it because if it was someone we knew ringing it, they would know the real door. I stood there for a moment when the person started knocking really hard on the door like it was straight up rattling. But the thing was, due to the metal gate in front of it, it would be very hard to put your hand inside to knock at the actual door. Even I couldn't put then half of my palm on it. And this man was straight up banging on it. I got scared and I called my mom, who told me to not panic, But I was really weirded out, so I locked my parents' door with the lock that they had, and I went downstairs to chill in my brother's room. It was one of those days where my mom straight up wouldn't return like till 8 p.m., so I was alone for a long time, and I was scared to even go upstairs. Around 6 p.m., our helper auntie came, and I was a little better that someone else was in the house. And during that time, I used to take private classes, and my teacher used to come around at 7:30 p.m., so I really felt better that I'd be having people. Our main door had a big window just beside it, so whenever someone was at the door, we used to open the window to check who it was before opening it. But Auntie had the habit to open it without checking. Like, you memorize the timings of people, so you just open it because you know that it will be them kind of thing. Fortunately that day, when the doorbell rang, she opened the window, and then she came to my brother's room to tell me that I had a cake delivery. The thing is, I didn't, obviously, so I went out to check through the window. There was a man with a cap hiding his face, holding a very small box. Now, a cake box is very square and big, right? Even a pound cake has a big-ass box. And in India, we have a very small sweet box, so imagine a 100-gram sweet box being called a cake box. And I asked him who was the delivery for. He didn't give me any name, not even of the company. He just told me that it was for our flat. I called my mom and asked if she had made the delivery, and she didn't know what I was talking about. So the dude was like, just accept the box and open the door. And by a miracle, my teacher walked up the stairs and asked what was happening. The dude saw my teacher and he ran up the stairs, and we let our teacher enter. Later, when my mom inquired about a delivery guy coming to our flat with a security guard, he said that he wasn't there at his post for around half an hour when it happened. And we didn't have any CCTVs in our building, so no one saw him. It wasn't that scary, maybe, but it did shake me up, and I asked my mom to at least come quickly from her office on the next day. And I didn't stay upstairs when I was home alone. For a little bit of a background, I'm a 24-year-old female who loves scary stories, horror movies, true crime, and etc. It takes a lot to scare me, though I haven't actually experienced many terrifying, life-threatening events, fortunately. Now, on to the story. This was during the middle of August in North Texas summer 2023, so the nighttime temperatures were around 100 degrees. My dad and one of my brothers, who's 11, drove an hour north into the countryside to go stargazing for my brother's Scout merit badge. There are some twisty gravel roads in the forest as you approach Black Creek Lake. We got to see a coyote, a deer, and 2 raccoons. We live in the city, so we don't often see such animals. We thought that it would be our excitement for the night. We then finally made it to the recreational park grounds beside the lake. The layout is simple. If you're standing in the round parking lot, then the campgrounds are to the north and west, and the lake is south, and the path in and out is east of us. There are no official campgrounds east of this recreational area, which is important for later. We got there at around 10 p.m. and then we set up. We were able to successfully see some stars through my telescope as well as Saturn, which was really exciting for us. And throughout this whole time though, there were 2 parties, or what might have been one group in the parking lot and a surrounding nearby area. One party was kayaking and then later fishing from the boat ramp area west of us. And to the north in the lot were 2 cars. From that direction, we were constantly hearing a loud, irritating voice of a woman who was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to be there. She continuously cursed at someone or no one in particular, and at one point was mad at someone for taking her keys and obstructing her from driving, which obviously made it sound like she was drunk or under some other influence. At one point in the night, at around 11 p.m., we hear someone loudly, sporadically honk one of the car horns over and over in random patterns. Then, we hear the obnoxious woman rudely tell someone to wake up over and over again, then proceeding to hold down the horn for a few seconds at a time, and then continuing her assault on the horn in our ears. By this point, my family and I are just about ready to leave due to this loud commotion. I personally was fixing to go over there myself and tell her off, but I knew that probably wasn't the best idea. I definitely didn't want to put myself and my unborn baby in any danger. But then, for about 20 to 30 minutes, we were able to watch the stars in relative peace with little noise coming from the other two parties. Fortunately, none of these people were directly involved with what happened next, but it may have been the cause of it. Just before midnight, we packed up our stargazing stuff and got in the car. Now, the gravel path to exit is up a slight hill or slope, meaning from the parking lot, you can't see past where the path goes up and around a couple trees. We drive up the hill, and just as the headlights came back down to illuminate the path in front of us and the trees to our right side, it was right then and there that we see a man, wearing only black shorts and no shirt on. The timing was straight out of a horror movie to just suddenly see someone out of nowhere. He was in his late 20s or 30s and had short, dark hair. And just as the light hit him, he was standing and walking right there, just to the right of our car, in front of us at a very close distance, only a couple of feet away. The guy had been walking towards our direction, and upon seeing us, quickly raised both his arms to flip us off with both hands. He keeps his hands and arms raised, and is quickly and loudly saying something to us with anger or something in his voice. We couldn't understand what he was saying though, since we had the radio on, and all of this happened quickly. The second the man saw us, he started walking toward our car faster. My dad was driving slowly initially to avoid the agitated man, thinking that he might need help. My dad, in a confused voice, says, What is he doing?" But I just reply with, "Nope, go, go, go!" And then we sped off. I knew that this was not a situation where we needed to stick around and ask questions. It freaked me out a little imagining what would have happened if the guy had reached the car a few seconds later if we hadn't sped off. I'm not very familiar with my dad's car, and it scares me that I might have ended up pressing the wrong button to unlock my door, and the guy could have opened it and done who knows what. We left and never had anything else happen, but we did wonder who that guy was and where he came from. The direction he was walking from had no official campgrounds, only the forest. Maybe he lived in one of the scattered houses in the woods that we'd passed by on our long journey. I wondered why he had been walking in our direction toward the recreational area. My best theory is that he wanted to confront the group that had been honking the horn and waking up the entire forest, but upon seeing our car leave, maybe he thought that it had been us making the racket. Even if that's not it, or the man needed help, which is not likely considering his reaction to us, I couldn't help but feel a sense of danger. I hope that no harm came to those other two parties that night. First of all, this is the story of my worst hitchhiking experience. This incident was sketchy as fuck, but I still wouldn't give up my love for hitchhiking. I'm a 21-year-old man from Finland, and I was 20 at the time of the incident. Anyway, to the story. This happened on the 2nd of December last year in Kalamata, Greece. I had been hitchhiking for quite a while at that point. I had started from Budapest, and I had hitchhiked through 7 different countries with only positive outcomes. The story begins at around 11 a.m. on Saturday. Some hours before I had woken in my hammock hung up behind the castle ruins, in the only place that had trees that weren't someone's olive trees. I was tired from the lack of sleep caused by the cold night and early wake up by noises of the busy market across the street. After a quick tour of the town and some breakfast, it was time for hitchhiking. I made a sign with the words Athens and Sparta in Greek, and I was standing by a road leading to a roundabout where the first exit goes towards Areopoli, the second towards Sparta, and the third towards Athens. A lot of cars drove by, but nearly all of them took the first exit. It took at least an hour for the first car to stop. It was this small, quite old, worn-out white car, and driving it was an older guy around 60 who looked like a little dirty. He had greasy hair, some teeth missing, and a big nose filled with visible blackheads. He didn't really speak English, but I could understand that he was going to Sparta. I was a bit frustrated by the fact that pretty much all the cars were going towards Areopoli, so I thought that this may be my only chance, and I jumped in. We are trying to have a conversation, but without a shared language, it isn't really possible. We introduced ourselves, and I try to explain where I'm from. He smokes and offers me a cigarette too, but I refuse. We drive just shy of 6 kilometers before the guy suddenly makes a left turn and we end up in his yard. He stops the car, gets up, and signals me to follow. So I do. I take my bags and I feel a bit confused. It's a small house on the mountain surrounded by sheep and olive trees. There's a dog sleeping in the sun, but it doesn't seem to be bothered by us at all. We walk to his balcony/terrace that surrounds his house, and I put my bags inside of his house and I join him sitting on the balcony. He lights up another cigarette and asks if I want to eat something or maybe take a shower. I refuse, and with the help of Google Translate, I ask why we aren't going to Sparta. He answers that I can sleep at his house and he'll drive me there tomorrow. I try to explain that I would like to get to Sparta or even to Athens today, so staying at this place isn't really an option. I'm pointing out that there's not that many cars going past his house, like maybe one every 15 minutes, and only some 4 to 5 hours of daylight left, so every minute is valuable to me. He doesn't really seem to understand me, so I just get up. I walk through the door to grab my bags. I put my backpack on and pick up my other bag, and I turn over and see him inside. I try to walk out, but he stops me and then guides me to the side. He locks the door and then turns to me. At this moment, I'm not panicking or anything because I assume that this is a form of hospitality and he's just doing this jokingly to maybe offer me some food. I keep saying no to him, but he doesn't care. And now, he is standing right in front of me, and I'm starting to feel very disturbed by his presence. For some reason, I keep staring at his black head-filled nose. The image still haunts me. He opens his mouth and raises his right hand in a loose fist in order to show me some blowjob motion. I'm still saying no to him, but he suddenly grabs me by the crotch, and I can feel this cold tingling sensation shivering through my body as my hair stood on end. I kept saying no, and I start to raise my fist in order to hit him. He stands like this for a couple of seconds, and thank God he lets go. I'm still feeling the urge to hit him, but I don't. He asks, "No sex?" And I almost shout, "No!" at him in a tone that makes it sound that I'm questioning the question itself. So he opens the door, and I'm free. I walk out feeling so fucking creeped out by this experience. I walk past the dog to the road, and I see two pickup trucks on the other side of the road. The trucks are surrounded by a group of hunters carrying shotguns on their shoulders. This makes me instantly feel a lot safer. I keep walking by the road for a while before a car passes me by. It's quite warm and I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I empty one of my water bottles and turn it upside down, showing it to the cars passing by so they would think that I'm out of water. This works and the second car stops. I get to Sparta and later that day to Athens safely. But I felt disgusting until I got to take a shower. All the kindness that I had experienced while hitchhiking before this event had made me too comfortable, and I had let my guard down. I think humans are good by nature, but probably trusting every stranger is a stretch. Stranger danger is still overrated though. Additional notes. 1. I'm quite a lean guy, not that strong, so I was lucky that the situation didn't end up worse, though I think I could have beaten that also very lean shepherd grandpa. 2. As a safety measure, I carried a knife with me, but it wasn't on me at that moment of the incident. Also, the knife could have made the situation worse. Obviously, I wouldn't have stabbed him unless it wasn't necessary. Number 3. My mind was running like a million miles an hour during and after this experience, and I thought about how everything could have turned out in the worst case. I also thought about beating the guy, telling about the incident to the hunters, and calling the police. But I ended up doing nothing and just walking away. I hope karma gets to him eventually. And lastly, after this experience, I still think hitchhiking is the best way of traveling. So, to that sick fuck of a person, let's never meet again. After hearing some similar stories on a few forums that I follow, I felt compelled to share an experience that I had as a child. This happened when I went to my friend Brody's birthday party around the age of 11. Brody and I were pretty decent friends at that time. We hung out after school at each other's houses before, but it was usually at mine. That was typically both of our preferences, thanks to his older brother. Brody had a brother that I'll call Chad that was around 16 at the time of this event. Chad was a complete ass. He bullied not only Brody, but any of his friends that he had over, including me. He would barge into his room when we were in there, make remarks about us, throw things at us, and then leave. He even on occasion would try to do things physically to us, like if we were walking by. Like he would stick his leg out to trip us, smack us in the back of our head, or push our head down on the table as he walked by. It didn't matter to him as long as he had some way to bully us. And if he wasn't afraid to do it to me, I'm sure he treated Brody's other friends the same way. The only time that he didn't really do this was when his mom was around. She wouldn't tolerate it and would immediately stop him, yell at him, and whatever she had to do to make him stop. And needless to say, when she was home, I preferred to be in the same room as her. For the party, Brody's mom was renting out the local community center to have the party, which meant more people and more opportunities to get lost in the crowd of people. There were probably about 20 kids or so that showed up, and most parents stayed around too. My parents had dropped me off and left, and after a few hours and all the games being played and cake being eaten, we started coming up with our own games to play. One of those was a version of tag where one person is it, but if they start chasing you, you have to call out someone else's name so they chase them instead. So, as we started playing this, who else walks in but Chad and two of his friends? I know, I was pretty disappointed in this, but the fact that a few of our mutual friends had the same reaction told me everything that I needed to know. He came over to us, grabbed Brody by the hand, and told him happy birthday. Then he asked what we were playing. When we told him, he said he wanted to play too. My fear was that he was going to ask to be it, and one of us was going to get seriously hurt. I was half right. Surprisingly, he didn't ask to be it, but he and his friends got in the circle with us, and we all began. Our friend that was it started chasing someone else, and as my attention is on the friend being chased, I failed to notice Chad approach me until I had the wind knocked out of me. I fell to the ground, trying to figure out what happened, when I suddenly felt a bunch of pressure on my back. Once I can finally breathe again, I realized that the pressure was someone on my back, like sitting on me or holding me down. Chad then got on his knees, with his head on the floor looking at me with an ugly and creepy grin. I tried fighting to get up, but the one on my back had a hold of my arm and was twisting it back. I was in excruciating pain from my arm and to my face and my stomach, and I was already having trouble breathing. And just when I think I'm probably just going to get beat up, I see Chad bring a little pocket knife up to my face, and he asked me if I wanted a party favor. I started screaming. Then I heard other kids screaming and crying. At the same time, Brody was letting out these horrible cries for help, but I didn't know what to do. I could tell he was scared, and hell, I was scared too. We were only 10 and 11 years old. We were not a threat to 3 16-year-olds. Thankfully, after what felt like an eternity, I heard Brody's mom yelling for Chad to get off of me. I could see his face instantly change. He tried to scramble to his feet, all the while hiding the knife. However, he didn't do a very good job, because the way he stood up and slid his hand back, he still ended up cutting part of my neck and chin. And once he was up, I got to my feet as well, holding my face from the pain. His mom yelled at him and made him and his friends leave immediately, which they did. She then rushed me to the restroom to help clean up my face, but I could tell by the look on her face that it wasn't good. She kept apologizing to me and hugging me with tears in her eyes. I was only 11, but man, I felt so sorry for her. She was always such a kind lady, and Brody was always chill too. I never understood why or how Chad turned out the way he did. And once we finished in the restroom, she brought me back out to the others and asked me to stay by her so she could call my parents. They came and picked me up shortly after and then took me to the hospital. I had to get 8 stitches. That night was pretty crappy after that. My mom was pissed about the whole thing, as I remember her blaming Brody's mom for not paying attention, but she wasn't even at the party. I tried to tell her that he wasn't at the party at the start and he just showed up, so I don't think he was supposed to be there, but it didn't matter to her. She thought the right thing to do was to press charges against Chad. Thankfully, that didn't really go anywhere, and his mom settled it by agreeing to pay the hospital bills. I may have been a kid at that time, but as an adult now, I don't really feel like that was the best course of action. But I also don't really talk to my mom anymore. That may be related, who knows. Unfortunately, this definitely strained the friendship between Brody and I. I wasn't allowed to be over there anymore, and anytime I asked if he could come over, there was always a reason why he couldn't. Because of this, we hung out at school, but that was it, and we slowly drifted apart until we eventually moved on and I completely lost touch with him. I really feel bad for Brody because I'm afraid I probably wasn't the only friend he lost because of his brother. Chad, just for some reason, was evil and still have no idea why. All I know is that I have a permanent scar on my chin and large gatherings still kind of scare me. But I hope Brody and his mom are doing okay. And I hope Chad got whatever kind of help he needed. And I hope that I never meet him again. This isn't really creepy, but it was scary for sure. I know I am not the parent in this situation, but rather the kid. This was, who knows, years ago. I was young, maybe like 7 or 8, and I was with my 2 other siblings, my little brother and older sister. We were all 3 years apart. Anyways, we were all in the car waiting for our mom, who had gone inside a Pizza Delight to pick up our food, which she had pre-ordered beforehand. This was in Bayers Lake, I think. We were only alone in there for a minute, and I was tired, so I was half asleep against the window. I was abruptly woken up to aggressive and loud banging on our car window. My sister, maybe 10 at that time, was sitting shotgun. I was in the back seat diagonal from her, and my little brother, probably 4, was beside me. We all immediately looked to where the sound came from and saw a 40 to 50-year-old looking lady. I don't remember much about her, and it was late out, but her hair was kind of frizzy, thin, and crazy looking. It was silvery blonde, and she had a receding hairline and was sweating profusely on her forehead. She looked a little on the heavy side, and her face was practically pressed up against the glass, and she had an intense, crazy look. She held her phone up against the window, my sister's window, with a white emergency dial screen up, and then she yelled something at us. I can't remember what it was, and my mom was literally walking back to the car when this happened, and she was like, "What the hell?" So she immediately gets into the car, and the woman runs around to her door and then grabs it, yelling at her how she's a terrible person for leaving her kids alone in a car and that she was going to call CPS. Our mom explains to her that she was only gone for 5 minutes max, and that she had a 10-year-old in the car with a phone, and that the car was locked, and that she could see the car from where she was in the restaurant. But the lady kept screaming at my mom though, and then she grabs my mom's wrist. So, my mom, who is in the military, immediately rips her hand off her wrist and then slams her door shut, rolls down the window to give her the bird, and then books it. The woman was screaming the whole time and looked genuinely insane and terrifying. Anyways, we later dubbed her Pizza Karen around 2020 when we were reminiscing about the event, and we laugh about it now. But yeah, that's my story. A few years ago, I don't remember exactly when, my husband and I were talking about random things, and I remember that it was mentioned that I had never actually been camping. Like, I had camped in my own backyard as a kid, but I had never had an actual camping trip. This was apparently the wrong thing to have mentioned to him, because within the week, we were making plans. Or more so, he was making plans to have a camping trip within the month. We went all out on it too. He found a nearby campground that wasn't expensive. He bought all the equipment and he got everything ready to go in what felt like a couple of days. So the day came for us to get on the road and get to the campground. We packed up all our clothes and daily items, got the stuff in the car, and then headed out. I admit, I have never been much of a nature lover. As a kid, I was more into staying inside and playing with my Nintendo than going out on a hiking or swimming or whatever. Yeah, I know that sounds like a boring childhood, but it was mine and it was what I liked. So, needless to say, when we got to the actual campground and it was nothing but empty space and trees, I was a bit enamored. It was gorgeous. He had found a spot that was near a small waterfall that was over a small pool of water. On top of that, it was pretty isolated, in that there were no campers anywhere near our spot. Once we got our tent set up and were confident that we were good to go, I was super excited and I was eager to take a hike around the area. I had brought my digital camera and I wanted to get some pictures of anything and everything that we could, and I absolutely did. We walked around and I got pictures of some wildflowers, I got a few shots of birds, and even got a picture of a deer. As we were hiking, we ended up in a small section of trees that looked like it had been recently cleared out, like someone had been staying there in a tent or something and had recently left. As we approached the cleared out section, the smell of something dead hit me, and hard. It didn't take long to figure out where the smell was coming from. Nearby, we found the carcass of a deer that looked like it had been killed, bled, and then partially eaten, but then left to rot. It made me a bit sick, but my husband looked pretty angry and mentioned that it's actually illegal to leave your kills like that and that we should go back to our spot and then report it to the game warden. When we got back, I let him do all that since I had no idea about any of it. I hopped into the tent and I started going through all my pictures that I have taken. I was actually super happy with how things were going, well, minus the dead animal. And after he had gotten done talking to the game warden, he mentioned that we should consider turning in since it was getting late, and I agreed with him. We stayed up for a little while and just kind of enjoyed each other's company. And after a couple of hours, I started dozing off, so he zipped up the tent and we decided to sleep for the night. Then, after a few hours, I was awoken by the strangest thing. Rain hitting my face. At first, I didn't think anything of it. We were out in the woods and sleeping in a tent after all. But then it hit me. Yes, we were in a tent, but the tent was sealed and there shouldn't be any water coming in at all. My eyes shot open and I immediately freaked out. The door to our tent was completely unzipped and open. I shook my husband awake and I told him that the tent door was open. At first, he thought that we must have left it open. Then I explained to him that I hadn't left the tent since we went to sleep, and he hadn't either. Once he sat up and realized what I was saying, he agreed that it was weird. He stepped out of the tent with our camping flashlight and then looked around in the woods for anything, but then came back in and told me that there was no one out there. We both kind of just accepted it for what it was and we confirmed that nothing was missing, so it was just a weird situation. But it got weirder. In the morning, after we were fully awake and ate breakfast, I decided that I wanted to show him some of the pictures that I had taken the day before on our hike. I turned on my camera and I went to the pictures, which immediately takes you to the last picture that was taken. There, on the screen, was a picture of myself and my husband sleeping in the tent. The timestamp was around 2 in the morning on the night before, which seriously scared the hell out of me. I immediately showed him the picture and I mentioned the whole tent door being open thing. I was panicking. He, of course, told me to calm down, but then I told him that whoever it was that had opened our tent was able to reach past me, grab my camera, and then take a picture of us without me noticing. Because my camera was right by my head. I don't think the weight of what could have happened really hit him, but it was definitely apparent to me. If this person was any more of a psycho, I likely would have been dead. At my request, we ended up packing all of our stuff and heading out to the office for the campgrounds to file a report. They took the info and then probably did nothing with it, but at least they were aware of the situation. This was the one and only time that I have ever been camping, and I don't think I will ever feel comfortable doing it again, mostly because I don't know if this person had malicious intent or if this was just some dumb prank or something. But either way, it scared the living hell out of me. I've always been the kind of person that likes to take night drives. The roads are less congested and the world seems to settle into a settling calm, and my thoughts drift freely as I navigate the dark, quiet streets. I have one drive, however, that changed a lot of things for me, one that sort of ruined things for me and made me realize how close to death my simple little drive got me. It was about 2 in the morning and I was returning home from a friend's house. The drive was a smooth one. I knew it like the back of my hand. I was just drifting along with my headlights piercing the darkness, the radio playing softly in the background as I kept on down this seemingly endless road, flanked by dense woods on either side. As I was breathing in the cool night air as it blasted in my face through the window, I noticed a car stopped on the side of the road with its hazards flashing. I kind of paused mentally for a moment thinking, should I stop? It was really late and I was alone, but the idea of leaving someone stranded in the middle of the road like that just didn't sit right with me. I decided to stop just ahead of the car, a safe distance away from the stranded vehicle. A man stepped out of the car and I noticed that he was limping slightly, but a look of relief spread across his face as he approached my window, so I assumed that he did need my help. He looked a bit disheveled and he was wearing a dirty shirt and some old-looking sweatpants. Nothing about him was screaming red flag. He just looked like he chose to dress lazily that day, or maybe he just didn't have a lot of money. Hey, thank you so much for stopping. My car, it broke down. His voice trembled a bit from what I assumed was the cold. Is there any way that I could ask you to give me a ride to the nearest gas station? I hesitated a bit, torn between wanting to help this guy and that nagging feeling that something was a bit off. I could call a tow truck for you. I figured that I should at least offer that to see if that would be enough. The guy sighed and looked around for a moment and then shivered. I appreciate that, but that would take too long. It's seriously freezing out here. Please, just a quick ride? This is where I started to feel a bit guilty. It was pretty cold and he was definitely not dressed for the weather. I hesitated, but then decided that it was a quick ride down the road, so I let that part of me that wanted to help out win. He got in, thanking me profusely and then directing me to a gas station a few miles down the road. After he gave me the directions, he just sat there silently staring out the window. I glanced at him occasionally, noticing that he was clenching his hands, sweating quite a bit, and just looking a bit unsettled. This kind of bothered me since he said that it was too cold outside, but now he's sweating? A bit strange, but I just figured that I would get him to the gas station and it would be over. We finally arrived at the gas station and he thanked me and got out of the car. His voice was still a bit shaky. He then shut the door, and as he was walking away, I noticed something on the floor of the car. I was about to roll down the window and call out to the guy to tell him that he dropped something. But when I clicked on the cab light, I noticed what it was on the floor. It was a knife. A small kitchen knife, smeared with blood. After a second or two it clicked. He was holding this knife in his pant leg. That's why he was limping. It had fallen out during the trip, and I guessed that he just didn't notice that it wasn't there anymore because he was walking towards the gas station. I immediately grabbed my phone and I called 911, telling them that I just gave a ride to a guy that I think may have stabbed someone. I had to explain the whole situation, and as I was doing so, I thought about the car. I realized that he was in the seat, but I didn't see him driving. I just saw him get out, and he didn't want me to call a tow truck, which made me think that his victim could have been in the car. Well, to wrap this up, I drove back in the direction of the car with 911 still on the phone, informing them where I was going, and I told them that I would wait for the officers. I had to give them all the information that I could, what the guy looked like, what he was wearing, everything that he had said. And I will also note that there was no one in the car, so I was wrong on that thought. They took the knife and they took the car, and I was questioned a lot about the whole thing. After a while, I think they were satisfied that I wasn't involved, but they told me that they would call me if they had any further questions. I have literally no idea if they ever caught the guy. I did get called in again for some more questions, but the questions seemed really vague, like they didn't know where to take the investigation. I do hope that they caught him eventually, and I hope that they found whoever it was that he had stabbed. And to this day, I cannot shake the visual of that man as he got out of my car. I will remember his face for probably the rest of my life. And with all this said, I hope that he and I never meet again. Okay, so this just happened to me and my buddy over the weekend, and I wanted to share this here. I am a 22-year-old man, and I have been living with my grandma since I was about 11. And now that I'm a bit older, I have been able to take care of her as her health has taken a downward slope. However, she is still able to get around on her own at home and is still fully there mentally. So sometimes I go out with some friends for the night just to kick it. Sometimes there are recreationals involved, but we stay out of trouble. I couldn't imagine doing something to disappoint the woman that has raised me. So, anyways, this was one of those nights. where Curtis and I met up at our local spot to enjoy a night of no responsibilities and no one depending on us to do something. Our go-to spot was behind a building that had been abandoned some time ago. There was a narrow alleyway that connected it to some kind of doctor's or dental office, but it closed at normal hours, so there wasn't another person in sight. We would sit back there to smoke and bullshit for hours before we finally would leave. That night, we got on the topic of food, and as it goes, we started craving some of our favorite junk food. We made our way out through the alley and to the nearest gas station, and once we were satisfied with our purchase, we went back to our spot. Walking through that alley was normal for us. We walked to that spot from his place since it was close, and that way, a parked car at an abandoned or closed building wouldn't alarm anyone. Being in that alley in the dark didn't really scare us, especially when we weren't alone. It may not have been the best place in town, but we knew how to take care of ourselves. Not to mention, it was an unwritten rule that if you kept to yourself and you mind your own business, no one would bother you or say anything to you. So, when we were walking through the alley and we saw a lanky and scruffy-looking old man, we didn't think anything of it, and we kept our conversation low and did not make eye contact. But as we passed the guy, he let out the low, "Hey!" So, we slowed our pace, but we kept walking and looked back at the guy. He held up his hand as if he was greeting us and asked if we had any smokes. I've been there before, so I stopped and pulled out one to give to him. He then lit it with a matchbook he had, thanking me, and as we nodded, we continued on. A pretty simple reaction that we thought nothing else of. We then got back to our spot and started talking and screwing off again, when we saw that same guy walking out of the alley and towards us. We weren't going to really be able to hide what we were doing, or rather smoking, so we just sat there, waiting to see how this would play out. The man approached and asked if we had any extra that he could smoke too. If it kept the guy from snitching on us, I was happy to share, so I gave him some and he was actually pretty cool. He asked us some general and not too personal questions, like if we hung out there a lot and how we found this place. He even told us some interesting stories that he knew about the building we were behind. He seemed totally fine while we were talking. But then, he dropped his head like he was in deep thought. We sat in silence for a minute before Curtis and I started talking to each other again. Going on like there wasn't a third person sitting there with us. Everyone has their own things that they are trying to work out, so I felt it best to let him sit there and not interrupt him. But as we are talking, he started muttering to himself, but there was nothing we could make out. After this continued for a bit, the guy slowly looked up and was staring right at me. Thinking he may have just had something he wanted to say, I looked back at him and just said, "What's up, boss?" "You shouldn't be here." I was confused at first, partially annoyed, thinking we were about to get some dumb lecture from some random guy about wasting our lives. But then it turned to confusion when I started thinking about how he's been sitting here with us the whole time too. What exactly was his whole plan here then? Curtis and I looked at each other and he asked the man, "What do you mean?" "This is a dangerous place. You never know what you might encounter." Still feeling annoyed and confused, I made a comment about him being here too or something to that effect. That's when, without breaking eye contact, he smiled at me and said, "I know. I've seen bad things happen here. I know things that you couldn't possibly understand." Curtis started talking about how he was killing the mood, and I agreed with him. This was supposed to be our time away from everything else, and now we got this stranger in our self-claimed spot talking about things that made no sense. We made a motion to each other to just get up and leave when the guy once spoke again. "I know things about you, Isaiah. Things that you don't even understand about yourself." Now, when we're out doing what we were that night, we rarely actually use each other's full name. It was either us calling each other C or I, or one of the nicknames that we'd given each other. And I can guarantee you that night that we never said our names around that guy. So, how did he know my name? I stood up and I asked him how he knew me again. And without as much as a flinch, the guy looked up at me smiling and said, "It's easy when you have my eyes. Would you like to see into them too?" I hadn't noticed before, as I had no reason to pay much attention to what he looked like. But as I stood over him, and the single light from above us lit up his face, I noticed his left eye was glossed over and still, unlike his right eye. It was a fake eye. Call me a jerk, but normally that stuff I wouldn't even notice or care about. But between his cryptic talking, knowing my name, and the night now feeling tense, I was pretty unnerved by this. Curtis looked at me and basically just motioned that we should go, and I agreed. And as we started walking away, he continued to sit in the same spot, not looking at us, and then said, "The night will always find you." We picked up our pace and got the hell out of there. We went back to Curtis's house to try and shake off the bad vibes, our high already ruined. And shortly after, I just went home and to bed, hoping that that guy was just off and that I would never see him again. Everything was fine the next day, and even for most of the week, until I was walking home from the gas station. It felt like I was being stared at, and typically, I just got this annoyed feeling. You know that kind when you want to look at someone and you want to say, "You got a problem?" But this time, I was feeling more on edge. My fight or flight was kicking in, and I started looking around all over. That's when I saw him, on the other side of the street, standing next to a bus stop. It was the same man. I stopped walking and I just stared at him, as he was clearly already staring at me. I didn't do anything but stood still until he lifted his arm to wave at me, smiling. I just picked up my pace to get home quickly, and thankfully he didn't follow. I told Curtis about it, so we've been avoiding our normal spot, not wanting to run into him again. So far, neither of us have seen him, but I don't want to take any chances. I don't know if this guy had bad intentions, if he was just trying to scare us, or maybe he was crazy. But whatever it was, I did not like the vibes that I got from that man. I'll update you if I do run into him again, but to be honest, I hope I won't have to. A bunch of years ago, I matched with a guy on Tinder. I was a freshman in college, and I just got out of a relationship and was having fun. I matched with this guy, male and 24, and we can call him D. He was a little odd, but we had similar interests and we went to the same school, so I thought, why not? Well, the red flags started rolling in immediately when I said I would go on a date with him. Of course, the fact that he was much older isn't lost on me as an initial red flag. At this time, I didn't have a car, so D offers to pick me up. But then he tells me that he is not in town, but that he would leave his grandmother's funeral early, which was at a minimum 5 hours away, to just come and pick me up. He showed up in sweatpants, a wife beater, and flip-flops, which struck me odd because he said he was coming from a funeral. We hadn't made plans just to get a bite to eat and hang out. Since he had been out of town, he asked if it was okay if we stopped to pick up his dog. He had left his dog with a friend. I like dogs, so I was like, no problem. It's dark and we pull up to an apartment complex, and he leaves me in the car and then comes back with a golden retriever. The dog immediately starts growling at me, which had never happened to me before, so I start feeling a little weird. D doesn't say anything about the dog's temperament. Because we have the dog, he wants to drop him off at his house, so this feels logical to me, so I just agree. When we pull up to D's house, he asks if I want to come in, and not wanting to sit in the car, I do. The moment that I walked in, I immediately knew that it was the wrong choice. The house is trashed. There's garbage everywhere, trash bags full along the front entry, bottles and wrappers on the couch, and just general crap everywhere. D lets me know that he has a roommate, but that roommate isn't home. So I assume this is to imply that the mess isn't his. And after brushing the trash off his couch, he asked if I want to sit and play chess. I had expressed that I was interested in learning, and he seemed more than happy to help me learn. This, too, was a mistake. D begins to explain the game to me, and it isn't fun first date explaining. He has gotten very serious and is showing me each piece while telling me what it is, what it does, and how it moves. D then begins questioning me over each piece, which most I get wrong, and every time that I get one wrong, he yells at me the correct answer and then tells me to try again. He got more and more frustrated, and it made me very uncomfortable, so I suggested that we pause chess and do something else. D suggested watching a movie, which is fine with me. The idea of us leaving and going to get food seemingly forgotten. D tells me that we can watch a movie in his room, and I oblige. But then he explains that he has to put clean sheets on the bed. I had assumed we were moving to his bedroom because it may have been cleaner. But when we go in, it's not, and there is no TV in his room. He proceeds to put Iron Man 2 on his phone to have us watch. We watch for about 10 minutes of it before things got sexual. I won't tell you strangers the details, but short story short, we didn't have sex, but other things went down. I will say those things were consensual. After they occurred, I was feeling really off about the whole situation, so I told him that I didn't want to have sex. D was confused, but he didn't push it at first. He said fine, and we watched maybe 5 more minutes of the movie before he said he didn't want to watch the movie and more. He started complaining and asking me why I didn't want to have sex with him, and I simply said that I wasn't in the mood anymore. He then began pressuring me to tell him exactly what it was about him that made me feel that way. At this point, we had moved from the bedroom back into the dirty living room. You might be thinking, seems like a perfect time to leave. And I thought so too. But this is where things start to get scary. As if he knows that I'm thinking about how I'm leaving, he explodes and begins to scream at me. He explodes and begins to scream at me. This is a 6-foot-something man screaming in the face of a 5-foot-nothing young girl. Of course, I'm internally freaking out, but I'm trying to make sure that I don't piss him off anymore, but also not agreeing to anything. For the next 5 to 10 minutes, Dee screams at me about why I don't like him, why I don't want him, and continuously asks what's wrong with him and to tell him. I tried to placate him as best as possible, saying the old, It's not you, it's me. And, No, I don't want to leave. Again, this man is my only ride home, and I'm truthfully not sure exactly where I was. Though, I did have my phone and Google Maps, but I did not have Uber at that time. Dee finally calms down when he believes I'm going to stay, and then he suggests that we try playing some video game. I was in full internal freakout mode trying to make sure that I was playing the part of the interested date because I was terrified that if he felt that I wanted to leave, he would freak out again. We play this game for a while, but then out of nowhere, Dee starts getting upset again. He started yelling about why no one likes him, why no one wants to get to know him, and why no one loves him, saying that he has never had a girlfriend and all of his dates had been one-night stands. Again, I placate him with I don't know. Lots of girls are just snooty like that. At this point, I'm saying anything and everything he wants to hear. He even starts crying about how his mother never loved him and telling me very deep dark things about what his mother has said to him and treated him. After he finally calms down once more, he then gets up and goes to the kitchen to fix us some drinks. Now, if you're anyone with a brain, you're thinking absolutely not, which was my exact thought at that moment. I declined his multiple offers for a drink. He asked if instead of alcohol, I wanted water. And of course, I declined that too, feigning that I wasn't thirsty at all. I stayed at his apartment until about 1 a.m. because I was sitting next to him, terrified to 1. Ask him to take me home, 2. Say that I would walk home, and 3. Figure out how to get an Uber. I had been trying to download Uber on my phone without him noticing, but then it asked for a card information, and that was too hard to do without him noticing. So around 1 a.m., I yawn very loudly and I say, Oh wow, it's 1 a.m. My roommate's going to be so worried about me. I laugh as if my roommate would be stupid to worry and that I hadn't been watching the clock since he picked me up at 9 p.m., then said, I'm so tired, I should get home soon. Again, I was super scared that he would freak out, but he didn't explode. He just looked at the clock and said that it's late. But I was not taking any chances, so I said, Oh, I have a great idea. If I get to bed soon, I'd love to have breakfast with you on campus. I was hoping my offer convinced him that I was intending to see him again, and it did. He seemed very happy at the prospect of it and jumped up, walking me out of the house and to his car. The drive back was excruciatingly long. The ride was completely silent and neither of us spoke. It was only a 10-minute drive, but I could have sworn he slowed down every time we got to a particularly dark area or the underpass. Dee dropped me off and I smiled and made a good show of being tired yet excited to see him tomorrow. He offered multiple times to walk me to my door, but I declined every time, and I said that I didn't want to bother him and that I would see him tomorrow. I walked myself to the building, and the moment that I got around the corner, I sprinted so fast up the stairs and to my door before he could change his mind and follow me to my door. When I got in my dorm room, I genuinely felt like I had just escaped a serial killer. Even now writing it makes my heart race a bit. I never met up with him, but he begged me for multiple days after to meet up with him again. He even asked to pay me $20 an hour to sit near me in the library. I declined, obviously, and I only ever saw him once after at the gym on the campus. He didn't see me, and I just left immediately. I've thought about D occasionally since the date, and I wondered if all those girls he had one night stands with had the same experience as I did. I still sometimes wonder how many girls there were after me. So D, let's not meet again. A few years ago, my husband had to go out of state for a business trip for about a week. We had twins that were about 18 months at that time, and they were our first kids, so it took a lot out of the both of us. Previously, I would just go with him on his trips, but it becomes a lot harder with children, so we agreed that it was best that I stayed home. For work, I actually helped a friend with her small business of house cleaning, so I worked when I wanted, which made it easier for me to be able to stay home with my boys. However, I also get anxious about being home alone. I lived in some very bad places as a kid, so I constantly feared that someone would break in while I was home alone and that something bad would happen to me. That unfortunately followed me as I got older, and now I don't like being alone for more than a night. While he was gone though, my mom invited me over to her place for the week, so that way she could help me with my boys and also spend time with them, and that I would also have someone to talk to. The only thing was that she lived about 4 hours away, so I would be making a mini road trip with my 2 boys and my little dog. The first night alone was not pleasant at all. I put our air mattress in our boys' room, so I wasn't alone and slept there. Those things are not comfortable for more than a few hours. With little sleep that day, I went about our daily routine of making breakfast, went to the doctor's appointment, picked up some groceries and a prescription, and then went to see a friend as to have less time alone. I will mention that the part about going to my mom's was very last minute and not planned out. Later that evening when we got back home, I was making something for dinner when my mom had called. As we were talking and I was telling her about my concerns, she offered to have me come stay the rest of the week. I had planned to go out there first thing tomorrow morning, but I figured that it wasn't too late being around 6 or so. And after eating, I called my mom to let her know that I would head out there tonight. The anxiety in me thought that 4 hours alone tonight was much better than 6 more whole days, so off to packing I went. I got a few outfits for myself and the kids, since I would be able to do laundry there, and I got the car all packed up with our stuff, and then the dog, and then the twins. The one thing that I failed to realize was that while it was only 6 when I started, we ended up not leaving till a little after 7. I also did not sleep too well that night, so I knew that I was going to need more caffeine. After picking up some coffee, we were on the road. We were probably about 2 hours in, or close to that, when I had to stop to use the restroom and grab something to snack on to keep me awake. I remember coming up to this gas station that had a small bar and grill attached to it, so I felt comfortable knowing that there were going to be people around. I let the dog out first while I stood next to the car. Then after putting the dog back in, I pulled the boys out, locked the door, and then I headed inside. There were a few rowdy people on the other side though, most likely drinking, so it was pretty loud. Random laughing here, yelling and clapping echoed into the little gas station. After I checked out, I started getting the boys buckled in. I find it easier to carry one in one sling while carrying the other in the car seat. That way, I have at least one free hand. So I sit Evan down on the seat while I put Ian back in his. I have a little hatchback, so I find it easier to walk around on the other side rather than reaching over them. As I went over to buckle Ian in, I heard the music from the bar get louder as someone opened the door. Out came two people, a man and a woman, arguing very loudly. I can't remember what about, but they were loud enough to make me look over. I continue buckling him in and then go around the other side to get Evan strapped back in. And from there, I hear them yelling again, and I look back over to see her punching him in the chest. I finished getting them secured, and I did a fast walk over to the driver's door and got in. But before I continued, I decided to text my mom and husband to let them know how much longer I had. While I was doing this, I started hearing more yelling, but this time it was things like, "Let go of me!" Thinking that it was the same couple, I looked up to see that they were not within my view. I chalked it up to them moving away and that it was none of my business, and I started to set my phone back up with a GPS so I could head out. As I start to pull out of the parking lot, I'm startled by my passenger door opening as a woman is screaming help and then jumping in my car. She quickly locks the door and starts screaming at me, "Go," and then crying. I didn't know what to do at first, and I screamed something back that I probably shouldn't have, but then I took off. The gas station was right off the highway, so it didn't take long to get back on. I didn't know what to do, so I just drove while this woman, who I didn't know, sobbed in the seat next to me and screamed every once in a while. My boys are wide awake at this point, also on the verge of tears, so I tried comforting them the best that I could. I don't think this woman realized that I had kids in the car by the way that she looked back at them. She apologized and then explained that this guy that she had just met was trying to force her into his truck and that she was screaming to let go. It was not the couple that I saw earlier. She said that I could drop her off at the next exit and that she would find someone from there. But as I got over to the exit, there was a black and yellow truck sitting at the intersection with their lights off. Unfortunately, I didn't know who this person was or what they were doing until the girl started screaming that it's him. Not knowing what else to do, I blew the yellow light and then went straight back onto the highway. I know it was stupid, but I thought that at least if a cop saw it and stopped us, he would keep going. This guy quickly did a burnout to follow us as well. Noticing he was behind us, the girl starts screaming and crying more, now making my kids cry. I was more terrified at that moment than I was being home alone, and now I regretted leaving. Not knowing what to do and on the verge of tears myself, I tried telling the girl to calm down as she was upsetting the kids. When I saw this guy get right on my ass and flash his lights, I was now in tears, thinking that this is how my life was going to end. When we started coming up to an accident, there were lights everywhere. The far left lane was blocked, and I knew this was our chance. I quickly shot over the two lanes, honking and holding down my horn, and I swerved over to the shoulder. I have never seen a cop run up to a car faster. We're all inconsolable and trying to explain what happened when the cop had us get out of the car. And once a little calmer, we explained that the truck was following us and was trying to kidnap her. He got as much info as possible and put it in bolo for it. After getting more information, the cop offered to take the girl home and to follow me for a bit to see if the truck showed up again. I called my mom and husband first to calm me, the boys, and the dog down a bit, and then agreed to have the cop follow me for a few minutes as a peace of mind. The woman hugged me so hard and thanked me for not shoving her out of the car, and also apologized for putting us in danger. I know it was terrifying, but I was also glad that I was there for her because who knows what could have happened. We drove a few miles with no issue, so he had me pull over again and let me know that I would be on my own again. At this point, I was wide awake and just ready to go to my mom's to crash. The last hour to hour and a half or so seemed to fly by, and after arriving, I quickly crashed. I hope they ended up finding that guy because that could have ended a lot worse, and I'm thankful that the police were where they were at that time to save us from something worse. Unfortunately, now I have a slight fear of driving at night. The story took place back when I was in college. I had a lot of friends that liked to party, and while I wasn't the type that liked to drink or do stupid things, I was the type to make sure that my friends got to and from the party responsibly. Basically, I was their designated driver. I would drive them to the parties, sit around, and then drink soda until they were drunk off their asses, and then I would drive them back home. It may sound like an incredibly boring way to spend your college years, but I honestly had a lot of fun with it. I'm not an incredibly social person myself, so just kind of sitting around and watching people make themselves look like idiots was my idea of a fun Friday night. This situation occurred at one party that was particularly rowdy and had a lot of people that I didn't know, which usually happens when the parties were off campus. I was there, I was sitting in the corner with my Dr. Pepper in hand, and I was talking with another girl that was completely trashed. She and I were having a conversation about my education, something that she seemed way more interested in that than she should have been. When one of my friends comes over to ask me if I can take one of his friends home, they were insistent that it was just down the street. I usually don't play designated driver with people that I don't know personally, but I also didn't want this guy struggling to get home if he needed a ride. I reluctantly agreed and said that as long as my friend was vouching for him and that it wasn't too far from the party, then I would take him home. I got up, followed him out to the front door, and he shouted to some guy named Greg, telling him that I would be taking him home. They said their drunken goodbyes, and I walked over to my car, which I should add was a late 90s Dodge Caravan. After they were done talking and telling each other how much they would miss each other, Greg walked over and smiled at me, asking if this was the car. I nodded, said yes, told him that this was the one, and then got in the driver's seat. He, for some reason, opened the sliding door and then hopped into one of the back seats. I was curious, but if there's one thing you don't ask a drunk person you're taking home, it's why they chose to do mundane things. He gets buckled in and I pulled onto the road. I then ask him where he's headed. He tells me an address that's about 5 blocks down the way, literally a straight shot and only a few minutes away. And as drunken people often do, he starts rambling about random things. He tells me that his name was Gregory and that he was named after his grandfather. He tells me about a dog that he used to have as a child named Bucky and how much he missed him. He then tells me about his sister and how she runs a beauty salon in New Mexico and how he and his mother never really got along. This guy is seriously telling me his life story within the span of 1.5 miles. I then pull up to where he wanted to go and I let him know that we were at his house, just in case he didn't realize it yet. and he just kind of sits there and stares at nothing. After a few seconds of really awkward silence, he literally starts to cry. Out of nowhere, he tells me that he's sorry. I have no idea why he's sorry, and I tell him that he doesn't need to be. And after sobbing for a few moments, he tells me that I was the nicest person that he has met, and that he was going to miss all of this. Once again, I'm just sitting here silently, and he's telling me how much he's going to miss everything out here. He then tells me why he's going to miss it. He drops in with, I'm about to go to prison for a really, really long time. I just kind of sat there and nodded, and he, of course, continues, I made a mistake. I accidentally assaulted my ex-girlfriend, so I have to go to court tomorrow, and I'm going to go away for a long, long time. And as he finished telling me about what he did to her, he starts to chuckle and stare at me in the rearview mirror. He smiles and tells me that I kind of remind him of his ex and that he hated her. And after a few more moments, he shrugs and tells me that he appreciated the ride and that we should go get lunch when he gets out of prison. I just agreed and nodded along until he got out and got to his door. And as soon as he entered his house, I let out a huge sigh of relief. The entire time he was staring at me and telling me about what he's done, I felt like I was holding my breath. This was the last time that I gave anyone a ride that wasn't one of my immediate friends. And I hope that I literally never meet Gregory ever again. This seems like the right place to tell this story. It happened back in 2013. It was about 8 to 9 o'clock, and I was on my way home from a pal's. I was sat upstairs at the back of the bus. There was only me and one other person on the top floor of the bus, and he was sat near the front on the opposite side. When I got up to get off the bus and walk from the back towards the stairs, he called me. I don't remember exactly how he asked, but he was asking for a lighter. I walked up to him, going through my pockets, and I told him that I had matches, and I handed them to him. He took them off of me and just stared at them for a good few seconds, and then handed them back to me and said something along the line of, don't worry. The time it took for him to decide to not use them felt very strange to me, and the eye contact before and after just felt intense. I walked down the stairs thinking, what the hell was up with that? And then I got off the bus. I told a couple of people how weird it felt and described what he was wearing, a zip-up black hoodie with a knockoff Hardy-style tiger on the chest. Well, fast forward about a week, and there's a fatal stabbing on my bus in my city. A young girl on her way to school was stabbed to death on the top of the deck of a bus. Stabbings are pretty common in my city, but a young girl being killed on her way to school, well, that's big news anywhere. They show a photo of the suspect being arrested, but you can only see the back of his hoodie. And straight away, I think that's the same exact Ed Hardy knockoff, and I start wondering if it's the guy that I had seen. When they released more photos of him from the front, I knew that it was him. The scary thing is, it transpired that he had recently been let out of a mental health facility. He hadn't been given any support and had been sleeping rough on buses. I've had many interactions with mentally ill people and some dangerous individuals, but this is the one that stays with me. Even though the interaction wasn't much, it felt so strange. I always wonder if he was seeing how I reacted when he asked me, hence why he didn't use the matches. Who knows? It's just a sad story, really. Rest in peace to the poor girl who was murdered. Her name was Christina Edkins, and she was 16 years old. Me and a couple of friends like to go urban exploring. It started out when we were kids. There was a house down the street that had been condemned after the old lady that lived in it passed away. Me and my friends, Andre and Stacy, who lived on the same street as me, talked about going in there and looking around. So, one night, we agreed to take a look, and we found a few treasures and then safely left. But from there, it definitely sparked our interest in future explorations. This made up most of our summers. We would find other small houses, shacks, or even old buildings that may have been abandoned or gutted after a fire or something. I bring this up because it's ultimately what led us to these following events. After graduation, Stacy moved out of state for a job offer, while Andre and I still live close by. Keeping in touch with us, Stacy always called us to talk about the life where she lived and that we needed to come check out her new place. She always knew what to say though to really tie us in. She said that she was purposely looking for places for us to explore, and then she found out that there was a really old school that has been closed for decades about 2 hours from her. After she sent us some pictures from when she passed by it and then looked up the directions, we were convinced. So a few months away from summer, we started making our arrangements to head out there. With summer vacation starting, Andre and I drove out to her place, preparing to be there for about a week or so. Upon arriving, Stacy greeted us and then got Andre set up in the spare bedroom, and I offered to take the couch. That night, we caught up over dinner and she started showing us more pictures that she had taken from the outside. She wanted to go in, but she decided to wait till she had us with her because she knew that we'd be interested. The school sat in the middle of an overgrown field, and from the satellite map, it looked like there was a small shed or house a few yards away. There was a fence surrounding it, so we were definitely going to be trespassing. So this should be the part where I say we shouldn't do this, that it was a stupid idea, and that we should only go to places open to the public. But I didn't. We basically brainstormed what old tools and equipment that we wanted to bring with us, packed everything up, and then settled in for the night. The next evening, we headed out to the location. We wanted to go later on so there would be less traffic around and hopefully less people likely to report us. We took Stacy's car since it had local tags, and then we parked it off the side of a gravel road next to the property. The fencing wasn't anything fancy, just chicken wire basically secured to post. There wasn't even barbed wire above it, so we bent the top of the wire down, hopped over, and then proceeded to the entrance. The door was barely a door. It was only on the top hinges, and the bottom part looked like it had been crumbling away. There was a big piece of thin wood in front of it, but it was only nailed to the top, so you could easily bend it up to slide under it. This was our way in, and upon entering, you could tell that the air was stagnant. You could smell mild to old wood, and maybe even that smell of decay, like the smell a lot of old buildings start having. If you do this or start doing it, you'll recognize that smell. Most, if not all of the windows were boarded up, so you could just see the light of the sunset peeking in the cracks. We put on our mask because you never know what you could be breathing in, and then we grabbed our flashlights and headlamps and started figuring out where to start. There were 2 floors and 1 set of stairs to the right from what we could tell. We started on the first floor, of course. We walked to the left to see 2 classrooms on one side and the gym and cafeteria on the other. We entered the first classroom. Most of the desks were still in their place. There was a bookshelf in the corner with some heavily damaged books and old toys on it. The pages in the book were all stuck together, most likely due to water damage, as the window right above it was broken out and poorly boarded up. There was still string hanging above the chalkboard for like a party or banner of some sort. It was interesting to look at, and even though we didn't go to the school, it still brought back some good memories from those times. As we were looking around, we started hearing a scuffling sound coming from above us. Now, this isn't our first time, as mentioned. We've made rules for ourselves that if we ever run into trouble such as cops, animals, or other people, a lot of places are bound to have animals living in them. Not a lot of people are going to bother going in there, so they don't have to worry about danger. You just have to give them their space for the most part. You may run into squatters, and as long as they're not violent, you can usually just walk out without much interaction. Well, as for police, if there are trespassing signs, then you know the risk you're taking. We've only run into them twice, once as a teenager and they just escorted us home, and the second time, they suggested that we leave due to the structure not being safe. And with that being said, we just go quiet for a second to see if we heard anything else, or some talking maybe, accompanying the sound. We heard nothing, so we assumed it to be an animal and then just moved on. We walked over to the gym to see what we could find. There was a basket in the back with some deflated dodgeballs covered in a blanket of dust. Stacy found an old doll that she ended up putting in her bag to take home. She said that it reminded her of an old doll her mom, or maybe her grandmother had, but to me, it was just creepy looking. As we continued to look around, we heard more shuffling upstairs and then paused. This time, we heard what sounded like a really weird meow. Andrew made a comment about that not sounding like a cat, while Stacy argued that it was. It sounded enough like a meow to me at that time though. We then made our way over by the stairs, where there also appeared to be an office for maybe a principal or a nurse's office and a faculty room. It was starting to get a little darker, so we decided to head upstairs before it was too dark, so we could check out what was up there, and then we could make our way back down to the offices. As we headed up, we could hear more noise, and now it sounded like it was coming from one of the back classes. Stacy was interested in finding the cat, while Andre was hesitant. He had a point that we did have to be cautious in case it had rabies or was just aggressive, so we at least convinced Stacy to hold back some. We went into one of the rooms closest to the stairs when we started hearing some whimpering, like a small puppy, but this one, it definitely didn't sound right. Stacy and Andre agreed, but Stacy thought maybe the dog was just ill or scared. And after a little back and forth, we opted to check what the sound was coming from so we could all relax and explore more. We started heading towards the back when the meowing started again. And this time, it legit just sounded like a person meowing. I remember Stacy staying back a bit while I entered the room, followed by Andre. It was another classroom but appeared to be for younger children, like a nursery. And in one corner, there were maybe 6 or 7 cribs stacked on each other to make like a sectioned off room. Of course, that would be where the sound was coming from too. As we walked in further, we turned our flashlight to point it into the corner. And that's when we saw it. We saw a full-grown man crouching naked in front of us. Embarrassed, Andrea and I turned around and I apologized for intruding. And as I was about to say that we would leave, the dude started barking at us. Stacy was asking us from the doorway what was happening when Andre started laughing and shouting about a crazy guy living here. As we started walking back, and while Andre continued to poke fun at the guy, his barks became louder and more aggressive. I told them that it was best that we just leave when Andre yelled, "Hey, look out!" And before I could register what he said, this guy has jumped on me and he was scratching at my back. I tried to turn over, but this guy had to be at least 200 pounds, so it was a struggle. Thankfully, Andre ran over and punched the guy in the head, which caused him to stumble back a bit, enough for him to help me up. I stood there for a second looking at the sky as I tried to gain my composure back, when he proceeded to crouch on his hands and feet and then growl at us. Stacy started yelling at us that we just needed to leave, so we started walking quickly away when I looked back to see the guy walk out of the room, still on all fours. He started kicking back his legs, and Andre shouted, "Oh, hell no!" And the guy started running for us. I have never seen a human run so fast on his hands and feet. It was terrifying. We got to the stairs, got to the bottom, and I jumped from the second to the last stair or something like that, and my foot went through the floor. So once again, I am falling to the floor with both of them yelling at me, and the guy was closing in. I remember Andre yelling at Stacy to pry open the door, and he helped me up again. And right as we got to the door, the dude had fallen from the top of the stairs to the bottom. I kid you not, it was like he just fell over the side and landed in front of us, nearly scaring the hell out of me. But he looked like he knocked himself unconscious. I stared at him for a second to see if he was still breathing at least. The guy was just skin and bones. I could see his spine clinging to his skin, and his arms and legs looked frail and thin. You could even see his cheekbones nearly protruding in his face. He was terrifying looking. Stacy yelled at us, so we made our way to the door. We got out and made sure that we didn't lose anything too important and weren't hurt, and we started making our way to the fence. As we were climbing over it, we saw the man again. This time, he was standing on the school entrance by the door, just staring at us. He wasn't moving or barking, still on all four, but just watching. We didn't waste any time after that though. We ran to the car, got in, and locked the doors immediately. We looked up and the guy was now howling. We went to grab our phone to take a picture, but the guy quickly ran back inside, and we never saw him again. So yeah, that scared the hell out of us for the night. We went back to our place and had a few beers to try and calm down some and laugh it off. We were debating on if we should call the cops to get this guy help or if we would be worse off for trespassing. Andre thought that it was probably someone really messed up on drugs and found a place to call home, but it was just terrifying. It hasn't stopped us from our adventures, but we did add that to our rules, that if we find weird people, we leave ASAP. I am trying to convince them to go back there with me next summer so we can see if the guy is still there and maybe get some pictures for proof. So, did we run into a really messed up guy? Or do you think there was something more to it? Back in the early 90s, when I was about 10 years old, I had a really creepy close encounter with someone that honestly could have ended a lot worse than it did. And if I had been a bit more gullible, it likely would have ended really badly. At that time, I honestly did not comprehend the potential danger of the situation. But as I've gotten older, it clicked pretty hard how unsettling this experience really was. As mentioned, this was back when I was about 10 years old. My parents both worked during the day, and most days when I got home from school, I would be in an empty house for hours until my mom was able to leave work and then get home. They trusted me to be responsible enough to take care of myself. I was the type of kid that liked to just spend time in my room, playing my Super Nintendo, instead of being a problem for other people. We also lived in a neighborhood that was pretty much just a bunch of old people, so it was relatively safe. So honestly, it never seemed like a big deal to me. On this day, I had been home for maybe half an hour. I'd finished my homework and I had turned on the TV to watch something. I had grabbed a Pop-Tart for a snack when I thought that I saw something outside of the living room window. It was a pretty big window and it faced to the west, so if you walked by it in the afternoon, it would cause a bit of a shadow into the room. I glanced over for a moment to see if I could see anything, and I saw a man, probably in his late 40s, as he looked older than my dad. He was slowly walking along the sidewalk in front of our house. He seemed to be studying the house, staring at the ground, the roof, almost like he was seriously trying to memorize how our house looked like. But then it got creepy. As I was watching this guy analyze the exterior of our home, I watched as he put his face up to the glass with his hand cupped around his eyes. He was absolutely looking into the window and trying to see if there was anyone in the house. And, of course, he saw me sitting on the couch, just staring at him. He smiled and waved, and then I watched as he walked over to the front door, put his hand on the doorknob, and tried to push open the door. Thankfully, my parents had told me to keep the door locked at all times, and I was pretty obsessive with doing so he wasn't able to get in. When he realized that he wasn't going to get the door open, he walked back to the window and started knocking. By this point, I was having a mini panic attack in my mind, screaming about how this was some weirdo trying to get into the house. But I kept trying to calm down and tell myself that he must have been a neighbor or something. He kept knocking on the window rapidly, just tapping on it with his knuckle for several moments. And then he started on the door, really, really hard. At this point, I had no idea what to do, so I walked into the kitchen near the front door and just stood there. Because I was so unsure of what to do, I just figured out that I could tell him that he got the wrong house and then to go away. I didn't open the door, obviously, but I did shout out to him saying, "Who are you and what do you want?" When I asked this, I could hear him laugh a bit and then say, "Could you open the door for me?" I said no and again asked who he was. He then said that he was a neighbor and that he wasn't going to hurt me. I may have only been 10, but I knew that this was a weird thing to say to a kid. You don't just tell a kid, "I'm not going to hurt you," unless you plan to hurt them. At least, not in this kind of scenario. I told him that if he was a neighbor, then he needed to come back later when my parents were home, which I now realize was a stupid thing to say, as this was me literally telling him that my parents weren't home. When I said this, he paused for a moment and then said, "Look, kid, I work with your mom. I'm a friend of hers. She'll vouch for me, so can you just, please, let me in?" Now, this was where things got a bit confusing for me. This man knew my mother's name specifically, and it's not a common name, so it wasn't like he could just guess a name and get it right. But I also knew my mother's co-workers. My mom worked at a hair salon, and she was one of the big names of the store, alongside my aunt, of course. They had about 5 employees that they worked with, and I knew all of them because I would always hang out there during the summer, and I loved all my mom's co-workers. And the thing is, all of her co-workers are either older women or younger ladies trying to break into the industry. This guy was neither of those. I mentioned that I didn't think that I could let him in and that he should come back later. At this point, he got pretty angry. He started banging on the door saying, "I know your mom. Her name is..." And then he says my mom's name. "You need to let me in right now." When he started getting aggressive, I ran over to the cordless phone and I hit the button to call the salon. When they answered, I told her who I was and told her that I needed to talk to my mom right away. I explained the whole situation to her, and she told me to hang up, go to the laundry room, and then lock the door, and then call the cops. She then said that she would be there in a few minutes. I did exactly what she said, so I ran to the laundry room and then I locked the door, and then I called 911, telling them that a guy was trying to break into my house. And after about 10 minutes, I heard my mom yelling my name, along with the voice of an officer, and I came out to see them standing at the door and looking at a pile of glass. Apparently, after I had run down to the laundry room, this guy had smashed the window in the front door and tried to break in. The officers took my statement, asking me a bunch of questions about the guy and what he looked like. I told them all that I could, and I told them that they knew my mom's name specifically, and they said that they would drive around to try and find the guy, but I have no idea if they ever caught them. My mom thanked them, and after all was said and done, she told me that I did everything right and kept telling me that it was all okay. I could tell that she was freaking out about it as bad as I was. And after that, I wasn't allowed to be at home alone for a few years. My mom worked with one of our neighbors, an older lady that was actually one of the lunch ladies at my school, and I stayed at her house until they got home every day until I was in high school. She was pretty cool though, and she always had food for me when I got there, so I didn't really mind. That day is something that has been burned in my mind, and when I was that age, I was definitely scared, but as I mentioned, I now realize how serious it actually was. I am thankful that, even at that age, I was smart enough to realize that this guy didn't want anything good. I have no idea how he knew my mom's name specifically. Maybe he looked at the mail or something. But I'm just glad that I trusted my instincts and that I was able to avoid a much worse fate. This story is mine, sort of, but it's more my dad's, so the entire thing is based on what he's told me. I was there, but I was just strapped to my little car seat in the back, and obviously, I was way too young to remember any of it. He told me about this way later in life, and honestly, it's terrifying. It's probably why my dad was always so protective of me and emphasized being alert and aware of our surroundings. Hell, when I turned 17 and got my license, he always told me to take the main road and avoid the back roads. From what my dad had told me, It was a pretty normal morning. He needed to go run some errands, so he was taking me to my grandma's house. I was just sitting in my car seat and then watching the back window as I always did, completely unaware of anything. He was driving down a relatively quiet road with trees on both sides. My grandma lived on the edge of a suburb, so there were a few spots that you had to go through that weren't heavily incorporated. He was there, just cruising at speed, when a man jumped out of the woods and then ran in front of my dad's car, flailing his arms wildly. Naturally, my dad slammed his brakes, barely avoiding hitting this guy. He said that he could see that this guy looked terrified, like he was running from something or someone. But something about it didn't seem right. Something about the situation was off. His instincts were screaming at him that this guy wasn't just some random dude running across the road. The guy didn't say anything to my dad. He just limped over to the side of the car and made the motion of rolling down the window. My dad, curious as to what this guy's explanation was, cracked the window and asked if he was okay. The man didn't respond. The two of them just stared at each other's eyes for several silent seconds. My dad said that his heart was pounding, like his mind was saying, "Nah, get out of here." He was prepared to drive off at the first sign of trouble, and sure enough, trouble arrived. As soon as he turned to look back at the road, out of the corner of his eye, he saw two other figures starting to emerge from the undergrowth of the woods on the other side, and without hesitation, my dad stomped on the gas and the car lurched forward, leaving the three strangers standing there in the middle of the dust cloud that he kicked up. He said that he could see them in the rear-view mirror, and all three of them just stood there watching as he drove off. He didn't stop driving until we reached my grandma's house, where he said that he called the cops to report the incident. He wasn't sure what they were planning, but he gave them a description of the man and the location too. But the details were sparse outside of that, so we never did find out what happened with the situation or what that all was. The police never called us back too with any details, and my dad didn't press the issue. He was just happy to have avoided what was undoubtedly heading towards a dangerous situation. And even today, years later, my dad sweats every time he tells the story, which really tells me how much it scared him. My dad is a good guy, and he will stop and help people on the side of the road. But this was definitely a sobering reminder that some people will take advantage of those willing to stop. So it's important to trust your instincts and be hyper-vigilant about your surroundings. This recently came up again within a group of friends, so I decided that I would share it with more people. About 4 years ago, I started dating a girl that I met online named Kendra. We matched, she messaged me first, and we actually hit it off pretty quickly. We started officially dating after the third date, and everything seemed fine. She was pretty fun to be around, even if we were just chilling at home. She was very open about herself and her past, which was nice that she was open, but it also made me let my guard down at first. I kind of felt bad for her. She explained how she didn't have a good childhood, as her mother was very abusive to her, and she didn't know her father, so she moved in with her boyfriend at that time when she was 16. She then explained how she got pregnant and her boyfriend didn't want the kid and suffocated their baby at like 2 months old. She seemed pretty happy, but obviously she had some issues, but definitely nothing that I thought was a deal breaker or anything. But then, as the months went on, her stories became wilder and wilder. The stories she would tell me were so bizarre that they became hard to believe, especially when they were brought up in situations that would benefit her. Like, if I was planning on going somewhere with friends or family, she would make me feel about her childhood trauma and says that she doesn't want to be left alone. When I did suggest that she come along with me to take my dog to the park or something, she would decline, saying that she couldn't walk or stand long due to her condition. She claimed that she had some kind of infection in her leg that permanently damaged the muscle or bone, so she couldn't walk long distances. Yet, she's dragged me to her friends' parties where she stood and danced for hours. She also claimed that she had to dye her hair black. She was a natural blonde, but she had to dye her hair because the light color absorbed too much sunlight and it was giving her a brain tumor. She said this was directly from her doctor, that she could have surgery and have her head shaved, or she could just keep dyeing her hair. Look, I don't know why I stayed with her at that point, but I guess I just thought that maybe she still had things to work out from her childhood and that I could help her move on. I had no reason not to believe her about her family or her baby, so I guess I tried to just move past it. However, it did start to take its toll on me as she started having an excuse for literally everything. It was pretty obvious. When it was something that she wasn't interested in or wanted to do, she had an excuse. And when I would tell her that I was still going without her, something would happen to try and stop me. For example, every Wednesday, me and a few of my friends would gather for game night. We were all off on Thursday, so it was easier than on the weekends, and I never missed. I invited her to go, but she didn't want to. I told her then that I would call her when I left. She would call me halfway through, complaining that she wasn't feeling well and wanted me to pick something up for her, or that she needed me to take her to the ER because she had an accident like cutting her finger or something. Even when I was with her and friends, if I got into a conversation or we started having fun, she would be very dramatic and grab her leg or stomach or something, anything. And of course, everyone would turn and ask her if she was okay, so now the attention is on her. Illnesses were a common tactic with her. I started to learn pretty quickly who she really was. The whole time I was with her, she didn't even have a job. She pretty quickly started to leech onto me and my wallet, but I just ignored it, believing that I was in love. And when she didn't get her way, she threw a fit, and we would make up in the form of me buying her something. I really started to put things together and grew more suspicious when she invited me to go with her and her sister to lunch and shopping. She thought of me as her bank account. Along with telling me that she was abused, she also claimed to be an only child. When I mentioned this to her, she became angry and wouldn't give me a straight answer other than I was obviously remembering wrong. I know for a fact that she told me she was an only child because she used the sob story many times that she had no one because it was just her and her abusive mom. So, being curious, I went with her to meet this mystery sister. And to my surprise, they looked very much alike. I have siblings too, and I know we all look similar, but they look like they could be twins. And that's because they were. The only real difference was her sister had a darker blonde hair color and a mole above her eyebrow. Listening to them talk about things made me feel like a lot of things Kendra had told me was a lie. There were things her sister would even bring up, and she would get upset and say that she didn't want to talk about it. I caught both of them looking over at me at times. So after that day, I went home with a lot of questions and really debated on how to bring them up. It turns out I wouldn't have to do much, as the next day, her sister sent me a message request on Facebook. She was kind, and it started as a nice to meet you kind of thing. But then after a few hours, she said she had some questions for me. She asked me if Kendra had mentioned their childhood to me, and I said yes. But after us both beating around the bush some more, it was finally revealed that she was never abused. In fact, Kendra was the abuser. They were actually twins and they had a younger sister. Kendra would constantly attack both of them, and as a teenager, she even hit her mom. Hell, her parents were married and her dad was even still alive. She was never kicked out, but rather went to a juvenile detention due to threatening her little sister with a knife, and she never had a kid. Her sister apologized as she knew that she was a habitual liar and wanted to know what all I knew or was told. I thanked her for being honest, and I took the rest of the day to really think about what to do. I finally got up the courage and I told her that we needed to talk, and I asked her if I could come over. I figured that it would be easier to leave her place than kicking her out of mine. So I went over and I told her that I wanted to talk to her about some things that she has told me, and I confronted her about her lies. I told her that her sister told me everything and I wanted to give her one last chance. I wanted to hear the truth from her, and I wanted to know why lie about any of it. But instead of coming clean, she just doubled down on the lies and tried saying that she was her half-sister and she was just trying to take me from her. Her sister even told me that she would probably try that too. I told her that I had enough and that we were done. If she couldn't be honest with me, it wasn't going to work out. I guess one thing that I didn't really take into consideration though was when her sister mentioned that Kendra was the abuser. So when I turned around to grab my jacket and leave, she started screaming and then ran towards me. She was jumping on my back. We went back and forth like this, of me struggling to get her off because she had her legs wrapped around me and had a tight grip on my hair with one hand while punching me in the head and shoulders with the other. I finally managed to throw myself backwards onto her kitchen floor where she let go. But before I could get to my feet, I was hit in the head and I was knocked out cold. The next thing I remember, there were cops and EMTs standing over me in her house, asking me a bunch of questions. And once they checked me out to make sure that I was okay to stand, I was placed in cuffs and put in the back of a squad car. After being taken back to the station, I was finally questioned and given the opportunity to explain my side of things. I told them why I was there, how I knew Kendra, what led to me being on the kitchen floor, but I didn't know how I got there. They asked me if I had physically harmed her at all, and I explained other than pretty much dropping her on the floor as well as myself, I hadn't touched her. And after a few hours, they finally let me go, but not before telling me how they got involved. Apparently, she hit me in the head with a meat tenderizer. So they told me that I should still go to the hospital to check if I had a concussion afterwards. Then, they were called by a neighbor as she was running up and down the street outside, screaming for help. She told them that I had barged into her place in a fit of rage after she broke up with me, and then I attacked her. They checked us both out and took pictures. And since I had multiple marks on my back, my head, my shoulders, and my face, and she had not a single scratch or bruise, they believed me. They suggested that I stay away from her though, and I promised them just that. I just went home and I talked to a few friends about what happened, and I even messaged her sister to let her know what she did. Kendra tried calling me a few times, but nope, all to voicemail for her. She stopped trying pretty quickly, thank God, and I just moved on, living to tell my crazy ex tale. Until this past Christmas, when she tried to add me on Facebook, that was an immediate block. My story starts back when I was 19 years old. As a lot of young girls do, I didn't have the best self-esteem, and I clung to people that showed interest in me, be it just platonic or romantic. This is when I met a man named Rich. He was about 12 years my senior, and at that time, I just saw him as a good friend. I was working at a local thrift store, and he came in there a few times, and in fact, I think I caused him to frequent there more often. He was always kind to me and seemed to actually care. He would ask how work was going and how my week had been. I was wanting to go to college, but I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to major in yet. When the store was slow, he even talked to me about what I was interested in and tried to help me find my way. I had never experienced this kind of attention, so I guess I was falling for it. It started as me just hanging out with him after work as friends. He had taken me out for dinner many times, and I even went to his house, as I was still living at my home. My parents had even met him, and why they never questioned their 19-year-old daughter hanging out with a 31-year-old was beyond me. But then, things turned romantic between us. I truly felt that I had found my prince and that we would have this happily ever after life. At the age of 20, less than a year after we met, I became pregnant. He even assured me that he would always be there to take care of the both of us. He welcomed me to move in with him officially, and even convinced me to quit my job, promising that we would financially be fine, and that way I could focus on being the best mom that I could to our child. Everything was going as he promised, too. The whole time that I was pregnant, we were in that honeymoon phase. He did everything for me. He went to all my appointments, he helped me when I was sick, and he even catered to my silly cravings. But then, when our daughter Adelaide was born, I fell in love all over again. Even after she arrived, we were doing great. We were both happy. She was healthy, and we learned how to be the best parents that we could together. We did have a few moments here or there, like when she would wake up throughout the night or when nothing we would do seemed to comfort her. But I thought that that was just the nervousness and stress of being a parent. My grandmother, though, has been my rock throughout my life, and she was on the speed dial at any time that I had concerns. Needless to say, she helped me through a lot. But things started slowly turning sour day by day, and it really broke me. It would start as Rich having to work late a lot, so I saw him less. And when he would come home, he seemed to be in a bad mood, or just really didn't want to talk about it. He was an electrical engineer, so I'm sure that it was stressful, as all jobs have their bad days. But he just never seemed to want to talk to me about it anymore. And then he would just call me to say that he wouldn't be home for dinner and not to stay up for him. Again, he would claim that it was work-related, but I had my doubts. And when he finally arrived at midnight or even later and passed out on the couch. But I had my doubts when he finally arrived at midnight or even later and passed out on the couch. In fact, I started seeing him less and less as a whole. I would see him off in the morning, but then that was about it. Even on the days that he was off or had an event to go to, he did not want to be around me. He stayed out, and he didn't have me go with him. He used to take me and Addie to his parents' place on occasion, But when I got ready to go once, he got mad at me for assuming and then left us there. It got to the point that the only time that I left the house was to get the mail or occasionally get groceries after nagging him about it being low. He failed to realize this because he was hardly home to eat with us. He became verbally abusive and mocked me when I tried to ask him for the simplest things or for any kind of intimacy from him. I craved our conversations, our silly inside jokes, or even just holding each other on the couch. I became severely reclusive and depressed. I hardly talked to my friends or family, and I certainly didn't get to go anywhere or do anything because I didn't even have my own money. Hell, I even tried talking to him about going to school so that I could help pay for things, and he wouldn't have it. He would shut it down every time, saying that it was too late for that now and that I was stupid for even considering it. As I mentioned earlier, the only thing other than my little girl that kept me going was my grandma. I talked to her about everything, and when I stopped calling her weekly or seemed to want to talk very long, she surprised me with a visit and brought her homemade chicken casserole and some groceries. I broke down and I told her what had been going on, and she told me that I needed to give him an ultimatum and stick to it. Rich was definitely verbally abusive but never physically so she definitely gave me the strength to do it. To wrap up the sob story, I guess, the ultimatum kind of did not go in my favor, or at least not how I would have wanted. He kicked me out. He told me that I was just ungrateful and that I could just leave. I tried talking to him about Addie, but that's when he dropped it on me that he couldn't care less about her as she didn't believe that she was his kid. He was my first serious relationship, and I was a virgin when I met him. Well, heartbroken me, I packed up the few things that I had that were important to me, and all of Addie's things, and then I moved in with my grandparents until I got back on my feet. Fast forward about 4 years, and I am still with my grandparents, but we are all happy. My grandfather had an accident, so I decided to stay to help my grandma take care of him. They loved spending time with Addie and watching her while I was in school. Yes, I finally started school and I was working part-time and I loved it. I was happy with my life, even as a single parent. Addie even started going to pre-K, and I would pick her up before I went to class in the evenings. Well, that's where things went downhill again. The school Addie was going to was very big on security, which is why I chose them. So when I got a call from them saying that someone that was not authorized tried to pick her up early, they called me immediately. Only my grandparents and sister were on the authorized pickup list. I left work and I went to the school when I saw cop cars around. I had to show ID and I had to be checked before they let me in. Little did I know that the cops were there because of me and Addie. The principal described the guy that attempted to get Addie, and when they refused to let them, saying that they would call me first to ask, they stormed out. That's when they called me, and shortly after, they had a lockdown as they saw the same guy walking the fence of the play area where the kids were about to be released from recess. And rightfully so, they feared that he may try to do something to the kids or even abduct Addie. As you may have guessed, it was Rich. I hadn't gotten as much as a phone call from him in years. And here he was, trying to take our kid from school, and our kid that he wanted nothing to do with. They had me identify him later that day as they caught him hanging around the school and had him in custody. After a lot of back and forth with him and the cops, it came down to him wanting a relationship with his daughter. Now, nearly 5 years later, he cares? I hated it. I felt like this was him trying to control me again, but once again, my grandma talked me through it and said to keep an open mind. There didn't need to be anything between us other than being parents to the same child, but if he's changed, maybe he can actually be a good father. So after a lot of lawyer talk, we worked out a supervised visitation. If I wasn't present, my sister and her husband were there. If he would try to take her from school, I didn't trust that he wouldn't try to take her if they were alone. And as expected, he used this time to try to get back with me. When that didn't work, he would become angry and then end the visitation. When my sister and brother-in-law went, he brought another girl with him and was too busy with her to pay attention to Addie. It was just an attempt to make me jealous, I guess. And one of the last times that I saw him, it was just me again, and when I finally put my foot down telling him that I was here for Addie and not him, and that I didn't want a relationship with him. He went in to kiss me, and when I pulled away, he slapped me, saying that it would be the biggest mistake that I've ever made and how I wasn't thinking about our daughter. I grabbed Addie, who had been playing alone at the park, and we left. I was ready to get a stern talking to for ending his visitation early, but I never got a call. This was obviously his main motive, as once again, I never heard from him. He stopped showing up to visitations, he wouldn't answer my calls, and even his lawyer gave me the whole "don't call me, I'll call you" line, and that was it. It's been 3 years since then, and I know it probably sounds bad and selfish, but I hope that I never hear from him again. Addie deserves to have a father in her life that cares for her, and not just as a way to get to me. And until then, my grandfather has filled that role really well, and I can't thank them enough. I just have that fear in the back of my mind that he's going to show up one day and attempt to take her again. I hope she's never in a position to allow that to happen. Back in 2017, I was in a pretty healthy relationship. Charlotte and I had been together for almost 3 years, and we were thinking about the future. We started looking at apartments together, and if things continued to go as well as they had been, I was going to save up to propose to her. However, even though a lot of the places we looked at were her choice, and she seemed so excited about this, she threw a huge curveball at me. She told me that she had a great career opportunity in Oregon. We lived in Missouri. At first I thought, okay, a cross-country move is a huge step, but I was willing to do it if it meant a better life for the both of us. And even if it was kind of scary, moving out of state could also be exciting. But much to my surprise, her plans did not involve me. She said she wanted to make a life for herself out there first before she thought about a relationship. And before I could even recommend it, she shot down the long-distance thing, saying that she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't cheat. It really hurt, but at least she was honest. I didn't know how to feel though. I understand wanting to do what's best for your own good, but why even consider apartment searching? Why lead me on to believe that we had a future together? Overall, I was definitely upset and heartbroken, but I moved on, wishing her the best. But I wasn't the only one caught off guard by this. Even some of her family found it odd. I was actually pretty good friends with her younger brother, as that's how I met her, and he was telling me how their parents were shocked that she just left everything behind. They were worried that maybe something sinister was going on and forcing her to leave out of fear or something. But she assured everyone that that was not the case, and even showed us pictures of her new place and shared some links to the place that she was going to be working for. It was an illustration company. Well, knowing that she was at least okay, we tried talking to her here and there, but I think overall, It just made me feel worse, so we agreed that it was best to cut ties. Now, it's been several years since this event happened. I've entirely moved on and I'm happy. I decided to make some changes in my life too, and I got a new job. I met a girl named Valerie that worked at the same place as me, and I could instantly tell that there was a connection. We went on a date, hit it off immediately, and we had been together for about 4 years now. Charlotte wasn't even a thought in my mind. I was still good friends with her brother, but we hardly talked, but that was just life. So, needless to say, I wanted to propose to Valerie, and when I got hints from her and her friends, I took it as the go-ahead. Things definitely felt different, but in a good way compared to Charlotte. And to make it the second best day of my life, she said yes. At that point, life started moving pretty quickly. So when I was waiting in line to get coffee, I didn't notice the people around me until I heard my old nickname, making me look around. That's when I saw Charlotte. We hugged, and I asked her what she was doing here. She explained that she was thinking about moving back, but was just visiting for a week. We quickly caught up for a bit, and she suggested that we grab a coffee or lunch together sometime. I agreed. I gave her another hug, and then I left. I even went home and I told Val that I had run into her. We were very open with each other, and she knew of Charlotte, so she saw no issues with us catching up either. It was probably a few days after that we met up at the same place. We sat and talked about the past years. She showed me so many places of Oregon and places that she went to, and even a few famous people that she met through her work. So I asked her, since things were going so well, why she would want to move back there. Her answer was vague, but she said something about being able to work on her own time, and she wanted to be closer to her family. Then she turned the conversation on me, and I told her that I was engaged. She looked surprised, but also said that she was happy for me. As we continued to talk, I noticed her becoming more and more hands-on. She would touch my shoulder, going down my arm. She would grab my hands or even rub my leg with her foot. It was a weird feeling, to say the least. It reminded me of who she was when we were together. I mean, I didn't feel anything as I was in love with Val, but the thought was in the back of my head. Was she trying to do something? Was this her flirting? I tried not to think about it, and we parted after a few hours. When I saw Valerie that evening, I told her what happened, and she really found it odd, and even thought maybe there was a hint of jealousy from Charlotte. Maybe, but otherwise, she wasn't worried about it. So, again, we moved forward with our life, and I got random casual messages from Charlotte. My phone number never changed after all. However, we started having strange events occur, and honestly, never really connected them at that time. Val ended up moving to another location under the same business that we worked for, so we were no longer riding together. However, I had to take her to work one day because she went to leave one morning and her tire was flat. But it wasn't like it just lost air or like there was a nail. I didn't even have to look for the cause. Towards the back side of the tire, there was a pretty big puncture in it. It wasn't a clear cut like a knife, but it wasn't mangled like the tire just exploded. Not to mention, there was no additional damage to the car either. We were just confused, but I just took her to work and I told her that I would take care of it. Val had a pretty new car. I went with her to test it out, and it was only a few years old at that time. But she ended up having a pretty scary issue with it. We kissed each other goodbye one morning and left for the day. When we got to work, we usually texted each other one more time saying, "Have a good day," with me usually being the first one as my drive was shorter by about 15 minutes. When I didn't get a text back, I thought that it was odd, but I just assumed that she forgot or someone stopped her on her way in, both of which have happened before. So after I got in and to my desk, I was prepared to text her when she called me hysterical. When I finally got her to calm down, she explained what happened. She said that she noticed her car hesitated a little when she shifted from reverse to drive, but ignored it as it soon went away. She thought maybe she just imagined it, but made a mental note to tell me about it when she got to work. However, she wouldn't make it to work because as she rolled up to a red light, her brakes kicked back and did nothing else. She went right through that intersection at about 30 miles per hour, instantly T-boning a van. Her airbag deployed and she was obviously shaken up. She told me the police were already there and the tow trucks were on their way, so I left immediately to be with her. The sight was pretty terrifying, and I felt so bad that she had to be in that situation and alone to boot. The van had a woman and her toddler in it, but both were in their seatbelts and the kid in their car seat, so they were okay as well, just a little bit shaken up. After the scene was cleaned up, we went home and she walked me through the situation again. It definitely sounded like something happened to the brakes, so after they towed the car back, I had someone come take a look at it to see if they could diagnose the issue. They were certainly able to, and they told us that the brake line had been cut, and it was obviously done by someone that wasn't trying to replace a line or done by accident. He said you could see where they tried to cut it in multiple spots until they finally got through. We were terrified and confused. Who would try to do this? Valerie was such a kind person, and it's not like she had any enemies that came to mind, so I didn't know how to handle this. But then, she asked me if I thought Charlotte would do something like that. I also didn't see Charlotte as the type to do that, and while we talked, it was still a very casual conversation. She wouldn't have known where we lived, and while I was questioning this, she brought something to my attention that she hadn't really told me about. She had gotten a few calls at work, like they were transferred to her office line specifically looking for her. But when she would answer, they would just hang up. She thought that it was weird. Sure, but nothing scary or worth mentioning. Then a few days prior to the accident, she got another call, and this time, the person talked and said something with a slight giggle like, "Nice car you got," and then hung up. I was horrified. I didn't want to think about Charlotte possibly doing this or even entertain the idea. But then I remembered the way she acted when we met up. I couldn't rule it out, so I called her while Valerie was in the room so she could hear her voice. I played it off like I thought she called me and I was returning the call, so it didn't last long. But I could tell by the look on Valerie's face that it was the same voice. I was furious. Why would she try to do this? She was the one that left me behind, and now, almost a decade later, she wants to ruin my life? As mad as I was, I started coming up with a plan. I bought a camera, and I had it set up to face our driveway. Then, I texted Charlotte asking to go get coffee again. When she showed up, I was not friendly at all, like I was the first time. I asked her point blank if she was following or stalking my fiancé. She looked at me like I was crazy and denied it. But then when I mentioned her stupid phone calls, she had this stupid grin on her face and actually said that she was just trying to have a little fun. But, she was pretty easy to track down, she said. She admitted to the calls, but would never fess up about the car. But after I chewed her out some, she started to show her true colors. She said that I was the one in the wrong. I was supposed to wait for her to come back and have a relationship with her again and her only. That was never the case. She broke up with me and she ended it because she obviously had plans to hook up with other people. Why did I have to wait around for her? I was supposed to be all alone those years? Hell no. I told her that she was crazy and she needed to leave us alone because we were happy and I would never, ever be with her again or want to talk to her again. And I left that place feeling much better already. I knew we wouldn't really be able to take legal action though, unless we had proof. And that was why the camera came in. I had a feeling that she would try something again, and I was right. It was 3 or 4 days later when we checked the camera, as we do every time before we leave, and we were also sharing a car at the same time. There she was, clear as day, walking around and inspecting my car. She then proceeded to pour something in my gas tank, wiped off the side and the cover, prints I assume, and climbed on the hood and pulled her pants down and squatted. I'll let you fill in the rest. Charlotte has absolutely lost it. I have never seen this side of her, and I was frustrated and embarrassed that I ever let her back into my life. Sorry, this took so long, but to wrap it up, we pressed charges, filed restraining orders, and were able to sue her for the damages to my car, at least. And as we expected, we never heard from her again, and thankfully, her brother had no ill will towards me either. He said that she complained to him about me being engaged, and he basically told her to get over it, like I did, because I had to move on. I think exes are better left at that too. No friends, no contact, just old memories. Good or bad, I suppose. I have a story that I've been wanting to share with the world for a while. A story that really taught me a lesson about trusting people and made me realize that things can go really bad, really fast. I am going to add a bit of a trigger warning here, as this story does end in a horrifying way. This happened a while back when my high school ex-boyfriend, a guy we're going to call Christian, came back into my life after close to a decade of being out of touch. Back in high school, Christian and I were really close. He was probably the most connected relationship that I've ever had, if that makes any sense. He was actually the first guy that I got with, in multiple meanings of the word, and I thought that he and I had this really bright future planned out. In my head, we were going to get married, we were going to have kids, and we were going to grow old together. In reality, Christian didn't want more than a high school fling that he planned on cutting away from the minute he graduated. He ended up telling me as much only a quarter away from graduation. We were talking about the future, and when I asked if we were going to stay in state, he said that after May, there was no we. Well, needless to say, we broke up that day, and it crushed me. Fast forward around 8 or 9 years later, and I'm single, living my best life, and just doing whatever life brings my way, when out of the blue, I get a friend request on Facebook from a face that I hadn't thought about in ages. Christian. Being the nostalgic idiot that I am, I immediately went to accept it. But I hesitated when I thought about how our relationship ended. I sat on it for a couple hours, but eventually decided that we were both young, we both made mistakes, and it wasn't anything more than a friend request on Facebook. If he had grown up enough to seek me out and reconnect, then I could grow up enough to accept it. But what I didn't expect was that clicking that button was going to be the opening of my own personal Pandora's box. At first, everything was chill. We messaged back and forth, and it seemed like he really had his life together. After high school, he went out of state for college, and he had actually gotten married and had a son. I congratulated him for all that, saying that it was great to hear that he was doing well. But then, he told me that he and his wife had gotten a divorce, and she had done everything that she could to keep his son from him. So, he was actually moving back in with his mom for a bit to get back on his feet. I apologized, and I told him that this was awful, and after a bit of talking more, he told me that he was actually in town, and we agreed to meet up for lunch the next day to just catch up. Now, nowhere in this conversation and nowhere in my mind was there any intentions of making this anything beyond just being friends. I didn't want anything beyond that. I just wanted a friend and wanted to meet up to catch up with him. When we met at the restaurant, I went in for a friendly hug, and when he hugged me, his hand wandered way too far down my back. I immediately pushed away and looked at him like, "Bro, what the hell?" He quickly apologized and said that he just got absorbed in the moment and didn't mean anything by it. I told him that this was his one warning and that if he tried anything else, this meeting was over, which I think caught him off guard. I think he expected me to be a bit more submissive, mostly because when I was young, I was way more willing to go along with things. But in the years since then, I've become a lot more self-sufficient and mentally sound, and I'm not the kind of person to take crap. I told him as much, and he nodded, saying all right and continuing to apologize. The rest of the lunch went pretty normal. Nothing else happened, and I figured he knew his place. Of course, that was the wrong thing to believe. About 2 days later, I got a message from Christian on Facebook that said, "Thinking of you," with a picture of something that I genuinely did not expect nor want to see. The situation was very disappointing for multiple reasons, and I had told him that that was the end of it. I replied saying, "I told you that if you did anything like this again, that would be the end of it." He immediately said, "Oh my God, I'm sorry. That was for someone else, I swear." I messaged back saying that it was nice to see that he was doing well, but that this was the end of our conversations, and then I immediately blocked him. I'm not stupid. I knew what he was doing, and I wasn't going to be a rebound fling. Plus, he's not exactly the kind of person that I'm into anymore. After that, the situation with Christian went off the rails, and did so pretty quickly. One night, about 2 weeks later, I was out with some friends at a local bar, just trying to have a good time. And lo and behold, Christian showed up. He walked in and came straight over to us, acting like he was my best friend. The entire feel of the night changed immediately. My 3 friends all glanced at me like, "Who is this guy?" And Christian stood over me and smiled like everything was fine. I hit my limit the second that he put his hands on my shoulders and said, "How are you doing, babe?" I shoved my seat backwards to make sure that it made contact with him. I stood up, turned around and told him that I wasn't his babe and that he needed to leave me alone. He laughed and asked why I was being like this, and I went off on him. I told him that I had given him a chance to be my friend and nothing more, and he decided that he wanted to be a creep instead. I told him again to shove off and get the hell back out of my life. After a few minutes, he backed off and looked like he was about to cry and then just walked away. I kind of assumed that was going to be the end of it, that he would understand that I wanted nothing to do with him. Either that or the next encounter was going to end violently. And fortunately for me, it was more likely to be the latter. After Christian left, the whole night was ruined and we all decided to head home. I had driven my friend Michelle out that night. She had planned on drinking a bit more and I don't really drink, so I was her driver. When we left, she asked me who Christian was and I explained everything to her. And she told me that he sounded like a creep and then asked me if I wanted her to come over to my place and stay just in case. At first, I didn't think it was necessary, but after a bit of contemplation, I told her that it sounded like a good idea and that I would really appreciate it. I'm going to add a bit of a brief pause right there for the sake of anyone reading or listening to this. The next part of the story is the part that deserves the content warning. When we got to my apartment, and I unlocked and opened the door, and both myself and Michelle were surprised to see Christian sitting on my couch. Now, I know that a lot of these stories end with the ex standing there with a knife and attacking the person, but that's not actually how my story ended. Christian was sitting on my couch. He did have a knife, but he wasn't going to attack anyone. He had pretty clearly ended his own life right there. I was shocked, horrified, and I felt like I was going to throw up. Right there on my couch was my high school ex, a guy that I had just reconnected with and had to push back out of my life because he was being a creep, and he'd ended his own life in my apartment. I cannot overstate how traumatizing this was for me at that moment and every day since then. Obviously, we called the police, and when they and the medic showed up, they confirmed that he was beyond saving. I couldn't stay there after that. They had to treat it basically as a crime scene with what had happened, and I didn't want to stay there anyways. This was enough to get me out of my lease, thankfully, and I ended up moving in with Michelle in her apartment. I got rid of pretty much all my furniture as I couldn't bring myself to look at it and think about Christian. I've had nightmares about him since, about that whole moment opening my door, and to say that this whole thing has haunted me is an understatement. I'm not looking for pity, and I feel terrible for the fact that Christian felt that ending his own life was the best course of action. I'm just not really sure what else to say about all of it. Through all of this, coming to terms with the situation and moving my few things out, I did end up finding a note from Christian in my bedroom. He had placed it in the drawer of my nightstand. It was a simple note that just said, "Every mistake in my life has led me to this moment, and all I can say is that I'm sorry." It's not exactly closure, and not exactly something that helped me move on from it, and I don't know if I ever will get through it. One of my first jobs was working at a fast food place that, I'll just say, was famous for serving tacos. For what it's worth, it wasn't the worst thing, but I definitely wouldn't choose to go back. I had my share of ungrateful customers, unnecessary messes left behind by them, and so much more. But I've also had some weird customers that were memorable. We weren't often in a situation where we feared for our safety though, so I would just take a deep breath and then get ready for the next day. But there was one situation that often plays in my head when people bring up working in food. I was working the front on this day, taking orders and occasionally picking up the lobby when it was slow. We were open 24/7 and I picked up part of someone's shift, so I was going to be there till 2 in the morning. It was probably around 11 to midnight when a guy walked in. When you work overnight in fast food, you get used to the clientele you see around at that time. So, it didn't really catch me off guard at first when the guy looked a bit disheveled. He was a tall, average-built looking guy with thinning hair and a scruffy beard. He was wearing a dark hoodie and some pretty dirty sweatpants, but he was keeping his hands in his pockets. When he entered, he seemed like he was surveying the lobby, so between that and him keeping his hands hidden, it did kind of put me on guard. We had never been robbed before, but we did go through training on how to handle them if one were to occur. I was hoping that I was just being way too judgmental, and I still greeted him with a smile. I asked what I could get for him, and he just stared at the menu with his eyes glazed over. I kept looking around the area, in a worst-case scenario kind of way, to determine my escape routes or possibly weapons. I backed up a bit, trying to play it off like I was looking for something, when the guy finally spoke in a soft, calm voice. "I'm not gonna hurt you." After that, I definitely felt stupid. I felt bad for assuming this guy's intentions, and I tried to play it off like I was cool though. I said with a bit of a laugh something like, "What? Oh, nah, you're fine, man. I was just looking for the broom. Just let me know if you have any questions, okay? No rush." He didn't look down at me or move his eyes at all. He just continued to stare at the menu. I walked up to the side, bringing the broom to at least back up my story. When I came back, he talked a bit more in the same solemn tone that he had before. "I actually do have a question, or more so a favor." Yeah man, sure, what's up?" "Can you call the cops for me?" I didn't know what to say at this point, so I just stared for a minute and he kept talking, still looking up. He said, "I'm still not going to hurt you. I'm going to need a cop." I went to walk away to grab a phone and tell one of the others that worked there when he called me back over saying, "Hey, wait. I would like to order first before you call. You guys make the best quesadillas." Not really knowing what else to do other than what he asked, I then placed his order and he pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket with a shaking hand. I actually told him not to worry about it, and he thanked me and put it back in his pocket. He then walked over to a nearby table and sat down as he looked down at the table. After his order was done, I brought it over to him and he told me that I could go ahead and call the cops now, and then he began to eat his food. I then walked to the back and called the cops. That was a confusing call and they didn't seem to take me seriously at first either. I told them the only thing that I knew. I explained the guy's demeanor, what he looked like, and said that he seemed unarmed but asked me to call the cops and I had no idea why. They said that they would send a unit out though. And at this point, I had already told the two other people working that night what was going on, and one of them overheard part of it. We all stayed in the back trying to come up with things in our head as to why he may have done this too. When the cops did finally show up, the man stood up, threw away his trash, and before walking towards the cops, he walked back over to me and for the first time that night, he looked me in the eyes, shook my hand and thanked me. He then walked over to the cops and they walked out of the building. We all thought that it was weird, but just left it at that as nothing else happened. Well, that is until about an hour later, we had a different cop come in wanting to ask us more questions. He was asking very specifically what all the guys said and did, and if we even knew which way he came from. I didn't see him pull up or what he was driving, but there were no cars in the parking lot that night other than our own, so he could have walked there. All I remember was that he did not exist prior to opening the door, so I don't think we were much help. He then left again and heard nothing else of it. Well, it wasn't until a few days later when there was a story on TV that caught my attention. They were making light of it and mentioned something about murder making you hungry, or something to that effect. Anyways, they had mentioned that a man turned himself in after bludgeoning his father to death, but not before he stopped for dinner. I looked up more information on it and got some more clarification, but it certainly didn't make me feel any better about the situation. It showed the mugshot of the guy, which confirmed that it was the same one that came in that night. It was reported that he turned himself in after he had beaten his dad to death that night. He said that he knew he had to turn himself in, but he hadn't eaten and wanted one last meal of his choice. And based on the area that they listed for when this took place, this man probably walked about 4 miles to get to my exact store. I assumed he walked because again there were no cars in the parking lot. I just thought to myself, why? Why us? Why our store? But I guess he said that he did enjoy the food and our location would have been the closest one to him. The thought that I was talking to a man and gave him a free meal just hours after he killed someone terrified me and made me feel awful. Well, to be honest, it gave me mixed feelings. I was terrified and my first thought was that my first reaction that night was warranted. This guy could have easily hurt me too, but he didn't. But when I gave him the meal for free and when he shook my hand, he seemed genuinely thankful. And by the look in his eyes, I thought he had just one hell of a day, or maybe even life, and appreciated the generosity shown to him. I'm still not 100% sure on the details. I've looked around at different news articles, tried finding others that may have known the guy, but all I've ever found has been hearsay. I heard some people say that he was abused by his dad and just couldn't take it anymore. I heard he was using and may have snapped or hallucinated and then attacked him. I've heard some pretty wild things, but I can't say for sure. All I know is that after that experience, I appreciate life a bit more and understand just how fragile it is. This happened to me and my daughter several years ago. My daughter, Brooke, had recently gotten her permit and would come up with any reason to drive. I didn't hate it though, as she was always willing to run to the grocery store when I needed something for dinner or pick up her little brother from school, so it was definitely helpful. But being a parent, there was also that painful feeling knowing that she was growing up. But you're not here to listen to that story. Anyways, I had to run by the drugstore to pick up a prescription, and she wanted to drive, so I agreed. My husband was at my son's t-ball practice, so it was just going to be the two of us. I think this was partially to drive more, but after we left the drugstore, she said she wanted to stop by a local fast food place that had really good ice cream. She offered to buy it though, so I wasn't going to say no to free ice cream, and I agreed. We got there and decided to go in so that way she wasn't driving and trying to eat at the same time. She didn't need to already be driving with distractions anyways. We got in, placed our order and stood towards the back waiting for them to call it out. Once we got our ice cream, we went back and sat down and enjoyed our little treat and talked about her classes, her friends, about school, and other things. I typically ate mine slower, so since she finished before me, she said she was going to use the restroom before we left the store. After she walked away, I pulled out my phone to check the time and also text my husband. But it was just about that time that a guy walked in, and I immediately got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. He probably had an average build, completely bald, and was wearing jeans and one of those brown-style jackets. He looked right at me with his piercing look and then quickly looked back towards the counter. It gave me a shiver down my spine, and all I could think about was that I needed to run. I gripped my phone, but before I could stand up, the guy pulled out a gun and then started shouting demands. It was like the room was in slow motion as I watched people scatter and try to run out of the doors. The employees were crouching and covering their heads, all while the poor girl that rang us up stood there frozen. The guy demanded the money in the register, and she immediately started pushing buttons, trying to get it to open. As the guy was shouting at her, I looked over to see the restroom door open. My daughter could see the people trying to take cover, and she looked very confused. I tried to communicate the best that I could without talking, shaking my head and trying to motion her to go back to the restroom. I was praying she would understand and just go back in and call 911. But as she stood there just as frozen, I really couldn't blame her. And fortunately, I was within sight of the guy and he noticed me motioning to her. This caused him to approach me and then hold the weapon in my face, which made my daughter yelp, and he looked at her. I immediately spoke up, as stupid as it may have been, but I pleaded with him to leave her alone as she was my 15-year-old daughter. He then looked back at me and demanded that I give him everything that I had. I opened my purse, and as I was pulling out my wallet, he snatched it from me. After he searched it and pulled out what he wanted, he motioned for me to go outside, which then caused my daughter to start crying. And before I could react, he looked at her and said that he wasn't going to hurt me, and again told me to go. As we started walking outside, he put the weapon in his pocket but kept it close to me, as I remember feeling him press it against my side. He said he wanted me to drive him somewhere, and I said that I would. However, when I approached my van, I realized that I didn't have my keys with me. They were still on my daughter. I tried to say something, but the words weren't quite coming out. I told him that I just remembered that I didn't have my keys, and he immediately became angry. It was obvious that he thought that I was lying, and he snatched my purse from me and proceeded to dump it out onto the parking lot. And after this, he became pretty furious and began punching my car door over and over and over again. I stood there, not knowing what to do now, when we both stopped to look up. I'm sure he heard the same thing that I heard. Faint sirens in the distance. He punched my door one more time before shouting something and then running off. I watched as he ran towards another nearby building and around the back of it. And once he was out of sight, I ran back inside where a lot of people were still covering themselves. Then I heard my daughter quietly call out for me. She had gone to one of the tables near the window and was watching us, I presume. I don't think we ever hugged as tight as we did at that moment. We all stayed pretty much like that until cops showed up and told us that we were okay. The guy did not get very far whatsoever, as he tried to take someone else's car and got caught in the process. We all explained what happened and what was all taken. He had taken the few bills that I had in my wallet, 3 credit cards, and my ID, and when they caught him, he had all the cards on him still, so I got those back. I was glad to not have to replace my ID, but even more grateful that no one was hurt. Traumatized, definitely, I'm sure. But we are so grateful that the gun was never fired. It was a terrifying moment for us, but I don't let it hold me back. It's been almost a decade since this happened, and my daughter has also moved past it too. She definitely struggled for a while, not wanting to leave my side when we were in public, and had some pretty mean nightmares, but she has become a very brave young lady. However, I hope we never have to experience something like that ever again. This was something that happened when I was driving across the state to visit and reconnect with an old friend of mine. I was going to be driving by myself, which I had only ever done one other time. This meant that I would have to keep myself entertained as I made the 9-hour drive. I packed myself plenty of snacks and drinks so I wouldn't have to stop, which worked out for most of the trip. However, towards the tail end of my drive, I started to really crave fries. I could tell that I was going to need some more caffeine anyways, so I decided to find a quick place to eat and refuel. I stopped at a fast food chain that was popular in the Midwest to grab something to eat and a soda. It wasn't busy when I arrived, but there were a few people sitting in the lobby eating, and I saw a few workers behind the counter as well. I approached as I normally do, greeting the person at the register, but I noticed immediately that they did not look to be in a good mood. In fact, they looked pretty irritated. I hope it wasn't because of me, so I just tried to be as nice as possible. I was also working retail at that time, so I completely understood how bad some days could be working with the public. The man at the counter quickly said in a hurried manner, "What can I get you?" So I started giving my order, and when he was repeating it, he stumbled over his words and then also said the wrong item. I politely corrected it, which made him look down, and then he started jamming buttons with his finger and then loudly sighed and apologized. I giggled slightly and told him that it wasn't a big deal, and trying to be nice, I told him that I appreciate him repeating back the order for reasons just like that. It's really amazing how far a little kindness can go. He then sighed again and then told me that he was just having a bad day. I apologized. I told him that it was okay though, and that we are all allowed to have bad days. Apparently, this was enough for him to give me a quick synopsis of everything that he was dealing with, which was definitely a lot for one person, and just tried to be polite. This all was happening while I paid and stood there with my receipt for a moment. After a few minutes and our conversation winding down, he said he appreciated me listening to him rant and that he would bring my food to me so I could go sit down. I said thank you and I went and found a seat. I sat at one of those bar tables with the stools that faced towards the parking lot with my back to the counter. Enough time passed for me to text my friend to let him know where I was at, and then respond to a few other texts when the same guy brought over a tray with my food. I thanked him and he walked away, so I began enjoying my meal. I was probably about halfway through when I heard a familiar voice approach my spot from the side and said hi to me. It was the same guy. He asked if he could sit with me for a moment as he was on a break. I really didn't think it was a little weird, but I wasn't going to be there much longer, so I told him that it was fine. And that's when the guy just unloaded. He was talking about how he was stressed because his car broke down. He thought that his girlfriend was going to leave him. His parents were pressuring him about his schooling because he wasn't passing all his classes at college because he was getting burned out and didn't think he wanted to be in that field anymore. And then he topped it all off with something along the lines of, And I have to pick up shifts here because my worthless boss's kid can't be bothered to work their own damn shift. That last part he said a bit louder and looked towards the back like he was wanting to make sure that someone heard it. That was definitely all terrible things to have to deal with, and I did really feel bad for him. But in that exact moment, I had no clue what to do or say other than, "Wow, I'm so sorry." He just stared at me and let out a heavy sigh, saying, "You know what? It's alright. I at least got it off my chest, which helped me more than you know." I just told him that I'm glad I was able to help them and that everything would work out in the end. He then stood up and thanked me and then asked me for my name. Hell, I didn't even live in that state and I probably would never see him again. So I told him honestly what it was. He told me his name was, which I think was something like Mac or Mark, something like that. And then he walked to the back of the kitchen. I had a small moment at that point thinking, well, that was something. And then I went back to my meal, preparing to call my friend when I left to tell them about it. I was just about finished, but I was distracted doing something on my phone when I heard someone from behind me shouting, which startled me. I just heard someone shout, "Shut the fuck up!" And I turned around to see Mark, and who I assumed to be the manager, standing in the kitchen. I assumed they were the manager because they had on a different colored shirt. The manager had his hands up in a manner like he was shrugging, while Mark was throwing his hands angrily. The manager was talking a lot quieter as I could only hear Mark shouting. It's now got the attention of the others in the lobby and the two other workers on the other side of the kitchen. And after a short conversation between the two, I saw Mark grab something to his right, and before I could blink, he swung it at the manager. The next thing I remember was hearing the agonizing screams coming from the manager, while the two workers on the other side are also now yelling at Mark. I quickly got up and ran over to the counter, where I then saw the horrifying scene. Mark was now on top of the manager, swinging this hot fry basket at his face. I was frozen in place. I knew what I needed to do, which was call 911, but I couldn't move. I just stood there horrified by the situation unfolding in front of me. I finally came to my senses when one of the other employees jumped on Mark and was fighting him to get off the manager. I went back to my seat to grab my phone and then I called 911, and thankfully, they were able to get my location because I barely knew where I was. They asked me to stay there so they could talk to me, so I had to stay there even longer to wait for them. A couple other customers had run out the door, while one of them tried helping the manager by applying cold towels to their face and arms. Somehow, he was still conscious or regained consciousness. But his moans of pain, I will never forget. And to this day, they still haunt me. Meanwhile, after the other employees got him off the manager, he ran towards the back and I didn't see him again. I wanted to do something, but I was scared that he may come back out and try to do something again to all of us who were standing there with him. I just stood by the door, hoping to see the cops or an ambulance soon. And after what felt like an eternity, they did finally show up. The cops went in first and immediately went to the back, then the EMTs came in and started caring for the manager. I then had to tell them everything that I saw, as well as everyone else that was still there. Apparently, there was another exit out back, and Mark had left through it and was long gone. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you more about this, but that was pretty much it. After all that, I was given permission to leave. I got sick and then called my friend from my car, now shaking and crying. I explained everything to them, and when we couldn't talk anymore, I called my sister and told her. There was no way that I could finish this drive by myself with my own thoughts. I definitely needed a distraction. Thankfully, I only had about 3 hours left to go, which was enough time to get it all out, for me to calm down and then even pull over to take a quick much-needed power nap. I got to my friend's place late that night, and after a few drinks, I crashed. I was thankful that I was with good company after that, because the thoughts and sounds kept circling my mind and definitely made it hard to sleep for a few nights. I have no idea about the condition of the manager or if that Mark guy was ever caught. I just hope that both of them got the right help that they desperately needed. Oh, and if I'm ever on a road trip like that, I only do drive-through now. Hi everyone. I'm a long-time lurker in this group, but I've never posted because I've never really had anything that I thought was worth sharing. I've read a lot of stories on here, and I honestly never thought that I was going to one day make a post. Yet, here we are. Sure, we've had our share of creeps at my work, but this one was above and beyond everything else. This happened only a few weeks ago, so the memory is still fresh in my mind, and honestly, I'm still a bit creeped out about it. I was working the night shift at my McBurgers, and yes, I'm calling it that because I don't want the real restaurant to see this and try to shut me down. And it seemed like a pretty normal night. So to give some context, the McBurgers that I work at isn't in the best part of town. We've had our fair share of weird people and bizarre things happening. But honestly, it kind of feels like people with ill intentions just leave our store alone. It's almost like our McBurger is a safe haven for them, so they know not to do crazy things there. Like, we get the types that kind of look like they're going to commit a robbery, but then they just order a burger and leave. And then, wherever they go afterwards is who they hit. Well, unfortunately on this night, we got a taste of the crazy. It was around 2 a.m. and we were mostly empty. I was manning the drive-through window and doing some sweeping in the back area when we weren't getting any cars. Kevin, one of my coworkers, was manning the front, but due to the lack of traffic, he was doing some cleaning up on the line and other parts. After a bit of this, we heard the door open and Kevin wrapped up what he was doing to head to the front and then greet the customer. I watched him go up and look around and then come back, saying that there was no one there, and then just shrugging it off. He went back to cleaning, but about 5 minutes later, I looked up and I told him that he had a customer because there was a man standing up at the front. He looked a bit messed up, not dirty or anything, just a bit like he was stressing out. He was wearing a nicer button-down shirt and a decent pair of pants, but they were, for the lack of a better way to put it, messed up. Like, his shirt was halfway unbuttoned, his tie was still tied around his neck, but halfway unknotted. His pants were unbuttoned, but his belt was holding them up, and his hair looked like he had been pulling it out. He looked like a VP for a company or something that has just closed its doors for the last time, if that makes any sense to you. The man just stood there at the counter looking at nothing in particular, like he was just spacing out. Kevin asked if he could take the man's order, and the man just stared at him with that same blank expression. The man just kept his eyes focused on Kevin, not saying a word. And after a few moments of staring, and Kevin trying to get him to say anything, waving his hand in front of his face and looking back at me like, "Is this guy okay?" The guy then screams, "Hey!" straight at Kevin. He jumps and I jump, and we were both now paying full attention to this guy. At this point, our manager Sasha is actually coming out of the office room to see what exactly is going on. And as soon as she does, this man starts screaming at her, yelling that in his words, She was the one with Satan, and that she was an affront to the Holy Father. We both turned to look at her. She had a confused look on her face, and yeah, that was weird. But then, as we weren't paying attention to the guy, he reached forward and grabbed Kevin's shirt and then pulled him close. At this point, I ran up to the front to try and get this guy away from him. I was sitting there trying to push this man off, and he's sitting there staring at Kevin with his whole face shaking, and then starts saying, "They're coming, Kevin. This is the end. This is how all things end." Considering how much he was shaking aggressively, his voice was surprisingly calm and direct. He started pretty much trying to pull Kevin over the counter, and I was struggling to get this guy off of Kevin. Thankfully, Sasha was already in the back and calling the police. As I'm trying to pry the man off of Kevin, he began shouting about how they were here and that we needed to leave. Thankfully, police arrived damn near immediately, and my guess is that they were probably already patrolling and waiting for something to happen. They managed to restrain the man with the two officers and then get his hands in cuffs. As they led him away, he continued to rant about some impending doom. The whole ordeal was over in a matter of minutes, but we were all in a pretty confused state of panic. After the police left, we all tried to get back to work, and when Kevin went to clean the restrooms, he found a weird symbol that was scratched into the wall, and not the stall, but the actual paint on the dry wall. The only way I can describe it is, it's like a summoning circle for the supernatural. Obviously, we have no idea why he carved it into the wall before going psycho on Kevin. But at least, we knew what he was doing between the time that he walked in and we saw him. Obviously, this left us all a bit shaken, but we went back to just doing our mundane jobs until our shifts were over. Kevin did end up putting his 2 weeks in not too long after, and he just had his last shift. He said that he didn't really want to quit, but he keeps getting this weird feeling that the guy is going to come back, and it's bothering him enough to leave. I get it. I don't blame him. It was definitely a terrifying moment, and the fact that this guy paid way more attention to Kevin probably didn't help. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared, because your fear feeds me.